What's going on, people? It's debate night. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Oh shit. I opened my fucking Celsius and dust came out, bro. It's fucking wild. Wait, guys, happening? Walz versus JD Vance. Fun uncle versus cousin not in the group chat. Hell yeah. Gotta make my... Oh, see the fucking dust, dude. Gotta make my caffeine. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, there's so much of it. You can see I got my new mic stand. No longer does it suffer from erectile dysfunction. It can actually hold up. The microphone, even with this little extender. I'm gonna get a copy struck for the song. Alright. I got my powdered Celsius. LA James 21, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Got my V8 energy as well. And we had the Twitter chat. Oh, Type by Turtle. Wow, thanks for the follow, dude. Wow, is this your first time here? Wow, new viewer alert. Oh, I'm your favorite streamer. That's crazy. All right.
He believes that people will relate to him and that he will talk about the needs of folks, average folks, like those in Pennsylvania. John?
The debate is happening in 32 minutes. There's a few other things that have been going on.
Well, of course, they're thinking a little bit about
that we'll go over after the debate, like the fucking port workers going on strike, dude. That's interesting. It's not great.
And many people think that Pennsylvania is really just Philadelphia. This part of the state thinks of themselves as East Coasters. But my part of the world, the western part of the state, we're just over the line from Ohio. And so we're Midwesterners, and the two candidates for vice president are both Midwesterners. That holds some appeal. Which one holds greater appeal? We'll find out, but they're spending a lot of time.
Is my Wi-Fi breaking again, dude?
I
don't know. We'll fucking see.
County,
oh, my Wi-Fi better not sabotage me again. Again.
In the last two presidential elections. So Western Pennsylvania is just as important as the eastern part of the state, but you really need a different kind of campaign in Pennsylvania, depending on where you are geographically. Cecilia?
All right, John, thank you so much. I want to bring Bob back in because I know you have been to Pennsylvania. You have been all over the campaign trail. I want you to help us understand some of the messaging that is coming out of the Trump team right now. The former president seems to have gotten a lot darker in his messaging from the campaign trail in recent days. We often try to dissect this and ask whether this is a strategy or whether this is instinctive on the part of Donald Trump. So is it? Which of those is it? And,
on the bright side,
helping or hurting at this point?
The stream deck does work again.
President Donald Trump in recent weeks, and this is someone who has always had his complaints about the political establishment, had his grievances. It's nothing new. This is Donald Trump, who's been on the
so there is that
now since 2015, nearly a decade since he came down that escalator in New York in the summer of 2015. And his campaign, and he believed that his grievances, his lashing out about border security, about economic pain people are feeling with inflation, it's going to work in places like Western Pennsylvania. I'm still a little hot with John Delano. I was with him in Pittsburgh the other day.
Dude, I saw Jerome Powell. Apparently, I didn't read into what I didn't read the article. I saw the headline. I didn't read into exactly what he said. But Jerome Powell said that they were going to slow down cutting rates, which is dumb. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Jerome Powell, slow down rate. Doesn't make sense. Timber totaling 50 basis points if the economy performs as expected. Goddamn. Doesn't make sense. He will go on stage and he will say, inflation is kept up by owner's equivalent rent, which lags. And then he'll say, we're facing a shortage of homes and the Fed can't do anything about it. So he knows these two things. And then for some reason, he still wants to cut rates super slowly. Now, I mean, nominal GDP growth is pretty strong, so we probably have room to, cut rates slowly. But
and he's been parked in Michigan
for
the last several days doing debate prep there. That is no accident. We've been seeing him at football games. He was at the Minnesota-Michigan game. We've been seeing him at farms and fall fests. I think I saw him buying a pumpkin the other day. So he is out there.
It's literally fun uncle energy.
Making the case, I'm one of you, because those are such pivotal states. And as John Delano was just pointing out, half of Pennsylvania kind of falls into that Midwestern bucket. So that's who they're hoping he appeals to tonight. We were talking about some of the darkness. What Walz has brought to the Democratic ticket, Democrats argue, is this notion of joy. Yes, he talked about Republicans being weird. We all remember that. But he also talked a lot about joy.
In theory, doesn't have some of the Gaza baggage that Shapiro would have.
A lot of people don't feel all that joyful when they think about politics right
now.
now.
Oh, that's going on too. I guess we have to cover that afterwards as well. The Iran,
we'll see. Okay, coming up
the Iran stuff.
Battleground state in Michigan to find out what's on voters' minds there. You are watching CBS News coverage of the vice presidential debate.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
What the hell is this?
We want to be your go-to
team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question.
The Rock, Dwayne The Rock. Okay, I don't know if I care about this stuff. What's up?
What's up?
Not much.
Wait, I cannot hear you. What? Oh my god. Wait, give me 1 second. Okay, what's up?
What's up?
I'm good. What's your predictions? Give me your predictions for the debate.
I really don't know because I have not seen much from either. I've really only seen clips of JD Vance being really uncharismatic and clips of Tim Walz being basically just a normal person.
He's got to be a sleeper agent. He's got to be a sleeper agent. He's too good. I don't know what's up with Tim. But look. Here's the question: what probability do you assign to Tim Walz saying the word "weird" in reference to Vance in this debate?
Oh, I hope he does. I give it at least 60%.
I give it 80%. I give it 80%. I think it's too funny not to
rightfully so. Yeah.
I give 10% probability to a couch joke. Or
dude, you know what he should? Did you see those pictures of the Trump supporters carrying around bottles of JD Vance's fake cum?
No, but that's amazing.
Yeah, because Tim Walz, he has this IVF son or whatever, and they were trying to make fun of him for it. I think it'd be really funny. If he pulled out a picture of Trump supporters holding vials of JD Vance's fake cum and was just you really want to be voting for these people?
I think that'd be too much. I think that'd be too much. That's epic.
There's no way.
It would be funny to me, but he his point is to appeal to voters, not to appease the base.
Oh yeah, I know. They would never let him do it,
But yeah, no. I think he's gonna harp on the patriotic, messaging of the Democratic Party as of now. Which is great. He's the perfect guy for it. But Yeah, I think he's gonna call him weird. 80% confidence. If not, I'll be shocked. Let me think of other predictions. I mean, I don't know. I predict JD Vance is gonna talk about like people not having children because he's obsessed.
Yeah,
He's
I know
obsessed.
he's obsessed. Yeah.
Yeah. I give like 10% chance to Waltz making fun of him for having men's mascara. Um, and yo, what else? I mean, what else? Oh, I predict Vance is gonna like.
I'm assuming
Okay,
Vance is
20%
gonna say
confidence,
the media
20
is
to
just
30.
lying about all of the weird allegations. He's gonna say, "Oh, CNN is doing a smear campaign, saying that I said a bunch of things I didn't." He's
Yeah,
just gonna blame
whatever.
the fake
Yeah,
news
well,
for
whatever. Oh, Haitian migrants. I think that's gonna come up.
probably. Yep.
I'm really eager to hear Waltz saying how much he loves Israel. I cannot wait. Yeah, I'm waiting for that moment. Also, I give it like 30% chance for Waltz. No, sorry, for JD Vance like attacking Kamala, not doing what she wants to propose instead because then forgetting he's debating Waltz, right? You give him
Yeah.
like 30%. It's like, and if you like Kamala so much, why didn't she do it while she was in office? It's like,
Dude,
think
you know
he's
what?
gonna
I
say
don't
something like
even.
that.
Do you think I could find clips of people making that same criticism when Obama was running for a second term, or is that like a new
Nope.
thing? I don't know.
Could you
Like,
find Republicans saying that criticism when Trump was
no, I
running for a
don't.
second
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think so. Like, yeah, I don't understand. Can you not just run on like largely continuing
But yeah, I mean, you're
policy
not
that
going to
you've
solve
done
everything in 4
and like
years.
not
Yeah,
being the other
especially-
guy? Like,
It's
what?
very easy. Like Biden had small margins. He could not pass everything. There are many things he tried to pass which couldn't. So it stands to reason there are a lot of stuff that he would have wanted to pass, but just knew he couldn't, so he didn't do it in
Yeah,
the
I
first
know.
place.
Yeah,
Right?
it's so dumb.
And I mean,
but like,
yeah. And people ask it about Obama too. Like, there's a more sophisticated disinformation question from lefties about like, oh well, if Democrats wanted to codify weight so much, why didn't they do it when Obama had
yeah,
the trifecta?
yeah.
Oh, I'm so smart. And then he realized he had the trifecta for very little time. But I'm sorry.
and
like,
I don't even
technically
know.
he had the trifecta
I
for a
don't
while,
even
but
think that
he-
issue would be on people's minds at the time. Like,
no.
why would anyone?
Yeah, that too.
like-
But also the fact that the fact that the Senate the window for proposing bills when they had the trifecta was very small. I think like 72 days or something. And so they passed a lot while they had that. I think they even passed the ACA while they had that. So they did do a lot of stuff when they had that window, but just not everything because no one can do everything.
Yeah, I
So
know.
shut
Yeah.
the fuck up. And also, yeah, but yeah, no, I'm watching the debate soon with friends. So yeah. What live stream are you watching? What live stream should we watch?
I don't know. I'm watching the CBS one mainly just because it was like the
CBS
first one that
was-
came up in my YouTube recommended.
Yeah,
thing.
that's the same. That's the first one that came up for me too. But I'm
Yeah.
also thinking of watching David Parkman. Pacman.
Oh, David. Oh, yeah.
David Parkman when he wants to portray like an audience member who's like retarded. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'll watch CBS. But yeah. So my friends are tagging me, so I'm gonna go there. But I don't know. Any predictions of your own you want to make?
Again, not really. I'm assuming JD
trans
Vance is
issues.
probably.
90% he mentions trans people.
Oh,
In the
yeah,
first 30
dude.
minutes. In the first
Yeah,
30 minutes, he
I'm-
mentions the word trans.
I'm guessing
Yeah.
JD Vance will focus like almost entirely like on culture war shit and like like the only like
And
economic
women
policy he
having
has
children and whatnot.
is
And,
tariffs.
like-
but
Yeah, and an axiom of the MAGA movement. Did you watch the John Doyle debate?
no, not yet. I will tonight.
You should, because it perfectly demonstrates like the idea of populism being completely, almost entirely built off of the idea that like everything has to be wrong. Like it's just the truth of the universe. It's just a universal
Yeah.
truth that things suck right now, right? And to me, one of my great goals with like a liberal narrative to create is to create a narrative that says like actually the world is pretty awesome, pretty based actually. And not everything sucks. Some things suck, and not everything sucks. Especially not under Biden. So yeah, I mean, so if you watch the John Doyle debate, by the way, what an awful job John Doyle did. He got obliterated, and 70% of the reason he got obliterated is destiny. The other 30% is himself. He got obliterated. You'll see in the questions. Can I spoil it a little bit?
Yeah, you can spoil it. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the questions, someone asks him like about the character of immigrants or something. I forget. And Destiny said after he answered after Doyle answered the question, Destiny said something like, "Oh, by the way, audience member, if you're black, just so you know."
Yeah,
Doyle
no, I've seen the clip. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's like,
no, I'm just talking about Indians and Chinese.
Yeah, I was not talking about black people. No. I was more talking about like the Chinese and Indians and these types of people. Like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? That's so racist. That was so gross. That was so funny. So yeah, I don't know. So I give you my predictions. I think 90% he mentions trans people in the first 30 minutes. 100%. No, 30. Yeah. 90%. My bad. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I should have made a bingo. But yeah, well, see you later.
I definitely think they'll probably have a back and forth on tariffs, and JD Vance is gonna say dumb shit on tariffs. That's my only prediction.
Let me open a Twitter tab and set it to following, and then refresh it constantly to see what people think in real time. But yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna watch it with friends now. So bye. Talk to you later. Talk to you after it. I'll talk to you after it if you want.
Yeah. See ya. Yep.
Yeah, bye. Bye. See you.
Out of Detroit and Dearborn, they have not been happy with many administrations, not just the Biden administration, but
what are some very easy comparative points to lead both sides? Bad family members to make NC blue. I don't like. I would do the tariff thing.
And so
Trump wants to do tariffs, which are just tariffs are taxes on imports. He wants to do at least 10% on every good that we import, and since like almost everything that we buy in the United States either is an import because we don't make that much shit here anymore, or uses imports to make it. They use imports as inputs, like they import steel to make whatever fucking keyboard that might be made in America. That's basically going to make everything way more fucking expensive. I'd say like that's a kind of easy thing to hammer down on. It's just it's a regressive sales tax essentially, just only on imports. Whereas Kamala Harris wants to do a lot of things that are the exact opposite. So she wants to do like the expanded child tax credit, which gives like families like $6,000 for the first year of their child as a tax credit. I think it might be refundable. And she wants to do things like expand the earned income tax credit. So families who, if you are below like $40,000 in income, you get a little bit of money from the government in the form of a tax credit, and it decreases with income, so it doesn't really have like a welfare cliff or anything. I'd say like that's an easy thing to hammer down on. You could hammer down on some of the weird comments that Shady Vance has made about childless cat ladies, and about a lot of stuff about women being childless. He really does not like women who don't have children. He really is just like weirded out by them. And then I don't know, like the Jan 6 stuff is just like too like it's too toxic to go down, but that should be disqualifying. What do you say to economy was better under Trump? Well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, we had COVID. Number one, like there are so many metrics that we can look at that are better now post-COVID than they were in 2020. Obviously, we did have like a spike where things got worse, like inflation in 2021 and 2022. But things, for the most part, things right now are basically better than they were under Trump. But like the bigger thing is that like it's not really about being better or worse. It's that it's doing the best we could. Valley Glaze says Chips and Science Act for real. True. It's about like doing the best we could given the circumstances. Like, just ask them like what country is better off than it was 4 years ago. Like, it's not like it's not really any of them. The U.S. has had the best COVID recovery by far. Our GDP growth has been higher than every other developed country. But I mean, also higher than like most other non-developed countries. It's just that like some countries like Ghana got lucky and like found an oil field, which made their GDP sort of artificially high. Like we have the highest GDP growth of the developed countries, and also we beat inflation faster than all those other countries. Like, yeah, there's a whole ton of like graphs you can look at. This is real GDP growth. We're way higher. This is real household consumption. You can see the U.S. got right back on trend, whereas like the EU and UK have basically flatlined since COVID. Real GDP is now higher than it was projected to be before COVID happened. you can see we're an outlier in GDP growth. We have like almost 9% GDP growth here, but our inflation is like still lower than Sweden, the UK, Austria. I think we're a little higher than Finland, about the same as Germany. So, like, we just got rate cuts, which signals basically that the Fed is not really that worried about inflation coming back or anything. So, yeah. And there's a whole ton of there was a lot of wage compression that happened during COVID as well, because in order, like a lot of low income people saw wages a lot bigger as a proportion of their income than a lot of like rich people did during COVID. That's why we saw wage compression. The gap between the rich and poor in terms of like hourly earnings decreased. Although I think that's probably excluding the top 0.1. I think that's probably excluding the top 400 richest Americans, who I think probably saw their income increase. Ozark Kama loses from the old, are you better off than 4 years ago when no one is? I don't even, first of all, that's not even, like, here's some of the graphs. I'll do it, like, a better deep dive into this right now. In terms of hours worked in order to afford the time price, hours worked in order to afford a week's worth of groceries, I mean, we're lower than the 2015 to 2019 average, which most of this was during Trump's term, right? Obviously, you can see we had a big spike in 2023 and 2022 because of, high inflation. But, like, it's been trending downward. Like, it's just doing the best we could have possibly done given the fucking circumstances of COVID. Yeah. It's just, like, attack Trump for the terrorists. Like, mention our COVID recovery was, like, the best we could have done. Depending on how much people know about the Federal Reserve, you can do like Trump wants to end the independence of the Federal Reserve. The problem is a lot of people don't understand what exactly the Federal Reserve is and why exactly that's a bad thing. So basically, the Federal Reserve, the simplest way I'll explain it to people, the Federal Reserve is in charge of printing money. Usually, we don't want to give politicians the power to print money because then they could just print money and promise to print money and hand it out to people. Which would be inflationary, but it would help their political interest in the short term. So that's typically why you don't want to do that. Politicians tend to have that pro-inflationary bias. Yeah, there's a whole. You can, and also people complain about the unemployment numbers. Oh, they're state of the economy. People mentioned so unemployment. How much do you think the debate will move the needle? Probably not that much. I doubt it will that much, unless something really unhinged happens. I don't think we'll see any bump in the polls, unless something insane happens. This is probably going to be the last debate, though, right? Because I don't think Harris and Trump are going to have another one. But, like, typically, sometimes, it's controversial, okay? There's a trade-off between inflation and unemployment. So the higher inflation is, the lower unemployment is going to be. That's what we saw during COVID. Inflation was relatively high, but unemployment was really, really low, down to like 3.5%. And something really good that we did, we were able to bring down inflation back down to 2% without bringing up employment that much. Unemployment is still at like 4.2%. That's a really healthy number. Like, yeah.
The strike could cost the economy up to $5 billion.
Oh my God, this strike is so. This strike seems so dumb to me, dude. A lot of the port worker fucking strikes, you can see these are Luddites. They're modern day Luddites. That's what they are, and they deserve to be criticized for it. Okay, they're not proletarians. They are retards. They're striking because they're worried about their jobs at ports being taken over by automation. In other words, they want to make everybody else worse off. They want to make shipping more expensive for everybody. They want to make stuff more expensive for businesses because businesses need to ship stuff to you and for inputs that they use to make their products. They want to make consumer prices more expensive for everyone. Because they don't want their jobs to be fucking replaced. They want to make how many people are even working at these jobs?
Walz. But here's the brutal reality. The cost of childcare is rising faster than inflation. It's almost double the rate of inflation. Both of these candidates have said they support permanently expanding the child tax credit. Harris and Walz have also said Federal paid family leave would be an important priority here if they win. But again, few specifics on how long it should be. And we do know that Vance told our colleague Margaret Brennan back in August that he supports an expanded child tax credit, expanded child care options for families beyond preschool and daycare. But that grandparents' comment certainly striking a chord.
Not fun defending big business SMH. I'm not defending big business. I'm defending you. I'm defending you. I'm defending the rest of the proletarian class. First of all, I don't have any problem with defending big business. Big business is good. Big business could have good outcomes or whatever. But I'm not even defending big business. I'm defending you. You will be worse off if their jobs aren't automated. Their jobs should be automated. Everyone else will be better off. Just give them money. Just give them money. Just say, here's a fucking paycheck, okay? Everyone else, there's probably, 80,000 workers losing their jobs, or whatever the fuck. Who cares? Just give them money. Just give them each a check for 1 year's salary until they find a new job, okay? We can easily pay that. We can easily afford to pay whatever money that costs in taxes with the money we save on shipping if their jobs are automated, okay? Have you seen the Chinese ports where everything is automated? They're fucking way more efficient.
Who he is blaming for increasing housing demand, something that Senator Vance says he supports, but mass deportation could also impact the workforce needed to build homes here as well, Cecilia.
Yeah, and so many questions on how they and if they will actually.
Just happens to be an interest in big business.
Exactly.
Who do you think you buy stuff from?
The economy, compared to where the country was during the pandemic, and compared to how that has wrecked economies all over the world, the U.S. economy has bounced back. The recession never came. Inflation is coming down. The jobs numbers are good.
True. Soft landing, baby.
Say any of that without looking out of touch? And are they in the same bind that Joe Biden was in when he was running?
I think Harris approaches it a little differently than Biden did. Biden really tried.
The best world out there. You're paid by big business. I mean, I am. I'm paid by YouTube and Twitch, baby. So hell yeah, I am. Everyone hit that super chat button right now. The best world. Kamala is debating JG. Yeah, the best world is where Tim Walz goes up there and says, I know you guys think inflation is high, but owner's equivalent rent is keeping inflation artificially high. And you guys just don't understand. It's keeping inflation artificially high. It's a lagging indicator. Inflation is actually at 1.3% via the Harmonized Index. The Harmonized Index is what all the European countries use for their central bank uses. They don't include shelter prices. Shelter prices lag. They shouldn't be included. They shouldn't be included in consumer inflation measures. That's the best universe.
Thank you, guys. We are just minutes away from the vice presidential debate. You are watching CBS News. Stay with us.
Tim Walz baits him into saying a slur. That is true. That would be awesome.
I had progressively
what the hell is this?
Deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush. What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
I think they will be winning the debate. Who is they?
To bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory.
Any calls after debate? I don't even think planned, but I'm sure I'm gonna be either in the boss's server if people are doing shit there, or talking to other people and whatever VCs.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places.
JD, because the other guy looks like a Muppet. JD Vance looks like... Actually, I don't know what JD Vance looks like, but he's not a very charismatic dude. He's just so, awkward.
Anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives.
And the things he says about childless cat ladies don't help him in that respect either.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
He has swag and charisma. He's so awkward. He goes into fucking donut shops and picket lines, and it just acts so. It's just so awkward. It's just so awkward. He keeps saying weird things about IVF and Tim Walz and childless childless cat ladies. And like he literally had his supporters, JD Vance supporters, literally carry around buckets of his or cups of his cum, fake cups of his cum, and they say like JD Vance family starter kit. It's just so
Themes must change.
scheming wealthy white man shiny eyes. Yeah.
On the free CBS News app.
Come on, Julia. Oh, no. I will if you will. You go, gal. That's right.
What are all these weird ads? He said nothing wearing the childless cat ladies. That's propaganda. He's made multiple comments. So many multiple comments about a childless woman that are a little iffy. I know you don't want to call them misogynist, but they're definitely, like I've said, motivated by a traditional view of the role of woman.
7 o'clock sharp.
Welcome back to the vice presidential debate coverage.
Never
on
said
CBS
anything
News.
about childless
Our
women.
Ed
We can
O'Keefe is in
go
response
through all
with
the
of
clips
our colleagues in the press corps over there in the room
after the
down
debate.
the aisle from the actual debate location. Ed, we've seen major news the day of a debate before.
Dude, he's he's defended the clip before. Where he's like, I think he said he phrased it in a bad way, but he's like said, the actual point there is making, people without children have no. I'm pretty sure he said, JD Vance, people without children have no physical connection to country. People without children, no connection to the country. Where's the quote I'm looking for? Why would it be on the defense? Because people find that rhetoric weird. Where the fuck is... there's a clip of Pete Buttigieg going over it really well. Because the media spams the retarded theory about
The Republican
it. True.
Party will find itself in an uncomfortable and unwelcome and unwanted post-Trump era. What role does J.D. Vance play in that? A considerable
Or
amount of
maybe
that
people
decision
just
will be
find it
drawn
weird.
from what he does
Have you
tonight.
ever considered that? Like, a lot of women just like feel uncomfortable when he says stuff like that.
In contrast, Governor Walz is 60, 1 year older than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, no physical
He does not
commitment to
have
the future of this
any
country.
obvious designs on the presidency if Kamala Harris wins and serves out 2 terms.
Came and made his spritz
He's
for all
there
increased far right
to
authoritarian.
enhance
Victor
the ticket
Orban.
as it exists and amplify things on the positive side where and when he can. Very different calculations, very different risk factors for the two.
And Bob,
Let's
even if
give
you're Bob Dole, who had a bad night
votes
in 1976,
to all children in this
he was the
country,
nominee 20
but
years
let's
later for
give
the
control over
Republican
those
Party.
votes
So you
to the
can
parents
rescue
of those
yourself
children.
from a bad night. What are your thoughts?
Everybody in
When
the
you
press,
go to the
when we're in
polls
press
in this
galleries, on
country-
the campaign planes, they talk about these vice presidential debates as low impact, but they really are high stakes. Everybody watching tonight
They're not that high
knows
stakes.
one of these two men could become president of the United States. The country's
Radical childless leaders in this country. Oh yeah, the weird comments he's made about like AOC. I forgot about that.
Lead the country. One of them might be
I think he
the
called
country.
AOC a
Should a
childless.
crisis happen, a
The fact that so many
heartbeat
people,
away from the
especially in America's
presidency, we
leadership
live in a
class, don't have
time of
children.
assassination attempts on the Republican nominee, of political violence, and of aging politicians.
Oh, this is the
So
full
it's
thing.
no
It's gonna be hard to find.
question that one day one of these people could be president. We hope all people live healthy lives and serve full terms, but you never know in American history. That's what the history always tells us.
Nancy, other big event is these incredible floods in North Carolina, which also is a platform for presidents.
It is, because handling of natural disasters is often a proxy for voters of
Everyone who's
confidence.
governor should have
They
at least
look
8
at how
kids.
you handle something like that, and they say this person is capable of handling big, important things. And that's why
Oh, they're out.
President
Oh,
Biden
they're shaking
tomorrow is
hands.
heading to North Carolina and South Carolina, and Florida and Georgia the next day.
And here we see the vice presidential candidates there. Tim Walz standing a lone man behind his lectern. Ed, give us your last thoughts as we watch here as J.D.
Why did he
Vance is
leave?
off in the wings for the moment. Oh,
Oh,
there he
there we
is.
go.
It's performance. That seems obvious, but no faux pas. And they're looking for a viral moment. That's what they'll be looking for tonight.
No handshake.
No handshake, and there you have Governor
They
Walz.
didn't do a handshake? I thought they did a handshake.
Notes, J.D. Vance doing the same as our colleagues.
And maybe you're shaking hands before Or the cameras came.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Well, we have the vice presidential debate coming up in a moment. It will be moderated by our own Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan. Ohio Senator J.D. Vance and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz take the stage. Well, they've taken the stage, so stick with us here and join us also on our streaming channel, CBS News 24/7, for exclusive content you won't see anywhere else. Thank you for joining us.
Gotta make sure YouTube is not gonna copy strike me. I don't think they will.
Tonight, with just over a month to go until Election Day, the first and only meeting between the two men who hope to become Vice President of the United States. Democratic Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota and Republican Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio.
Who do you think wins? I really don't know. I haven't seen like enough from
cycle and voting is already underway
all the candidates, but I don't expect J.D. Vance will do particularly well. I expect J.D. Vance will come off as awkward to a lot of people, and I expect he'll say a lot of dumb things on tariffs.
Fight for every single vote, and we're going to take this country back.
And we are ready to continue to build the future together.
We're going to turn this whole country red.
Walz is going to get his butt handed to him? Really?
Trump's leadership.
You know what's at the end of this little journey? Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
This is a CBS News special, live from CBS News headquarters in New York. America Decides, the Vice Presidential Debate.
Good evening, I'm Nora O'Donnell, and thank you for joining us for tonight's CBS News Vice Presidential Debate. We want to welcome our viewers on CBS, on other networks here in the U.S. and around the world. We have a consequential night ahead, and our focus is the issues that matter to you, the voter. Let's introduce the candidates. Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz and Ohio's Republican Senator J.D. Vance, tonight meeting for the first time.
Soda.
I'm Margaret Brennan.
Oh, they shook hands. There we go.
A thoughtful and civil debate. These are the rules that both campaigns have agreed to. Questions will be directed at one candidate who will have 2 minutes to respond. The other candidate will be allowed 2 minutes for rebuttal. Then each candidate will get another minute to make further points, with an additional 1 minute each at the discretion of the moderator. The primary role of the moderators is to facilitate the debate between the candidates, enforce the rules, and provide the candidates with the opportunity to fact-check claims made by each other.
CBS News reserves the right
They
to
kissed
mute
before the debate. Yeah, they've
microphones to
explored each other's
maintain
bodies.
decorum. We have not shared the questions or topics with the campaigns. The stage is set. Governor, Senator, thank you
I just lost
for
my
joining
sub.
us.
What happened?
Let's get started. Tonight, our country is facing several unfolding crises. The Middle East is on the brink of war. Americans are suffering from the catastrophic impact
Wait,
of
did you
Hurricane
resub and
Helene.
it just didn't
And
play?
now
I
a
don't know
labor
why.
strike as 25,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas are picketing. We're going to begin tonight with the Middle East. Margaret.
Thank you, Nora.
Okay,
Earlier
relevant topic.
today,
Oh boy.
Iran launched its largest attack yet on Israel.
Now they
but that
both get to talk
attack
about how they
failed
love Israel.
Thanks
for
to
restuffing
joint
Kyle.
U.S. and Israeli defensive action.
Goddamn.
President Biden has deployed more than 40,000 U.S. military personnel and assets to that region over the past year to try to prevent a regional war.
Under Trump, there were no new wars.
But the U.S. still considers it the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and it has drastically reduced the time it would take to develop a nuclear weapon. It is down now to 1 or 2 weeks' time. Governor Walz, if you were the final voice in the Situation Room, would you support or oppose a preemptive strike by Israel on Iran? You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, and thank you for those joining at home tonight. Let's keep in mind where this started. October 7th, Hamas terrorists
How they are both doing it.
massacred over 1,400 Israelis and took prisoners. Israel's ability to be able to defend itself is absolutely fundamental. Getting its hostages back, fundamental, and ending the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States to have the steady leadership there. You saw it experienced today, where along with our Israeli partners and our coalition, able to stop the incoming.
Do you think J.D. Vance has been working on the Kamala Harris style facial expressions?
It's going to matter. It's clear, and the world saw it on that debate stage a few weeks
ago. He
looks
so angry.
A nearly 80-year-old Donald Trump talking about crowd sizes is not what we need in this moment. But it's not just that. It's those that were closest to Donald Trump that understand how dangerous he is when the world is this dangerous. His chief of staff, John Kelly, said that he was the most flawed human being he'd ever met. And both of his secretaries of defense and his national security advisors said he should be nowhere near the White House. Now, the person closest to them, Donald Trump, said he's unfit for the highest office. That was Senator Vance. What we've seen out of Vice President Harris is we've seen steady leadership. We've seen a calmness that is able to draw on the coalitions to bring them together. Understanding that our allies matter. When our allies see Donald Trump turn towards Vladimir Putin, turn towards North Korea, when we start to see that type of fickleness around holding the coalitions together, we will stay committed. And as the Vice President said today we will protect our forces and our allied forces, and there will be consequences.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, the same question. Would you support?
I mean, he didn't really answer the question. He just said there will be consequences.
By Israel on Iran. You have 2 minutes.
So, Margaret, I want to answer the question. First of all, thanks, Governor. Thanks to CBS for hosting the debate. And thanks, most importantly, to the American people who are watching this evening and caring enough about this country to pay attention to this vice presidential debate. I want to answer the question, but I want to actually give an introduction to myself a little bit because I recognize a lot of Americans don't know who either one of us are. I was raised in a working class family. My mother required food assistance for periods of her life. My grandmother required Social Security help to raise me. And she raised me in part because my own mother struggled with addiction for a big chunk of my early life.
Wow, he's so nice, Drew.
College on the
Isn't he literally? He's doing the same exact thing Kamala Harris did in the economy question.
Asking to be your vice president with extraordinary gratitude.
I guess not the exact same thing.
For the American dream that made it possible.
He literally
for me
used
to
the same
live
line.
My dreams. And most importantly, I know that a lot of you are worried about the chaos in the world and the feeling that the American dream is unattainable. I want to try to convince you tonight over the next 90 minutes that if we get better leadership in the White House, if we get Donald Trump
deport
back in the
all
White
those
House,
immigrants,
the American dream is going to be attainable once again. Now, to answer this particular question, we have to remember that as much as Governor Walz just accused Donald Trump of being an agent of chaos, Donald Trump actually delivered stability in the world, and he did it by establishing effective deterrence. People were afraid of stepping out of line. Iran, which launched this attack,
Iran still attacks Saudi Arabia under him.
$100 billion in unfrozen assets thanks to the Kamala Harris administration. What do they use
what
that
did we
money
get in
for?
exchange?
They used it to buy weapons that they're now launching against our allies.
It was for
and
prisoners and it was for
potentially
nuclear
launching against
non-proliferation.
the United States as well. Donald Trump recognized that for people to fear the United States, you needed peace through strength. They needed to recognize that if they got out of line, the United
That's why
States
he wanted to
global
withdraw from
leadership
NATO.
would put
And that's why
stability
all
and
the
peace
military
back
generals
in
have
the
endorsed
world.
Kamala Harris.
Now, you asked about a preemptive strike, Margaret, and I want to answer the question. Look, it is up to Israel what they think they need to do to keep their country safe, and we should support our allies wherever they are when they're fighting the bad guys. I think that's the right approach to take with the Israel question.
Thank you, Senator. Governor Walz, do you care to respond to any of the allegations?
Well, look, Donald Trump was in office. We'll sometimes hear a revisionist history, but when Donald Trump was in office, it was Donald Trump who we had a coalition of nations that had boxed Iran's nuclear program in, the inability to advance it. Donald Trump pulled that program and put nothing else in its place.
Why am I so mad?
So Iran is closer
Am
to
I
a
mad?
nuclear
I mean,
weapon
I think
than
he's
they were
dumb. I
before
don't know if
because
I'm
of
mad,
Donald Trump's
but-
fickle leadership. And when Iran shot down an American aircraft in international airspace, Donald Trump tweeted, because that's the standard diplomacy of Donald Trump. And when Iranian missiles did fall near U.S. troops and they received traumatic brain injuries, Donald Trump
that as well,
wrote
yep.
it off as headaches. Look, our allies understand that Donald Trump is fickle. He will go to whoever has the most flattery or where it makes sense to him. Steady leadership like you witnessed today, like you witnessed in April. Both Iranian attacks were repelled. Our coalition is strong, and we need the steady leadership that Kamala Harris is providing.
Senator Vance, the U.S. did have a diplomatic deal with Iran to temporarily pause parts of its nuclear program, and President Trump did
he was going to
exit
say it wasn't
that
working.
deal. He recently said, just 5 days ago, the U.S. must now make a diplomatic deal with Iran because the consequences are impossible. Did he make a mistake? You have 1 minute.
Well, first of all, Margaret, diplomacy is not a dirty word, but I think that's something that Governor Walz just said is quite extraordinary. You yourself just said Iran is as close to a nuclear weapon today as they have ever been. And Governor Walz, you blame Donald Trump. Who has been the vice president for the last 3.5 years? And the answer is your running mate, not mine. Donald Trump consistently.
Why would Iran do another deal when Donald Trump might get elected again and just fall out again? Why would they ever expect stability again?
Right now, and
didn't their leadership change as well? They were different legislative General Assembly or whatever.
Proxies attack Israel. It was during the administration of Kamala Harris. So Governor Walz can criticize Donald Trump's tweets, but effective.
It's also on the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War, which
is how you bring
might be the reason they did that then.
Very broken world. Donald Trump has already done it once before. Ask yourself at home, when was the last time? I'm 40 years old. When was the last time that an American president didn't have a major conflict break out? The only answer is during the 4 years that Donald Trump was president.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. Nora?
Margaret, thank you. Let's turn now to Hurricane Helene. The storm could become one of the deadliest on record. More than 160 people are dead and hundreds more are missing. Scientists say climate change makes these hurricanes larger, stronger, and more deadly because of the historic rainfall. Senator Vance, according to CBS News polling, 7 in 10 Americans and more than 60% of Republicans under the age of 45 favor the U.S. taking steps to try and reduce climate change. Senator, what responsibility would the Trump administration have to try and reduce the impact of climate change? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Sure. So first of all, let's start with the hurricane because it's an unbelievable, unspeakable human tragedy. I just saw today actually a photograph of 2 grandparents on a roof with a 6-year-old child, and it was the last photograph ever taken of them because the roof collapsed and those innocent people lost their lives. And I'm sure Governor Walz joins me in saying our hearts go out to those innocent people, our prayers go out to them, and we want as robust and aggressive as a federal response as we can get to save as many lives as possible, and then of course afterwards to help the people in those communities rebuild.
Like an expert's opinion is relevant.
Very personally,
people
in Appalachia,
we're not all climate scientists. Their opinion is relevant. It's not the only thing that you should do, but in this context, they're not going to be able to run through all the fucking studies they've done. It makes sense to cite a relevant expert's opinion.
And Nora, you asked about climate change. I think this is a very important issue. Look, a lot of people are justifiably worried about all these crazy weather patterns. I think it's important for us, first of all, to say Donald Trump and I support clean air, clean water. We want the environment to be cleaner and safer. But one of the things that I've noticed some of our Democratic friends talking a lot about is a concern about carbon emissions, this idea that carbon emissions drives all of the climate change. Well, let's just say that's true, just for the sake of argument, so we're not arguing about weird science. Let's just
I don't know if anyone's saying all. I think everyone's saying the majority. But
what would you want to do? The answer is that you'd want to reshore as much American manufacturing as possible, and you'd want to produce as much energy as possible in the United States of America because we're the cleanest economy in the entire world. What have
the manufacturing point is
actually led to? More energy production in China, more manufacturing overseas.
You can watch the fucking
doing business in some of the dirtiest parts of the
pair video,
when I say that,
the grown in Argentina, packaged in Thailand, to see how globalization actually reduces emissions.
So if we actually care about getting cleaner air and cleaner water, the best thing to do is to double down and invest in American workers and the American people. And unfortunately, Kamala Harris has done exactly the opposite.
Governor Walz, you have 2 minutes to respond.
Well, we got close to an agreement because all those things are happening. Look, first of all, it is a horrific tragedy with this hurricane, and my heart goes out to the folks that are down there.
Why are you so critical? Because one of the points you made was really dumb.
Co-chair of the Council of Governors, as we work together on these emergency managements. Governors know no partisanship. They work together. So all of the governors and the emergency responders are on the ground. Those happen on the front end. The federal government comes in, makes sure they're there to that we recover. But we're still in that phase where we need to make sure that they're staying there, staying focused. Now, look, coming back to the climate change issue, there's no doubt this thing roared onto the scene faster and stronger than anything we've seen. Senator Vance has said that there's a climate problem in the past. Donald Trump called it a hoax and then joked that these things would make more beachfront property to be able to invest in. What we've seen out of the Harris administration now, the Biden-Harris administration, is we've seen this investment. We've seen massive investments, the biggest in global history that we've seen in the Inflation Reduction Act, has created jobs all across the country. 2,000 in Jeffersonville,
and we're energy
Ohio.
independent. He should hammer down that we are energy independent.
And making it here. 200,000 jobs across the country. The largest solar manufacturing plant in North America sits in Minnesota. But my farmers know climate change is real. They've seen 500-year droughts, 500-year floods back to back. But what they're doing is adapting, and this has allowed them to tell me, look, I harvest corn, I harvest soybean, and I harvest wind. We are producing more natural gas and more oil at any time than we ever have.
True, thank you, yes.
More clean energy. So the solution for us is to continue to move forward, that climate change is real. Reducing our impact is absolutely critical, but this is not a false choice. You can do that at the same time you're creating the jobs that we're seeing all across the country. That's exactly what this administration has done. We are seeing us becoming an energy superpower for the future, not just the current. And that's what absolutely makes sense.
They're probably construction jobs and like power plant, like operating jobs. I don't know what you call those people.
Thank you. Senator, I want to give you an opportunity to respond there. The governor mentioned that President Trump has called climate change a hoax. Do you agree?
Well, look, what the president has said is that if the Democrats, in particular Kamala Harris and her leadership, if they really believe that climate change is serious, what they would be doing is more manufacturing and more energy production in the United States of America, and that's not what they're doing.
This guy has not seen
the doesn't believe her
is it Brit Monkey who made the video?
She did,
the video
she would
awesome.
actually agree with Donald Trump's energy policies. Now, something Governor Walz said I think is important to touch upon, because when we talk about clean energy, I think that's a slogan that often the Democrats will use here. And I'm talking, of course, about the Democratic leadership. And the real issue is that if you're spending hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars of American taxpayer money on solar panels that are made in China, number one, you're going to make the economy dirtier. We should be making more of those solar panels here in the United States of America. Some of them are, Tim, but a lot of them are being made
We did put tariffs
on
solar panels,
especially the components that go into those solar panels. So if you really want to make the environment cleaner, you've got to invest in more energy production. We haven't built a nuclear facility, I think, one in the past 40 years.
Senator.
Natural gas, we got to invest
we should
more
do
in
nuclear.
it. Kamala Harris has done the opposite. That's raised energy prices and also meant that we're doing
Senator,
worse by the climate.
Senator, your time is up. Governor,
Biden did also lend money to that Michigan nuclear plant so it could restart.
But there's no moratorium on that. We're producing more oil. But the folks know, and like I said again, these are not liberal folks. These are not folks that are Green New Deal folks. These are farmers that have been drought one year, massive flooding the next year. They understand that it makes sense. Look, our number one export cannot be topsoil from erosion from these massive storms. We saw it in Minnesota this summer. And thinking about how do we respond to that, we're thinking ahead on this. And what Kamala Harris has been able to do in Minnesota, we're starting to weatherproof some of these things. The infrastructure law that was passed allows us to think about mitigation in the future. How do we make sure that we're protecting by burying our power lines? How do we make sure that we're protecting lakefronts and things that we're seeing more and more of? But to call it a hoax and to take the oil company executives to Mar-a-Lago, say, give me money for my campaign and I'll let you do whatever you want. We can be smarter about that, and an all-above energy policy is exactly what she's doing, creating those jobs right here.
Governor, your time is up. The overwhelming consensus among scientists is that the Earth's climate is warming at an unprecedented rate. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. We're going to turn now to immigration. The crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border consistently ranks as one of the top issues for American voters. Senator Vance, your campaign is pledging to carry out the largest mass deportation plan in American history and to use the U.S. military to do so. Could you be more specific about exactly how this will work? For example, would you deport parents who have entered the U.S. illegally and separate them from any of their children who were born on U.S. soil? You have 2 minutes.
So first of all, Margaret, before we talk about deportations, we have to stop the bleeding. We have
to talk about the open border. The Kamala Harris borders are open border.
And said that she wanted to undo all of Donald Trump's border policies. 94 executive orders suspending deportations, decriminalizing illegal aliens, massively increasing the asylum fraud that exists in our system. That has opened the floodgates. And what it's meant is that a lot of fentanyl is coming into our country. I had a mother who struggled with opioid addiction and has gotten clean. I don't want people who are struggling with addiction to be deprived of their second chance because Kamala Harris let in fentanyl into our communities at record
We
levels.
did just see overdose deaths drop for the first time in a while.
Border policies, build the wall, re-implement deportations, and that gets me to your point, Margaret, about what do we actually do? So we've got 20, 25 million illegal aliens who are here in the country. What do we do with them? I think the first thing that we do is we start with the criminal migrants. About 1 million of those people have committed some form of crime in addition to crossing the border illegally. I think you start with deportations on those folks. And then I think you make it harder for illegal aliens to undercut the wages of American workers.
Oh, my God.
A lot of people will go home if they can't work for less than minimum wage in our own country. And by the way, that'll be really good for our workers who just want to earn a fair wage for doing a good day's work. And the final point, Margaret, is you ask about
Bro
family
has not
separation.
seen the Wikipedia
Right now,
page
in
for a
this
lump
country,
of labor
Margaret,
fallacy.
We have 320,000 children that the Department of Homeland Security has effectively lost. Some of them have been sex trafficked. Some of them hopefully are at homes with their families.
I'm pretty sure that
Some
number
of them
is
have been used as
exaggerated.
drug trafficking mules. The real family separation policy in this country is unfortunately Kamala Harris's wide open southern border. And I'd ask my fellow Americans to remember when she came into office, she said she was going to do this. Real leadership would be saying, you know what, I screwed up. We're going to go back to Donald Trump's border policies. I
I'm
wish
sure they'll
she
be
would
fact
do
checking
that.
in a second.
It would be good for all
I think
of
the
us.
number is misleading.
Governor, do you care to respond to any of those specific allegations, including that the vice president is, quote, letting in fentanyl and using kids as drug mules, among other things regarding children?
The drug mule is not true, but I will say about this, about the fentanyl, because this is a crisis of this, the opioid crisis. And the good news on this is the last 12 months saw the largest decrease in opioid deaths in our nation's history.
Oh, true. Thank you. Yes.
30% decrease in Ohio. But there's still more work to do. But let's go back to this on immigration. Kamala Harris was the Attorney General of the largest state and a border state in California. She's the only person in this race who prosecuted transnational gangs for human trafficking and drug interventions. But look, we all want to solve this. Most of us want to solve this, and that is the United States Congress. That's the Border Patrol agents. That's the Chamber of Commerce. That's most Americans out here. That's why we had the fairest and the toughest bill on immigration that this nation's seen. It was crafted by a conservative senator from Oklahoma, James Lankford. I know him. He's super conservative, but he's a man of principle, wants to get it done. Democrats and Republicans worked on this piece of legislation. The Border Patrol said, this is what we need in here. These are the experts. And the Chamber of Commerce and the Wall Street Journal said, pass this thing. Kamala Harris helped get there. 1,500 new border agents, detection for drugs, DOJ money to speed up these the adjudications on this, just what America wants. But as soon as I was getting ready to pass and actually tackle this, Donald Trump said no, told them to vote against it because it gives him a campaign issue. It gives him to, what would Donald Trump talk about if we actually did some of these things? And they need to be done by the legislature. You can't just do this through the executive branch. So look, we have the options to do this. Donald Trump had 4 years. He had 4 years to do this. And he promised you, America, how easy it would be. I'll build you a big, beautiful wall, and Mexico will pay for it. Less than 2% of that wall got built, and Mexico didn't pay a dime. But here we are again, 9 years after he came down that escalator.
Oh, can't wait for J.D. Vance to say something retarded on terrorists in response. Say it.
And telling him what he was going to do. As far as the deportation plan, at one point, Senator Vance said it was so unworkable to be laughable. So that's where we're at. Pass the bill, she'll sign it.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, the question was, will you separate parents from their children, even if their kids are U.S. citizens?
True. Welcome, Ricky.
Margaret, my point is that we already have massive child separations thanks to Kamala Harris's open border. And I didn't accuse Kamala Harris of inviting drug mules. I said that she enabled the Mexican drug cartels to operate freely in this country. And we know that they use children as drug mules, and it is a disgrace, and it has to stop. Look, I think what Tim said just doesn't pass the smell test. For 3 years, Kamala Harris went out bragging that she was going to undo Donald Trump's border policy. She did exactly that. We had a record number of illegal crossings. We had a record number of fentanyl coming into our country. And now that she's running for president, or a few months before, she says that somehow she got religion and cared a lot about a piece of legislation. The only thing that she did when she became the vice president, when she became the appointed border czar, was to undo 94 Donald Trump executive actions that opened the border. This problem is leading to massive
Tim Walz, you press him
problems in
about
United States of
Haitian
America.
immigrants eating cats and
Parents who
dogs
can't
thing.
afford
Please,
healthcare,
please,
schools that are overwhelmed.
please.
It's got to stop, and it will when Donald Trump is president again.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, what about our CBS News polling, which does show that a majority of Americans, more than 50%, support mass deportations?
Look, we fix this issue with a bill that is necessary, but the issue on this is what happens when you don't want to solve it. You demonize it. And we saw this, and Senator Vance, and it surprises me on this, talking about and saying, I will create stories to bring attention to this. That vilified a large number of people who were here legally in the community of Springfield. The Republican governor said, it's not true, don't do it. There's consequences for this.
Yes.
There's consequences. We could come together. Senator Langford did it. We could come together and solve this if we didn't let Donald Trump continue to make it an issue. And the consequences in Springfield were the governor had to send state law enforcement to escort kindergartners to school. I believe Senator Vance wants to solve this, but by standing with Donald Trump and not working together to find a solution, it becomes a talking point. And when it becomes a talking point like this, we dehumanize and villainize other human beings.
Tim,
Governor, your time is up. Senator, I'll give you 1 minute, but let me just ask you the question first. The governor has made the point, and I think as a sitting lawmaker, you know that Congress controls the purse strings and any funding. So you have said repeatedly that Donald Trump would, through executive action, solve this. Do you disagree that Congress controls the purse strings and would need to support many of the changes that you would actually want to implement? You have 1 minute.
Look, Margaret, first of all, the gross majority of what we need to do at the southern border is just empowering law enforcement to do their job. I've been to the southern border more than our border czar, Kamala Harris, has been, and it's actually heartbreaking because the Border Patrol agents, they just want to be empowered to do their job. Of course, additional resources would help, but most of this is about the president and the vice president empowering our law enforcement to say,
is he at least going to mention the asylum law? Please,
you've got to stay in Mexico.
Please.
You've got to go back through proper channels. Now, Governor Walz brought up the community of Springfield, and he's very worried about the things that I've said in Springfield. Look, in Springfield, Ohio, and in communities all across this country, you've got schools that are overwhelmed. You've got hospitals that are overwhelmed. You've got housing that is totally
businesses with added labor supply, which lets them not go bankrupt.
Immigrants to compete with Americans for scarce homes. The people that I'm most worried about in Springfield, Ohio, are the American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by Kamala Harris's open border. It is a disgrace.
The data shows
I actually think
these type of immigrants usually increase wages for domestic workers. Deporting them would probably hurt the wages of domestic workers.
You have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, well,
because it means businesses have to close and demand goes down because immigrants leave and their demand leaves with them.
That's because they know we need to do this. Look, this issue of continuing to bring this up, of not dealing with it, of blaming migrants for everything. On housing, we could talk a little bit about Wall Street speculators buying up housing and making them less affordable, but it becomes a blame. Look, this bill also gives the money necessary to adjudicate. I agree, it should not take 7 years for an asylum claim to be done. This bill gets it done in 90 days. Then you start to make a difference in this, and you start to adhere to what we know, American principles. I don't talk about my faith a lot, but Matthew 25:40 talks about, to the least amongst us you do unto me. I think that's true of most Americans. They simply want order to it. This bill does it. It's funded. It's supported by the people who do it, and it lets us keep our dignity about how we treat other people.
What was a great point?
Thank
about
you,
the
Governor.
Haitian
And just to
immigrants?
clarify,
Almost everything he said on that was wrong.
Does have
The
a
data
large
just
number
shows
of
that he's
Haitian
wrong.
migrants who have
Deporting
legal
them would
status,
hurt American workers' wages.
temporary
We have data that shows this because we've done studies before where we track towns that deported immigrants versus towns that didn't deport immigrants.
The rules
He's
were
just
that you guys
objectively wrong on
fact check,
that.
And since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app.
Oh my
you
God.
can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal
because it controls the flow of immigrants into America. Because otherwise they would RIP wages. Locally, you're just wrong on this. He's just wrong on this.
Waiting for 10 years. That is the facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process.
Can we go full screen? It is full screen.
Senator.
There we go.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen. We want to have...
Why Subway for Gen Zers? What do you mean? Duh.
It's something that Kamala Harris created.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process. Nora?
Thank you, Margaret. The economy is a top concern for voters. Each of your campaigns has released an economic plan, so let's talk about the specifics. Governor Walz, Vice President Harris unveiled a plan that includes billions in tax credits for manufacturing, housing, and a renewed child tax credit. The Wharton School says your proposals will increase the nation's deficit by $1.2 trillion. How would you pay for that without ballooning the deficit? Governor, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And Kamala
You
Harris
just mentioned that they're going to raise the
middle
deficit
class,
more.
because that's where we come from. We both grew up in that. We understand. So those of you out there listening tonight, you're hearing a lot of stuff back and forth, and it's good. It's healthy. That's what this is supposed to happen. You should be listening. How's this going to impact me? The bold forward plan that Kamala Harris put out there is talking about this housing issue. The one thing is there's 3 million new houses proposed under this plan with down payment assistance on the front end to get you in a house. A house is much more than just an asset to be traded somewhere. It's foundational to where you're at. And then making sure that the things you buy every day, whether they be prescription drugs or other things, that there's fairness in that. Look, the $35 insulin is a good thing, but it costs $5 to make insulin. They were charging $800 before this law went into effect. As far as the housing goes, I've seen it in Minnesota. 12% more houses in Minneapolis.
True. Yes. Thank you. Yes. True. Based YIMBYism. Oh my God.
Sure
Holy based.
Go to the middle class. $6,000 child tax credit. We have one in Minnesota. Reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We save money in the long run, and we do the right thing for families. And then getting businesses off the ground. The law as it stands right now is $5,000 tax credit for small business, increasing that to $50,000. Now, this is a philosophical difference between us. Donald Trump made a promise, and I'll give you this. He kept it. He took folks to Mar-a-Lago, said, you're rich as hell, I'm going to give you a tax cut. He gave the tax cuts that predominantly went to the top class. What happened there was an $8 trillion increase in the national debt, the largest ever. Now he's proposing a 20% consumption or sales tax on everything we bring in. Everyone agrees.
Oh, thank you. Yes, hammer down on the tariffs. Yes, drill down.
It
thank
would
you.
Increase inflation and potentially lead to a recession. Look, this is simple for you. Where are we going? Kamala Harris has said to do the things she wants to do. We'll just ask the wealthiest to pay their fair share. When you do that, our system works best. More people are participating in it, and folks have the things that they need.
Senator, I want to give you a moment to respond on that. But similarly, the Wharton School has done an analysis of the Trump plan and says it would increase the nation's deficit by $5.8 trillion. My question is the same for you. How do you pay for all that without ballooning the deficit? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, tax cuts pay for themselves.
You're going to hear a lot from Tim Walz this evening, and you just heard it in the answer. A lot of what Kamala Harris proposes to do, and some of it, I'll be honest,
why hasn't she done it?
Sounds pretty good. Here's what you won't hear, is that Kamala Harris has already done it. Because she's been the vice president for 3.5 years. She had the opportunity to enact all of these great policies, and what she's actually done instead is drive the cost of food higher by 25%. Drive the cost of
price of groceries has only really gone down past few years.
Open the American southern
wages have also gone up. We saw a lot of wage compression. We decreased inflation without bringing up unemployment. Grocery price inflation has basically been flat since November last year. U.S. had the best COVID recovery in the world.
The job the American people gave her 3.5 years ago, and the fact that she isn't tells you a lot about how much you can trust her actual plans. Now, Donald Trump's economic plan is not just a plan, but it's also a record. A lot of those same economists attack Donald Trump's plans, and they have PhDs, but they don't have common sense and they don't have wisdom, because Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest.
Do you think he knows that imports don't subtract from GDP?
1.5% inflation, and to boot, peace and security all over the world. So when people say that Donald Trump's economic plan doesn't make sense, I say look at the record. He delivered rising take-home pay for American workers. Now, Tim admirably admits that they want to undo the Trump tax cuts. But if you look at what was so different about Donald Trump's tax cuts, even from previous Republican tax cut plans, is that a lot of those resources went to giving more take-home pay to middle class and working class Americans. It was passed in 2017, and you saw an American economic boom unlike we've seen in a generation in this country. That is a record that I'm proud to run on, and we're going to get back to that common sense wisdom so that you can afford afford to live the American dream again. I know a lot of you are struggling. I know a lot of you are worried about paying the bills. It's going to stop when Donald Trump brings back common sense to this country.
Governor, do you want to respond to that? What has Kamala Harris done for the middle class?
Yeah, well, Kamala Harris's day one was Donald Trump's failure on COVID that led to the collapse of our economy. We were already before COVID in a manufacturing recession, but 10 million people out of work, largest percentage since the Great Depression. 9 million jobs closed on that. That was day one. Whether it was the Infrastructure Act or other things we moved. Now, you made a question about experts, said this. I've made a note of this. Economists can't be trusted. Science can't be trusted. National security folks can't be trusted. Look, if you're going to be president, you don't have all the answers. Donald Trump believes he does. My pro tip of the day is this. If you need heart surgery, listen to the people at the Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota, not Donald Trump. And the same thing goes with this. And I ask you out there, teachers, nurses, truck drivers, or whatever, how is it fair that you're paying your taxes every year and Donald Trump hasn't paid any federal tax in the last 15 years? And the last year as president. That's what's wrong with the system. There's a way around it, and he's bragged about that. We're just asking for fairness in it, and that's all you want.
You have a minute.
Governor, you say trust the experts. But those same experts for 40 years said that if we shipped our manufacturing base off to China, we'd get cheaper goods. They lied about that. They said if we shipped our industrial base off to other countries, to Mexico and elsewhere, it would make the middle class stronger. They were wrong about that.
They were absolutely right about that.
The idea that if we made America less self-reliant, less productive in our own nation, that it would somehow make us
so
better
retarded.
off, and they were wrong about it. And for the first time in a
They were
generation,
100% right. I don't know how you can argue that they were
and
wrong.
The courage to say to that bipartisan consensus, we're not doing it anymore. We're bringing American manufacturing back. We're unleashing American energy. We're going to make more of our own stuff. And this isn't just an economic issue. I mean, I've got 3 beautiful little kids at home, 7, 4, and 2, and I love them very much, and I hope they're in bed right now. But look, so many of the drugs, the pharmaceuticals that we put in the bodies of our children are manufactured by nations that hate us. This has to stop. And we're not going to stop it by listening to experts. We're going to stop it by listening to common sense wisdom, which is what Donald Trump governed on.
Senator, your time is up. Governor Walz, can you address that? I mean, voters say they trust Donald Trump on the economy more. Why?
Well, if you're listening tonight and you want billionaires to get tax cuts, you heard what the numbers were. Look, I'm a union guy on this. I'm not a guy who wanted to ship things overseas, but I understand that, look,
oh my God, no, they're both doing the cringe stuff.
That's something that we believe in. I think the thing that most concerns me on this is Donald Trump was the guy who created the largest trade deficit in American history with China. So the rhetoric is good. Much of what the senator said right there, I'm in agreement with him on this. I watched it happen too. I watched it to my communities, and we talked about that. But we had people undercutting the right to collectively bargain. We had right to work states made it more difficult. We had companies that were willing to ship it over, and we saw people profit. Folks that are venture capital in some cases, putting money into companies that were overseas. We're in agreement that we bring those home. The issue is Donald Trump is talking about it. Kamala Harris has a record, 250,000 more manufacturing jobs just out of the IRA.
May I respond to that?
Yes.
So appreciate that. So if you notice, what Governor Walz just did is he said, first of all, Donald Trump has to listen to the experts. And then when he acknowledged that the experts screwed up, he said, well, Donald Trump didn't do nearly as good of a job as the statistics show that he did. So what Tim Walz is doing, and I honestly, Tim, I think you got a tough job here because you've got to play whack-a-mole. You've got to pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver rising take-home pay, which of course he did.
Oh my
You've got to
God,
pretend that Donald Trump didn't deliver lower inflation, which of course he did, and then you simultaneously got to
just saw the first rise in real
atrocious economic record, which has made gas, groceries, and housing
real income,
unaffordable for American citizens. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes go into medical debt so that she could put food on the table in our household. I know what it's like to not be able to afford the things that you need to afford. We can do so much better. To all of you watching, we can
swear
get
I took
back
notes
to
in
an
this at
America
one
that's
point,
affordable again.
but maybe I didn't.
We just got to get
Maybe I
back to
just
common
read it.
sense economic principles.
I hope we have a conversation on health care then.
Senator, Governor.
Please.
Thank you. Margaret?
We have a lot to get to ahead, gentlemen, on many topics. But right now, I want to talk about personal qualifications. The vice president is often the last voice the president hears before making consequential decisions. We want to ask you about your leadership qualities. Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. a Minnesota public
They're going
radio
after
and
him
other
for the
media
China
outlets are
stuff.
reporting
I'm
that
read
he
into
actually
it.
didn't travel to Asia until August of that year.
Go after
Can
him
you
for the
explain that discrepancy?
stolen valor,
And to the
too.
folks out there who didn't get at the top of this, look, I grew up in small rural Nebraska, town of 400, town that you rode your bike with your buddies till the streetlights come on, and I'm proud of that service. I joined the National Guard at 17, worked on family farms, and then I used the GI Bill to become a teacher, passionate about it, a young teacher. My first year out, I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. We would take basketball teams, we would take baseball teams, we would take dancers, and we would go back and forth to China. The issue for that was to try and learn. Now look, my community knows who I am. They saw where I was at. Look, I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect. And I'm a knucklehead at times, but it's always been about that. Those same people elected me to Congress for 12 years. And in Congress, I was one of the most bipartisan people, working on things like farm bills that we got done, working on veterans benefits. And then the people of Minnesota were able to elect me to governor twice. So look, my commitment has been from the beginning to make sure that I'm there for the people, to make sure that I get this right. I will say more than anything, many times I will talk a lot, I will get caught up in the rhetoric, but being there, the impact it made, the difference it made in my life, I learned a lot about China. I hear the critiques of this. I would make the case that Donald Trump should have come on one of those trips with us. I guarantee you he wouldn't be praising Xi Jinping about COVID, and I guarantee you he wouldn't start a trade war that he ends up losing. So this is about trying to understand the world.
Great pivot.
It's about trying to do
Unironically.
the best you can for your community, and then it's putting yourself out there and letting your folks understand what it is. My commitment, whether it be through teaching, which I was good at, or whether it was being a good soldier or was being a good member of Congress, those are the things that I think are the values that people care about.
Governor, just to follow up on that, the question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
Just all I said on this one.
Advice he needs to hear, and not just the advice he wants to hear. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Margaret, because I've always been open. And sometimes, of course, I've disagreed with the president, but I've also been extremely open about the fact that I was wrong about Donald Trump. I was wrong, first of all, because I believed some of the media stories that turned out to be dishonest fabrications of his record. But most importantly, Donald Trump delivered for the American people. Rising wages, rising take-home pay, an economy that worked for normal Americans, a secure southern border, a lot of things, frankly, that I didn't think he'd be able to deliver.
Oh, fuck, I'm still muted.
And yeah,
they didn't have
when
the
you
text
screw
in it.
up,
It's supposed to
when
say
you misspeak,
BRB. It's
when
just
you
my
get something
BRB screen.
wrong
You
and
guys shouldn't
change
be.
your mind, you ought to be
It's not that
honest with the
confusing.
American people about it. It's one of the reasons, Margaret, why I've done so many interviews is because I think it's important to actually explain to the American people where I come down on the issues and what changed. Now, you pointed out to messages from 2020. Margaret, I've been extremely consistent that I think there were a lot of things that we could have done better in the Trump administration the first round if Congress was doing its job. I strongly believe, and I've been a United States Senator, that Congress is not just a high-class debating society. It's not just a forum for senators and congressmen to whine about problems. It's a forum to govern. So there were a lot of things on the border, on tariffs, for example, where I think that we could have done so much more
we're
if the
censoring him. He
Republican
was sounding
Congress
too
and
good.
the Democrats in Congress had been
Had
a
to get rid of
little
him.
bit better about how they govern the country. They were so obsessed with impeaching Donald Trump, they couldn't actually govern. And I want to talk about this tariff issue in particular,
That's the
Margaret,
reason.
because
Or maybe Trump was just
Tim
bad at
accused us
negotiating.
of being a national sales tax. Look, the one thing.
Oh, retarded stuff about tariffs. Let's go.
To hear me praising Joe Biden, but the one thing that Joe Biden did is he continued some of the Trump tariffs that protected American manufacturing.
That's the one bad thing he did.
It's the one issue.
They did not protect American manufacturing. They only hurt it. The tariffs were on steel and aluminum as an input. It makes it harder for people to manufacture stuff, not easier.
If you're trying to employ slave laborers in China at $3 a day, you're going to do that and undercut the wages of American workers unless our country stands up for itself.
And all those consumers save money. There's a lot of consumer surplus, and they can then spend those money on other goods.
Senator, your time is up. Nora?
Thank you. Now to the issue of reproductive rights. Governor Walz, after Roe versus Wade was overturned, you signed a bill into law that made Minnesota one of the least restrictive states in the nation when it comes to abortion. Former President Trump said in the last debate that you believe abortion, quote, in the 9th month is absolutely fine.
Oh, boy. Okay,
yes or no?
Here we go.
Is that what you support? I'll give you 2 minutes.
That's not what the bill says, but look, this issue is what's on everyone's mind. Donald Trump put this all into motion. He brags about how great it was that he put the judges in and overturned Roe versus Wade, 52 years of personal autonomy. And then he tells us, oh, we send it to the states. It's a beautiful thing. Amanda Zaworski would disagree with you on it's a beautiful thing. A young bride in Texas waiting for their child at 18 weeks. She has a complication, a tear in the membrane. She needs to go in. The medical care at that point needs to be decided by the doctor. And that would have been an abortion. But in Texas, that would have put them in legal jeopardy. She went home, got sepsis, nearly dies, and now she may have difficulty having children. Or in Kentucky, Hadley Duvall, a 12-year-old child raped and impregnated by her stepfather. Those are horrific. Now, when God asked about that, Senator Vance said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. There is no right in this. So in Minnesota, what we did was restore Roe versus Wade. We made sure that we put women in charge of their health care. But look, this is not where, if you don't know Amanda or a Hadley, you soon will. Their Project 2025 is going to have a registry.
Oh, no. Oh, no. He said it. He said it, guys.
It's going to make it more difficult, if not impossible, to get contraception.
The 2025
and limit
lie.
access, if not eliminate access to infertility treatments. For so many of you out there listening, me included, infertility treatments are why I have a child. That's nobody else's business, but those things are being proposed. And the catch-all on this is, well, the states will decide what's right for Texas might not be right for Washington. That's not how this works. This is basic human right. We have seen maternal mortality skyrocket in Texas, outpacing many other countries in the world. This is about health care. In Minnesota, we are ranked first in health care for a reason. We trust women, we trust doctors.
Senator, do you want to respond to the governor's claim? Will you create a federal pregnancy monitoring agency?
No, Nora, certainly we won't. And I want to talk about this issue because I know a lot of Americans care about it, and I know a lot of Americans don't agree with everything that I've ever said on this topic. And, you know, I grew up in a working-class family in a neighborhood where I knew a lot of young women who had unplanned pregnancies and decided to terminate those pregnancies because they feel like they didn't have any other options. And, you know, one of them is actually very dear to me. And I know she's watching tonight, and I love you. And she told me something a couple years ago that she felt like if she hadn't had that abortion, that it would have destroyed her life because she was in an abusive relationship. And I think that what I take from that as a Republican who proudly wants to protect
we need better family values
life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us. And I think that's one of the things that Donald Trump and I are endeavoring to do. I want us as a Republican Party to be pro-family in the fullest sense of the word. I want us to support fertility treatments. I want us to make it easier for moms to afford to have babies. I want it to make it easier for young families to afford a home so they can afford a place to raise that family. And I think there's so much
the way he wants to do that is by mass deportations, by the way. That's his only housing policy. But
Now, of course, Donald Trump has been very clear that on the abortion policy specifically, that we have a big country and it's diverse. And California has a different viewpoint on this than Georgia. Georgia has a different viewpoint from Arizona. And the proper way to handle
just
this,
saying the
as
thing
messy as democracy
that he
sometimes
already
is
Walz
to
already
let
responded to.
voters make these decisions. Let the individual states make their abortion policy. And I think that's what makes the most sense in a very big, a very diverse, and let's be honest, sometimes a very, very messy and divided country.
Governor, would you like to respond and also answer the question about restrictions?
Yeah, well, the question got asked, and Donald Trump made the accusation that wasn't true about Minnesota. Well, let me tell you about this idea that there's diverse states. There's a young woman named Amber Thurman. She happened to be in Georgia, a restrictive state. Because of that, she had to travel a long distance to North Carolina to try and get her care. Amber Thurman died in that journey back and forth.
You should also mention, like, every single state, even Republican states that have had ballot measures for abortion have voted to protect abortion. It's only where legislators have chosen to ban abortion without a ballot measure that abortion is actually banned.
There's a very real chance, had Amber Thurman lived in Minnesota, she would be alive today. That's why the restoration of Roe versus Wade. When you listen to Vice President Harris talk about this subject and you hear me talk about it, you hear us talking exactly the same. Donald Trump is trying to figure out how to get the political right of this. I agree with a lot of what Senator Vance said about what's happening. His running mate, though, does not, and that's the problem.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, let me ask you about that. He mentioned, was, I think, referring to a national ban. In the past, you have supported a federal ban on abortion after 15 weeks. In fact, you said if someone can't support legislation like that, quote, you are making the United States the most barbaric pro-abortion regime anywhere in the entire world. My question is, why have you changed your position?
Well, Nora, first of all, I never supported a national ban. I did, when I was running for Senate in 2022, talk about setting some minimum national standard. For example, we have a partial birth abortion ban in place in this country at the federal level. I don't think anybody's trying to get rid of that.
We have the Born Alive Act.
So I know that Democrats have taken a very radical pro-abortion stance. But Nora, you know, one of the things that changed is in the state of Ohio, we had a referendum in 2023, and the people of Ohio voted overwhelmingly, by the way, against my position. And I think that what I learned from that, Nora, is that we've got to do a better job at winning back people's trust. So many young women would love to have families. So many young women also see an unplanned pregnancy as something that's going to destroy their livelihood, destroy their education, destroy their relationships. And we have got to earn people's trust back. And that's why Donald Trump and I are committed to pursuing pro-family policies, making child care more accessible, making fertility treatments more accessible, because we've got to do a better job at that. And that's what real leadership is.
Governor, your response.
I'm going to respond on the pro-abortion piece of that. No, we're not. We're pro-women. We're pro-freedom to make your own choice.
Nice.
We know what the implications are to not be that. Women having miscarriages, women not getting the care, physicians feeling like they may be prosecuted for providing that care. And as far as making sure that we're educating our children and giving them options, Minnesota's a state with one of the lowest teen pregnancy rates. We understand that, too. We know that the options need to be available.
What is that facial expression?
We make that true. We also make it, we're a top 3 state for the best place to raise children. But these two things to try and say that we're pro-children, but we don't like this, or you guys are pro-abortion, that's not the case at all. We are pro-freedoms for women to make their choices, and we're going, and Kamala Harris is making the case, to make options for children more affordable, a $6,000 child tax credit, but we're not going to base that on the backs of making someone like Amber Thurman drive 600 miles to try and get health care.
Senator?
May I respond to that? First of all, Governor, I agree with you. Amber Thurman should still be alive, and there are a lot of people who should still be alive, and I certainly wish that she was. And maybe you're free to disagree with me.
And also the immigrants who murdered people.
As I read the Minnesota law that you signed into law, the statute that you signed into law, it says that a doctor who presides over an abortion where the baby survives, the doctor is under no obligation to provide life-saving care to a baby who survives a botched late-term
abortion. Isn't that against federal law?
That is, I think, whether you're pro-choice or pro-abortion, that is fundamentally
I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm pretty sure it is against federal law regardless, so I don't know. It'd probably be
what we've seen. Do you want to force Catholic hospitals to perform abortions against their will? Because Kamala Harris has supported suing Catholic nuns to violate their freedom of conscience. We can be a big and diverse country where we respect people's freedom of conscience and make the country more pro-baby and pro-family. But please.
Yes, Governor, please respond.
Look, this is one where there's always something there. This is a very simple proposition. These are women's decisions to make about their healthcare decisions, and the physicians who know best when they need to do this. Trying to distort the way a law is written to try and make a point, that's not it at all.
What was I wrong about, Governor? Please tell me, what was I wrong about?
That is not the way the law is written. Look, I've given
But how?
I've given this advice on.
Oh, he doesn't want to answer. Oh no, Walz. Oh no.
And it was fact-checked at the last debate. But the point on this is there's a continuation of these guys to try and tell women or to get involved. I use this line on this, just mind your own business on this. Things worked best when Roe versus Wade was in place. When we do a restoration of Roe, that works best. That
oh, here, they finally fact-checked this thing. Yeah, I told you the 320,000 thing.
It doesn't
it's not the
increase
report
us
said.
from making sure that once that child's born, like in Minnesota, they get meals.
The report mentioned
They get
32,000
early
children who failed to appear for the
childhood
immigration court
education.
hearings
They
and
get
291,000
healthcare.
children who immigration and
hiding
customs
behind
enforcement
we're
had
gonna
not
do all
served
these
a
other
notice to
things
appear. Notice
when
to
you're
appear
not
is
proposing it
a
in your
charging
budget.
document
Kamala
authorities
Harris is
file
proposing
in
them.
an immigration
She's
court to
proposing
start a
all those
removal
things to make
process.
life easier for families.
The report said by
I
not
asked a
issuing these
specific
documents
question,
notice to the
Governor.
children,
You gave me a
immigration and customs
slogan
enforcement
as a
limits the
response.
chance of
It's not
verifying
the
their
case. It's not
safety.
true. That's
But
not
it's not
what
like
the law
all of
says.
these children are
So,
necessarily
fact-check it
missing or
with President
trafficked.
Trump.
Yeah, he does.
Gentlemen,
Yes, he
there's
wears
a lot to
eyeliner.
discuss. We have to move on, and we're going to be right back with much more of the CBS News vice presidential debate in just a moment.
Yeah, I know, it's weird. I could have just waited till the break to read this, but yeah. The 320,000 numbers, not
When
accurate.
you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds.
I'm waiting for them to fact check the abortion thing. I don't know. I don't remember the exact details of it.
The question that you're asking at home.
But I'm pretty sure, like,
to a tree, and that's pretty much
we had,
true.
I think it's the 2002 Born Alive Act.
And we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
So I'm pretty
weekdays at 7.
sure this law would make
It didn't
the
seem like
Minnesota
anything
law,
would
if it's written
happen.
like J.D. Vance says is written,
Nothing
unenforceable
ever happens
anyway.
in East Palestine.
But really,
But it did.
I mean, Democrats should just bite the bullet on fucking late-term abortions. Just say, no, fuck that shit. Like, they should just, that's what they should do. But for some reason, they're not willing to. Or I guess, well, I mean, I guess some of the Democratic base does like their late-term abortions. So, I don't know. Maybe it makes sense, but it's dumb. Also, I did take notes on a thing. It took me a while to find them. But they are here. There is, I do have the study. The labor market impact of deportations, which shows when 500,000 immigrants were removed from the labor market because of enforcement, this reduces the number of U.S.-born working by 44,000. The economy is not a zero-sum game. Immigrants work in different occupations from the U.S.-born. They create demand for goods and services. They contribute to long-run fiscal health of the country. All these can support native-born jobs for U.S. workers. Unauthorized immigrants are more likely to take low-paying jobs like housekeepers, construction workers, and cooks. Deporting these workers means companies must reduce production. Unauthorized immigrants are more likely to take caregiving jobs that enable parents to enter the labor force. 2 studies find that these Secure Communities Act impacted the child care market. The supply of child care workers fell. This led to a reduction in the number of college-educated mothers with young children working in the formal labor market. Unauthorized immigrants contribute to local demand, and deporting them, therefore, means less revenue to businesses. Comprehensive study about the National Academy of Sciences. This is about there being a fiscal drain, right? As federal taxes. More taxes. Yeah. Fiscal deficits are good. Those are our savings.
And welcome to our dragging capsule here in space.
Sightseers
But people don't.
The thrill of a lifetime.
people really care about if immigrants are a fiscal drain. Although, to be fair, immigrants can be a fiscal drain on state services as well. And states are obviously a user, not an issuer. What the fuck is this? Why are they not doing like commentary? They're like promoting random shit.
Superstar approaching.
Let's get your popcorn and get ready.
Come on, Julia.
Vance, Walz ended protections in Minnesota for babies born alive. This claim is false. Infanticide, the crime of killing a child within a year of birth, is illegal in all U.S. states. In May 2023, Walz's governor signed legislation updating a law for infants who are born alive. This change did not alter the fact that under state law, all these babies are protected. Previously, state law said all reasonable measures consistent with good medical practice, including the complication of appropriate medical records, shall be taken by the responsible medical personnel to preserve the life of the born alive in the infant. Oh, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. I'm
What do you
surprised.
think's
JD
winning so
Vance.
far?
I think Walz is doing better, but I do think JD Vance is more disciplined on the woman hatred stuff. So
I agree. Yeah. He's way more disciplined than I expected. He didn't mention trans people in the first 30 minutes. I was wrong. At all, actually.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think he's doing way better than I expected. I still think it's a slight win for Walz, but I could see the polls like saying Vance by like 1 point. But he's so hateable. But I think CBS is like, he had this moment when he went schizo because they fact checked him, and they gave him the last word. They should have muted his fucking mic. Sit down and shut the fuck up, right?
Yeah, they did mute it for, I don't know if it was at the same time. They did mute it for a bit, and they had to say, they can't hear you, right? That was funny, but...
Yeah, no, he's a schizo.
Let me ask you.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I thought that was like the worst moment in the debate. I don't know. It's well, I can see the polls going either way, but right now it's a slight Walz win. The problem is Walz looks sad.
Yeah, Walz, yeah. JD Vance he's been like looking angry though. I don't know why.
Yeah, he looks like he looks usually like just weird, angry, and creepy, but that's what they always see. So
Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean,
that's going to be different than if a parent hands over
I don't know.
a gun knowing that their kid is potentially dangerous.
Well, they're back. They're talking again.
As a father,
oh, okay. I'll go back.
Kids, and our oldest is now in 2nd grade. And like a lot of parents, we send our kids to school with such hope and such joy and such
We get a
pride at their
dialectical
little faces
material
on the
analysis at this debate.
first day of school, and we know, unfortunately, that a lot of kids are going to experience this terrible epidemic of gun violence. And of course, our hearts go out to the families that are affected by this terrible stuff, and we do have to do better. And I think that Governor Walz and I actually probably agree that we need to do better on this. The question is just, how do we actually do it? Now, here's something that really bothers me and worries me about this epidemic of violence. The gross majority, close to 90% in some of the statistics I've seen, of the gun violence in this country is committed with illegally obtained firearms. And while we're on that topic, we know that thanks to Kamala Harris's open border, we've seen a massive influx in the number of
Just
illegal
keep pivoting
guns
to the border.
run
True.
by the Mexican drug cartel. So that number,
Kamala Harris is the
amount of illegal
only
guns
person
in our
on the
country is higher
stage that has
today than it
prosecuted
was 3.5 years ago.
transnational
But what
criminal
do we
organization.
do about the schools? What do we do to protect our kids? And I think the answer is, and
She's
I,
not
and
on
I say this
stage, but
not
that's
loving
the
answer,
line. He's
because
gonna
I
say
don't
it
want my
again.
kids to go to school in a school that feels unsafe or where there are visible signs of security. But I unfortunately think that we have to increase security in our schools. We have to make the doors lock better. We have to make the doors stronger. We've got to make the windows stronger. And of course, we've got to increase school resource officers, because the idea that we can magically wave a wand and take guns out of the hands of bad guys, it just doesn't fit with recent experience. So we've got to make our schools safer. And I think we've got to have some common sense bipartisan solutions for how to do that.
Governor, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I think all the parents watching tonight, this is your biggest nightmare. Look, I got a 17-year-old, and
I know, yeah.
and he witnessed a shooting at a community center playing volleyball. Those things don't leave you. As a member of Congress, I sat in my office surrounded by dozens of the Sandy Hook parents, and they were looking at my 7-year-old picture on the wall. Their 7-year-old were dead, and they were asking us to do something. And look, I'm a hunter. I own firearms. The vice president is. We understand that the Second Amendment is there, but our first responsibility is to our kids to figure this out. In Minnesota, we've enacted enhanced red flag laws, enhanced background checks, and we can start to get data.
They
but here's
should.
the
That's their
problem.
best
If we
timeline.
really
Second
wanna solve
best,
this,
other than
we've
the
got
owners
folks
of
that
equivalent rent
won't
thing, as
allow
I explained at the
research
beginning.
to be even done on gun violence. And this idea that we should just live with it, and I
Can't believe
here's
it,
what I do
localist.
think,
Wow,
that
crazy.
This is a good start to the conversation. I 100% believe that Senator Vance hates it when these kids, it's abhorrent and it breaks your heart. I agree with that. But that's not far enough when we know there are things that work. I've spent time in Finland and seen some Finnish schools. They don't have this happen, even though they have a high gun ownership rate in the country. There are reasonable things that we can do to make a difference. It's not infringing on your Second Amendment. And the idea to have some of these weapons out there, it just doesn't make any sense. Kamala Harris, as an attorney general, worked on this issue. She knows that it's there. No one's trying to scaremonger and say we're taking your guns, but I ask all of you out there, do you want your schools hardened to look like a fort? Is that what we have to go? When we know there's countries around the world that their children aren't practicing these types of drills. They're being kids. We owe it to them to get a fix. These are things that shouldn't be that difficult. You can
What is
still
this
keep your
facial
firearms,
expression,
and
dude?
we can make a difference. We have to. If you're listening tonight, this breaks your heart.
Senator.
Tim, first of all, I didn't know that your 17-year-old witnessed a shooting. I'm sorry about that, and I hope that he's
appreciate
doing
you saying
okay.
so.
Christ have mercy. It is awful. And I appreciate what Tim said, actually, about Finland, because I do think it illustrates some of the frankly, weird differences between our own country's gun violence problem and Finland. Is, okay, first of all,
because they have family values in
way
Finland,
higher
right?
rates of mental health abuse, or mental health substance abuse. We have way higher rates of depression, way higher rates of anxiety. We unfortunately have a mental health crisis in this country that I really do think that we need to get to the root causes of, because I don't think it's the whole reason why we have such a bad gun violence problem, but I do think it's a big piece of it. Another driver of the gun violence epidemic, especially that affecting our kids, it doesn't earn as many headlines, but is the terrible gun violence problem in a lot of our big cities. And this is why we have to empower law enforcement to arrest the bad guys, put them away, and take gun offenders off the streets. I think there's a whole host of things that we can do here, but I do think at our schools we've got to talk about more security.
Senator, thank you. Governor, you previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those Sandy Hook.
Right, did he? Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know Reagan did that.
It. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is, talking about cities and where it's at, the number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides. And we have an epidemic of children getting guns and shooting themselves. And so we have, and we should look at all of the issues.
I don't have any strong opinion on the gun stuff.
I want to be very careful.
I don't really care that much
this
about
idea
it.
of stigmatizing mental health, just because you have a mental health issue doesn't mean you're violent. And I think what we end up doing is we start looking for a scapegoat. Sometimes it just is the guns. It's just the guns, and there are things that you can do about it. But I do think that this is one, and I think this is a healthy conversation. I think there's a capacity to find solutions on this that work, protect Second Amendment, protect our children. That's our priority.
Gentlemen, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Let's turn now to the top contributor to inflation, the high cost of housing and rent. There's a shortage of more than 4 million homes
I'm glad
in the
they
United States,
acknowledge
and
that. It's
contributes
please
to
just
high
mention it
housing
lags.
prices.
Please just
Governor
mention that the
Walz,
new tenant
Harris
the new
campaign
tenant rent index
promises
is down.
a
Please,
$25,000
it'd be so
down payment
goated.
assistance for first-time home buyers and a $10,000 tax credit. They also promise to build 3 million new homes. Where are you building these homes, and won't handing out that kind of money just drive up prices higher?
No, it's not handing out. We have, first, let me say this issue of housing, and I think those of you listening on this, the problem we've had is that we've got a lot of folks that see housing as another commodity. It can be bought up, it can be shifted, it can be moved around. Those are
Just
not
do
folks living in those houses.
Just do the
Those of you
YIMBYism,
listening
bro.
tonight,
Just
that
do
house
the
is a big deal. I
YIMBYism.
bought and owned one house in my life. My mom still lives in the house where I was. And when I think of a house, I'm thinking of Christmas services after midnight mass where you go with your family. We need to make it more affordable. And one of the things, as I said, this program that the Vice President is pushing forward and bringing a new way of approaching this is something we're doing in Minnesota from that lead. We in the state invested in making sure our housing was the biggest investment that we'd ever made in housing. It starts to make it easier. We cut some of the red tape. Local folks, look, we can't do it at the federal level, but local folks make it easier to build those homes. And then that down payment assistance. I can tell all of you out there, one of the, certainly for me, using the GI Bill was one thing, but a veteran's home loan, the big thing about a veteran's home loan is you don't have to pay the down payment. Those are things that make it there. Now, look, you're going to pay it back, and you're going to pay your mortgage. Those are things that we know in the long run, the appreciated value, the generational wealth that's created from it. And I will give Minneapolis an example. Minneapolis is the one city where we've seen the lowest inflation rates, We've seen a 12% increase in stock because we've put some of these things in, and we're implementing a state program to make sure we give some of that down payment assistance. We get it back from people because here's what we know. People with stable housing end up with stable jobs. People with stable housing have their kids able to get to school. All of those things in the long run end up saving our money. And that's the thing that I think we should be able to find some common ground in, but we can't blame immigrants for the only reason.
Yes,
that's not the case.
drill down on it. Yes, thank you.
The fact
yes.
of the matter is that we don't have enough naturally affordable housing.
True.
But we can make sure that the government's there to help kickstart it, create that base.
Governor, your time is up. Senator Vance, as far as your campaign's position, the promise is to seize federal lands to build homes, remove regulation, provide tax breaks, and cut back on immigration, which you say pushes up prices. Where are you going to build all the new homes you're promising, and what part of any of this plan will provide immediate relief? You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, Tim just said something that I agree with. We don't want to blame immigrants for higher housing prices, but we do want to blame Kamala Harris for letting in millions of illegal aliens into this country, which does drive up costs, Tim.
You know, they also like work in construction and like build houses, right?
For scarce homes is one of the most significant drivers of home prices in the country. It's why we have massive increases in home prices that have happened right alongside massive increases in illegal alien,
they've mentioned it,
alien populations.
Oh yeah, that's the only reason.
Harris's leadership.
Nothing to do with like the Federal Reserve, like raising rates, which like pushes up mortgage prices. Nothing to do with like regulations.
But the most important
just
thing
immigrants.
Here is Kamala Harris is not running as a newcomer to politics. She is the sitting vice president. If she wants to,
oh my God, how many times are they just going to repeat this, dude?
Make housing more affordable.
They did multiple things. I can pull up the list of the multiple things they did to try to of the YIMBYism.
Do nothing while Americans find the American dream of home ownership completely unaffordable. Now, you asked, Margaret, what would immediately change the equation for American citizens if you lower energy prices? As Donald Trump says, drill, baby, drill. One of the biggest drivers of housing costs aside from illegal immigration is, think about it. If a truck driver's paying 40% more for diesel, then the lumber he's delivering
we produce
to the
more oil
to build the house
than at any time in history, than any country in history of ever. We're energy independent. We're also investing in clean energy. We're doing more fracking than Trump did even.
Citizens, not, by the way, just in housing, but in a whole host of other economic goods too.
Senator Vance, you still have 23 seconds there. Do you want to answer?
Can I have it?
Where, Governor, we will get to you in a moment. But Senator, where are you going to seize the federal lands? Can you clarify?
Well, what Donald Trump has said is we have a lot of federal lands that aren't being used for anything. They're not being used for a national park. They're not being used, and they could be places where we build a lot of housing. And I do think that we should be opening up building in this country. We have a lot of land that could be used. We have a lot of Americans that need.
You know, I'm glad J.D. Vance is doing the YIMBYism, but I'm pretty sure Trump's own website says that Biden wants to end suburbia.
Senator, your time is up. Governor, I do want to let you respond to the allegation that the vice president is letting in
Well, of course, that's not true. And again, you have the facts. I guess we agreed not to fact check. I'll check it. That, look, crossings are down compared to when Donald Trump left office. But it's, again, blaming and not trying to find the solution. I was going to ask, though, on this question, are we going to drill and build houses in the same federal land? And I think when people hear federal lands, these are really important pieces of land. Now, Minnesota doesn't have a lot of federal lands.
I'm trying to find where it is.
Part of the countries we do. There's not a lot of federal lands.
They want to put low-cost housing in the suburbs, and that would mean abolishing the suburbs. It's already gone. It's been going. Yeah, Trump is like very explicitly like anti-YIMBY.
Cares deeply about our national parks and our federal lands. Look, Minnesota, we protect these things. We've got about 20% of the world's fresh water. These lands protect. They're there for a reason. They belong to all of us. But again, this is when you view housing and you view these things as commodities. Like, there's a chance to make money here. Let's take this federal land and let's sell it to people for that. I think there's better ways to do this. We've seen it in Minnesota. We're able to refurbish some of these houses. We're able to make some investments. That gets people in. And I'm still on the fact on this. Economists, Senator Vance, you said you don't like the economists. Which economists?
Yeah, here we go. Agenda 47.
That's adding to the cost.
Ending Biden's war on the suburbs that pushes the American dream further from reach.
I'd like for you to clarify.
Biden is very anti-YIMBY.
Contributing factors to high housing
costs. Sorry, not
what
Biden. Trump is very anti-YIMBY.
Migrants are part of this problem.
Well, there's a Federal Reserve study that we're happy to share after the debate. We'll put it up on social media, actually, that really drills down on the connection between increased levels of migration, especially illegal immigration, and higher housing prices. Now, of course, Margaret, that's not the entire driver of higher housing prices. It's also the regulatory regime of Kamala Harris. Look,
there's a housing shortage. Maybe people could actually build homes. Then there'd be enough homes.
Makes it harder to develop our resources, makes it harder to build things, and wants to throw people in jail for not doing everything exactly as Kamala Harris says they have to do. And what that means is that you have a lot of people who would love to build homes who aren't able to build homes. I actually agree with Tim Walz. We should get out of this idea of housing as a commodity. But the thing that has most turned housing into a commodity is giving it away to millions upon millions of people who have no legal right to be here.
What are the federal regulations? I deal with this as a governor.
You can very quickly reply.
I'm sorry. I get this as a governor, and I don't necessarily disagree with that, that in some cases, many of those are local. Many of them are state. I don't know which ones are federal.
We'll see when he puts up a study. I'm on his Twitter.
Talk regulations, people think they can get rid of them. I think you want to be able to get out of your house in a fire. I think you want to make sure that it's fireproof and those types of things. So which are the regulations? Because the vice president's not responsible for those. Congress writes those.
Governor, thank you. Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to. You're passionate about the housing crisis, I can tell. But Nora?
Thank you. One of the top problems facing Americans is the high cost of health care. Senator Vance, at the last presidential debate, former President Trump was asked about replacing the Affordable Care Act. In response, he said, "I have concepts of a plan." Since then, Senator, you've talked about changing
the moderator for bias
health insurance. Can you explain how that would work? And can you guarantee that Americans with pre-existing conditions won't pay more? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, of course, we're going to cover Americans with pre-existing conditions. In fact, a lot of my family members have gotten health care. I believe, members of my family actually got private health insurance, at least for the first time, switched off of Medicaid onto private insurance for the first time under Donald Trump's leadership. And I think that, a lot of people have criticized this
factory correct
plan
information.
Remark.
I know, can't believe it.
It's very simple common sense. I think as Tim Walz knows from 12 years in Congress, you're not going to propose a 900-page bill standing on a debate stage. It would bore everybody to tears, and it wouldn't actually mean anything because part of this is the give and take of bipartisan negotiation. Now, when Donald Trump was actually president, and again, he has a record to be proud of, prescription drugs fell in 2018 for the first time in a very long time. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, prescription drugs are up about 7%. Under Donald Trump's entire 4 years, they were up about 1.5%.
I don't know where he's getting these numbers from, but I know there's a lot of drugs like insulin that the Biden administration health capped, and they gave Medicare the ability to negotiate drug prices.
That price transparency will actually give American consumers a little bit more choice, and will also drive down
I don't even know if the
costs.
Democrats are against price transparency.
The reinsurance regulations is what I was talking about. Look, Donald Trump has said that if we allow states to experiment a little bit on how to cover both the chronically ill but the non-chronically ill, it's not just a plan. He actually implemented some of these regulations when he was president of the United States. And I think you can make a really good argument that it salvaged Obamacare, which was doing disastrously until Donald Trump came along.
I don't know if that part is real.
President Trump. Of course, you don't have to agree with everything that President Trump has ever said or ever done. But when Obamacare was crushing under the weight of its own regulatory burden and health care costs, Donald Trump could have destroyed the program. Instead, he worked in a bipartisan way to ensure that Americans had access to affordable care. It's not perfect, of course, and there's so much more that we can do. But I think that Donald Trump has earned the right to put in place some better health care policies. He's earned it because he did it successfully the first time.
Governor?
All right, here's where being an old guy.
You're on to the point of liking these illegal immigrants way more than most American citizens. True. Based.
And the reason it was so important,
at least they're not Hamas supporters, like the woke college kids are.
Home of the Mayo Clinic, home to Medical Alley, 3M, Medtronic, all of those. We understand healthcare. It's why we're ranked first on affordability and accessibility and quality of healthcare. And so what I know is under Kamala Harris, more people are covered than they have before. And those of you listening,
that is true.
This is critical.
Premiums are also down, by the way.
All of a sudden wants to go back and remember.
At least for ACA marketplaces.
On the first thing he was going to do on day one was to repeal Obamacare. On day one, he tried to sign an executive order to repeal the ACA. He signed on to a lawsuit to repeal the ACA. ACA, but lost at the Supreme Court. And he would have repealed the ACA had it not been for the courage
Obamacare's
of
so good,
John
people don't even
McCain
know.
to save
I don't
that
even
bill.
know a ton about it. I know the
Fast
pre-existing
forward, what that
conditions
means
thing.
to you is you lose your pre-existing conditions. If you're sitting at home and you got asthma, too bad. If you're a woman, probably not. Broke your foot during football, might kick you out. Your kids get kicked out when they're 26. Kamala Harris negotiated drug prices for the first time with Medicare.
Yes, thank
we
you.
have
Yep.
10 drugs that will come online, the most common ones that'll be there. But look, this issue, and when Donald Trump said, I've got a concept of a plan, it cracked me up as a fourth grade teacher because my kids would have never given me that. But what Senator Vance just explained might be worse than a concept, because what he explained is pre-Obamacare. And I'll make this as simple as possible because I have done this for a long time. What they're saying is, if you're healthy, why should you be paying more? So what they're going to do is let insurance companies pick who they insure, because guess what happens?
Thanks for the follow.
You pay your premium, it's not much.
Oh, he's a
They're
bot.
figuring they're
Damn.
not going to have to pay out to you. But those of you a little older, gray, got cancer, you're going to get kicked out of it. That's why the system didn't work. Kamala Harris will protect and enhance the ACA.
Governor, thank you. Senator, you have not yet explained how you would protect people with pre-existing conditions or laid out that plan.
Well, look, we currently have laws and regulations in place right now that protect people with pre-existing conditions. We want to keep those regulations in place, but we also want to make the health insurance marketplace function a little bit better. Now, what Governor Walz just said is actually not true. A lot of what happened, and the reason that Obamacare was crushing under its own weight, is that a lot of young and healthy people were leaving the exchanges. Donald Trump actually helped address that problem, and he did so in a way
Pretty sure the percentage
that
of insured
preserved
Americans
people's
is
access to
really
coverage who had pre-existing conditions.
only
But
gone
again,
up since
Something
Obamacare.
that these guys do is they make a lot of claims about if Donald Trump becomes president, all of these terrible consequences are going to ensue. But in reality, Donald Trump was president. Inflation was low.
Didn't it
Take-home
mandate it?
pay was
Oh,
higher,
inflation was
and
low.
he
Inflation was
saved
low. Inflation was
the very
low.
program from a Democratic administration that was collapsing and would have collapsed.
Seems like it
absent
really
his
only
leadership.
this only goes to
He did
2016.
his job, which
Did
is
it
govern
increase?
in a bipartisan way and get results, not just complain
basically
about
flat.
problems, but actually solve them.
Governor, did enrollment under the Affordable Care Act go up under the Trump administration?
It's higher now that we've seen it go up. Look, people are using it. The system
It
works.
is higher now, true.
And the question about this of young people or whatever, that's the individual mandate piece of this. And Republicans fought tooth and nail saying, well, Americans should be free to do this. Well, then
So
what
you
happens
think the
is
individual mandate's a good idea?
you shrink. I think the idea of making sure the risk pool is broad enough to cover everyone, that's the only way insurance works. When it
True.
doesn't,
Yes,
it
thank you.
collapses.
Adverse
are asking
selection, baby.
pre-ACA
Based.
where we get people out. Look, people know.
Nice fucking Jim
healthcare.
look at the camera, bro.
People expect it to be there. And when we are able to make it, and we are making it this way, when we incentivize people to be in the market, when we help people who might not be able to afford it get there, and we make sure then when you get sick and old, it's there for you. Because I heard people say, well, I don't want to buy into Medicare or whatever. Good luck buying health care once you get
I would like
past
the
70.
moderators to
But
ask
look,
the candidates
ACA
to define
works. We can
commodity and
continue to
explain
do
why it
better.
would be
Kamala
housing,
Harris did
why is
that.
bad housing
The way
to
she
be
made
one.
everything better was negotiating those 10 drugs on Medicare for the first time in American history.
Thank you. Margaret?
Can I address that?
I apologize. We're out of
Go
time.
ahead,
We have a
Nora.
number of subjects to discuss. Margaret?
Let's talk about families in America. There is a child
Yeah, that's
care
true. I mean,
crisis
Trump couldn't do it.
in this country.
Oh,
and
child
the
care.
United
Let's see if
States is
JD
one of
Vance
the
does a
very
better answer
few
than Trump had.
developed countries in the world without a national paid leave program for new parents. Governor Walz, you said that if Democrats win both the White House and Congress, this is a day one priority for you. How long should employers be required to pay workers while they are home taking care of their newborns? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's negotiable, and that's what Congress worked. But here's what the deal is. Americans sitting out there right now, you may work for a big company. Look, we're home in Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune 500 companies. Kamala Harris knows that in California. Those companies provide paid family and medical leave. One is, I think they're moral and they think it's a good thing, but it also keeps their employees healthy. We in Minnesota passed a paid family and medical leave. You have a child, and I had to go back to work 5 days after my kids were born. This allows you to stay home a certain amount of time. What we know is that gets the child off to a better start, the family works better, we stay in their employers, we get more consistency in that. So Kamala Harris has made it a priority. We implemented it in Minnesota, and we see growth. That's how you become a pro-business state. But the negotiations on it, and here's the issue, those big companies are able to offer it, Those of you out there who don't have it, just imagine what happens if you get cancer or your child gets sick. We know what happens. You end up staying home. In some cases, that means no paycheck because you've got no protection on that. This is the case of an economy that Donald Trump has set for the wealthiest amongst us. He's willing to give those tax breaks to the wealthiest.
True.
Based. Bust those unions
Drill
up,
down.
do whatever. What we're saying is the economy works best when it works for all of us. And so a paid
JD Vance is
medical
going to
leave
say,
program,
bring
I would
American
go
manufacturing
to
back. That's all
the
he's going to say in
families or
response to
go
this.
the businesses and ask them. As far as childcare on this, you have to take it at both the supply and the demand side. You can't expect the most important people in our lives to take either our children or our parents to get paid the least amount of money. And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this. We were listed as the best state. We're still in crisis on this. A federal program of paid family and medical leave and help with this will enhance our workforce, enhance our families, and make it easier to have the children that you want.
Governor, your time is up. Senator, do you support a national paid leave program? And if so, for how long should employers be mandated to pay their employees while they are home taking care of their newborn? You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, well, first of all, Margaret, a number of my Republican colleagues and some Democrats, too, have worked on this issue. And I think there is a bipartisan solution here because a lot of us care about this issue. I mean, look, I speak from this very personally because I'm married to a beautiful woman who is an incredible mother to our 3 beautiful kids, but is also a very, very brilliant corporate litigator. And I'm so proud of her. But being a working mom, even for somebody with all of the advantages of my wife, is extraordinarily difficult. And it's not just difficult from a policy perspective. She actually had access to paid family leave because she worked for a bigger company. But the cultural pressure on young families and especially young women, I think makes it really hard for people to choose the family model they want. A lot of young women would like to go back to work immediately. Some would like to spend a little time home with the kids. Some would like to spend longer at home with the kids. We should have a family care model that makes choice
I don't think,
I think this is a very
you're mandated to take any more time than you want,
if you look at the
even if we do a
programs
federal
that we
mandate
have
for
support
family
paid
leave, right? What?
Right now, the Community Development Block Grant, and there's another block grant program that spends a lot of money from the federal government. These programs only go to one kind of child care model. Let's say you'd like your church maybe to help you out with child care. Maybe you live in a rural area or an urban area and you'd like to get together with families in your neighborhood to provide child care in the way that makes the most sense. You don't get access to any of these federal monies. We want to promote choice in how we deliver family care and how we promote child care because, look, it is unacceptable. And, you know, of course, Tim and I have been on the campaign trail a lot the past 7 or 8 weeks. And one of the biggest complaints I hear from young families is people who feel like they don't have options, like they're choosing between going to work or taking care for their kids. That is an incredible burden to put on American families. We're the only country that does it. I think we could do a heck of a lot better.
Senator, thank you. You have also said,
I guess he
Senator
kind of
Vance,
answered the question.
Many things about the American family. The Federal Reserve says parents will spend nearly as much on child care as they do on housing each month. So I want to get your thoughts on this. President Trump recently said, as much as child care is talked about as being expensive, it's relatively speaking not very expensive compared to the kinds of numbers we'll be taking
quote it.
in.
Thank you.
Is President Trump committed to the $5,000
Oh, they didn't quote the whole thing.
tax credit that you have described? You have 1 minute.
Well, what President Trump said, Margaret, I just want to defend my running mate here a little bit, is that we're going to be taking in a lot of money by penalizing companies for shipping jobs overseas and penalizing countries who employ slave laborers and then ship their products back into our country and undercut the wages of American workers. It's the heart of the Donald Trump
what is this
economic
undercut
plan.
the wages of American
Cut
workers
taxes for American
point?
workers,
Why?
Cut taxes for businesses that are hiring and building companies in the United States of America, but penalize companies and countries that are shipping jobs overseas. That's the heart of the economic proposal. And I think what President Trump is saying is that when we bring in this additional revenue with higher economic growth, we're going to be able to provide paid family leave, child care options that are viable and workable for a lot of Americans.
I'm glad JD Vance is the expert Trump coverer here to cover up for any of Trump's word salads, dumbass answers.
Well, because as Tim said, a lot of the child care shortage is we just don't have enough resources going into the multiple people who could be providing family care options. And we're going to have to, unfortunately, look, we're going to have to spend more money. We're going to have to induce more people to want to provide child care
another
options for
bot.
American families. Because the reason it's so expensive right now is because you've got way too few people providing this very essential service.
Does he know immigrants are work in childcare more than native-born workers? Like immigrants work in childcare like way disproportionately.
Agree to the $6,000 credit for newborns and $3,000 credit for children over the age of 6, as your campaign has promised. Is that realistic?
Well, if these members of Congress are listening to anybody, I can tell you, and this is the biggest issue. Everybody listening tonight knows. I mean, I'm sure they were shocked to hear it's not that expensive. And let's be clear, whether it's $5,000 or $6,000, that pays you about 3 or 4 months. Let's be clear of where we're at on this. It's because we got out of an imbalance on this. We thought we were going to get by not paying people. I don't think Senator Vance and I are that far apart. I'm not opposed to what he's talking about on options. We've done scholarships types of things. I think we need to be open to making the case. But the issue here is, the question you asked is, you're not going to pay for it with these tariffs. That's just adding another $4,000 on the family and taking less. So not only do they not get the money to pay for that, they're $4,000 in the hole. That's Wharton School. That's his alma mater. And so I think the issue here is, if those members of Congress, I can't believe they're not. When I go to businesses, sure, they'll talk about taxes sometime, but they will lead with childcare and they will lead with housing, because we know the problem is, especially in a state like Minnesota, we need more workers because our economy's growing, but we need the workforce.
Governor, thank you. We need to move on. Nora?
Let's talk about the state of democracy, the top issue for Americans after the economy and inflation. After the 2020 election, President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 lawsuits contesting the results. Judges, including those appointed by
let's see how JD Vance defends this one.
Looked at the evidence and said there was no widespread
Well, they
fraud.
were dismissed on standing.
The governors of every state in the nation, Republicans and Democrats, certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal. Would you again?
Well, don't you know, in
seek to
1960,
challenge
John Kennedy
election results,
did the same thing.
Even if every
Say
governor
it.
certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
It's solved. We did it. We're back down to 2%. It's done.
And that's what we're focused on. But I want to answer your question because you did ask it. Look, what President Trump has said is that there were problems in 2020, and my own belief is that we should fight about
I think Trump did a little more than that.
Debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I
peacefully
said, and that's
in the
all
public
that Donald
square.
Trump has said. Remember,
Which is why after he lost all those lawsuits, he still continued to try to pressure people like Mike Pence and Jeffrey Rosen to overturn the election.
Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology companies silencing their fellow citizens, and it's Kamala Harris
Republicans
saying
want to get rid of Section 230 of,
persuade her
but
fellow
all right.
Americans she'd like to censor people who engage in misinformation. I think that is a much bigger threat to democracy than anything that we've seen in this country in the last 4 years, in the last 40 years. Now, I'm really proud, especially given that I was raised by 2 lifelong blue-collar Democrats, to
Oh, what? Who knows? What happened?
have the endorsement of Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, lifelong leaders in the Democratic coalition. Of course, they don't agree with me and Donald Trump on every issue. We don't have to agree on
Yeah,
every
and
issue,
Democrats
but
have
we're
the
united
endorsement of
behind
Dick
the basic
Cheney.
American
So.
First Amendment principle that we ought to debate our differences. We ought to argue about them. We ought to try to persuade our fellow Americans. Kamala Harris
That's what Trump
in censorship
tried to do with his 62 lawsuits, and then after all those failed because there was no legitimate evidence of election fraud, he continued to engage in criminal conspiracy to overturn the election.
When he said that protesters should peacefully protest on January the 6th.
Yeah, peacefully and patriotically. All right, Tim
Well, I've
Walz.
enjoyed tonight's debate.
Drill
I think
down.
there was a lot of
Channel
commonality,
your inner
and
destiny.
I'm sympathetic to misspeaking on things, and I think I might have with the senator. But
me too, man.
There's one though that this one is troubling to me, and I say that because I think we need to tell the story. Donald Trump refused to acknowledge this. And the fact is that
True.
I don't think we can be the frog in the pot and let the boiling water go up. He was very clear. I mean, he lost this election, and he said he did. 140 police
Repeatedly.
officers were beaten at the Capitol that day, some with the American flag, several later died. And it wasn't just in there. In Minnesota, a group gathered on the state capitol grounds in St. Paul and said, we're marching to the governor's residence and there may be casualties. The only person there was my son and his dog, who was rushed out crying by state police. That issue, and Mike Pence standing there as they were chanting, hang Mike Pence. Mike Pence made the right decision. So, Senator, it was adjudicated over and over and over. I worked with kids long enough to know, and I said as a football coach, sometimes you really want to win, but the democracy is bigger than winning an election. You shake hands, and then you try and do everything you can to help the other side win. That's what was at stake here. Now, the thing I'm most concerned about is the idea that
he should have called Trump a child. He should have been Trump is like a fourth grader who can't admit that he lost.
For people not accepting this. And a president's words matter. A president's words matter. People hear that. So I think this issue of settling our differences at the ballot box, shaking hands when we lose, being honest about it, but to deny what happened on January 6th, the first time in American history that a president or anyone tried to overturn a fair election and the peaceful transfer of power. And here we are 4 years later in the same boat. I will tell you this, that when this is over, we need to shake hands this election, and the winner needs to be the winner. This has got to stop. It's tearing our country apart.
Margaret?
Senator Vance, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, look, Tim, first of all, it's really rich for Democratic leaders to say that Donald Trump is a unique threat to democracy when he peacefully gave over power on January the 20th, as we have done for 250 years in this country.
Yeah, you know, after his fucking coup plot failed.
After this debate and after this election, and of course, I hope that we win, and I think we're going to win, but if Tim Walz is the next vice president, he'll have my prayers, he'll have my best wishes, and he'll have my help whenever he wants it. But we have to remember that for years in this country, Democrats protested the results of elections. Hillary Clinton in 2016 said that Donald Trump had
the exact same way Trump did. They all send in fake electors too. They all try to pressure their vice presidents into unilaterally not overturning the election as well.
This has been going on for a long time. And if we want to say that we need to respect the results of the election, I'm on board. But if we want to say, as Tim Walz is saying, that this is just a problem that Republicans have had, I don't buy that.
Governor.
January 6th was not Facebook ads. And I think a revisionist history on this. Look, I don't understand how we got to this point. But the issue was that happened. Donald Trump can do it. And all of us say there's no place for this. It has massive repercussions. This idea that there's censorship to stop people from threatening to kill someone, threatening to do something, that's not.
Oh my God, my Wi-Fi, why? What the fuck?
Not censorship. Censorship is book banning. We've seen that. We've seen that brought up. I just think for everyone tonight,
they've ignored culture war issues so far. Are they going to get into the book banning thing?
And I think there's a lot of agreement. This is one that we are miles apart on. This was a threat to our democracy in a way that we had not seen. And it manifested itself because of Donald Trump's inability to say. He is still saying he didn't lose the election. I would just ask that. Did he lose the 2020 election?
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans from
he can't answer it. He can't answer it.
Of the 2020 COVID situation?
That is a damning non-answer.
It's a damning non-answer for you to not talk about censorship. Obviously, Donald Trump and I think that there were problems in 2020. We've talked about it. I'm happy to talk about it further. But you guys attack us for not believing in democracy. The most sacred right under the United States democracy is the First Amendment.
And Trump says he wants to fucking deport Hamas protesters, pro-Hamas protesters, and he said he wants to arrest people who fucking burn the flag. He's clearly opposed to the First Amendment as well.
Silence people from speaking their minds. That is a threat to democracy that will long outlive this present political moment. I would like Democrats and Republicans to both reject censorship. Let's persuade one another. Let's argue about ideas, and then let's come together afterwards.
You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's the test. That's the Supreme Court test.
Tim, fire in a crowded theater. You guys wanted to kick people off of Facebook for saying that toddlers shouldn't wear masks.
Senator, the governor does have the floor.
Fire in a crowded theater. That is criticizing the policies of the government, which is the right of every American.
Senator, the governor does have the floor for 1 minute to respond to you.
Yeah. Well, I don't run Facebook. What I do know is I see a candidate out there who refused, and now again, and this I'm pretty shocked by this. He lost the election. This is not a debate. It's not anything anywhere other than in Donald Trump's world. Because look, when Mike Pence made that decision to certify that election, that's why Mike Pence isn't on this stage. What I'm concerned about is where is the firewall with Donald Trump? Where is the firewall if he knows?
He should drill down on it harder. He should ask JD Vance directly. Why are you here instead of Mike Pence? Why? Tell me why.
Not going to stand to it. That's what we're asking you, America. Will you stand up? Will you keep your oath of office, even if the president doesn't? And I think Kamala Harris would agree. She wouldn't have picked me if she didn't think I would do that. Because of course that's what we would do. So America, I think you've got a really clear choice on this election of who's going to honor that democracy and who's going to honor Donald Trump.
Governor, your time is up. Thank you, gentlemen. We will be right back with both of our candidates. The CBS News vice presidential debate continues.
Damn. What was his exact answer on a thing? On the certifying the election thing?
To get contraception and limit, but
at the last president,
Minnesota to some of the largest Fortune
you have described. President Trump's campaign and others filed 62 by President Trump, Wyden's and Democrats certified the 2020 election results and sent a legal slate of electors to Congress for January 6th. Senator Vance, you have said you would not have certified the last presidential election and would have asked the states to submit alternative electors. That has been called unconstitutional and illegal.
What's up,
would you again seek to challenge this year's election results, even if every governor certifies the results? I'll give you 2 minutes.
Well, Nora, first of all, I think that we're focused on the future. We need to figure out how to solve the inflation crisis caused by Kamala Harris's policies, make housing affordable, make groceries affordable, and that's what we're focused on.
Remember, he said that he wants to focus on the future. He doesn't want to focus on what Trump did.
My own belief is that we should fight about those issues, debate those issues peacefully in the public square, and that's all I've said, and that's all that Donald Trump has said. Remember, he said that on January the 6th, the protesters all protest peacefully. And on January the 20th, what happened? Joe Biden became the president, Donald Trump left the White House, and now, of course, unfortunately, we have all of the negative policies that have come from the Harris-Biden administration. I believe that we actually do have a threat to democracy in this country, but unfortunately, it's not the threat to democracy that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz want to talk about. It is the threat of censorship. It's Americans casting aside lifelong friendships because of disagreements over politics. It's big technology.
He didn't really address
and it's Kamala Harris saying that rather than
would he certify the election.
She'd like to censor people who...
The funny thing is, he said he wants to focus on the future, but he won't even address whether he would certify future elections or whatever. What's up?
Hello?
Bro. Yeah.
Bro. I think Vance is kind of losing so far. I think the January 6th point was strong. But God, I mean, he should have been like, wait, oh, you agree it's the right of every American citizen to criticize the government. What candidate wants to put people in prison for burning the American flag?
Yep, for burning the flag. Yeah, he should have said the burning the flag thing, and I think some of the stuff about the deporting Hamas protesters, but that might not.
No. Don't even no. No, that's politically toxic, I think.
I guess, yeah.
I think that's politically toxic. I don't think no, he should have been like book banning and burning the American flag. Your guy, this is a core American freedom. Your guy wants to remove it, destroy it, put it in the trash. That's what he should have said. I think it was strong that he asked him who lost the election, and he didn't answer. That was
yep. He did not answer.
I think it was really strong when he was like, "Look, America, Mike Pence is not here because he stood for democracy." That was
I know,
good.
yeah. He should have. Dude, it would have been so awesome if he literally like asked JD Vance directly, like, "Why are you here instead of Mike Pence? Like, why isn't Mike Pence here? Like, tell me why you think Mike Pence isn't here."
I think Walz is losing so far because like but also the opportunity cost with Walz is immense because he's like, he could have said something like, Vance is here. I'm sorry. If Kamala Harris thought I would would not certify the election, she would not have picked me. Vance is here because he wouldn't certify the election. It's like, you should have said that. And also, I mean, yeah, you should have slammed him way harder with who the fuck lost. You didn't answer. And also, I don't know. I think he looks like he's gonna cry. He's not. He doesn't look happy. He doesn't look confident. Vance is like a confident liar, gross, evil guy, openly evil. Just fucking grosses me out. Makes me mad. But I don't know. What's your take?
Yeah,
I mean, like 44 chance of winning the polls. Vance.
Vance.
Sorry, Walz is 44 chance.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
I mean, like, obviously JD Vance is more like disciplined, and I like, like I think a lot of the stuff JD Vance is saying is like stupid, but like because like voter epistemology on like the bringing American manufacturing back because it's just so bad, people are gonna think he's doing well on that.
I want job here, not China. China
know,
bad, and I want job here, therefore good. I hate that. Tell me when.
Yeah,
they
I
start
wish Tim
speaking
Walz
English.
also he did it a little bit. He mentioned I think he said tariffs would increase inflation, but he should drill down more on like Trump's policies are probably going to be inflationary.
Yeah, and also he had like he had like the gaffe of like I'm friends with school shooters. I don't know what that.
Oh
was about.
yeah.
I don't know what that was about. But look, I don't know. I think Vance won this so far slightly, but we'll see in the polls. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But God, fuck, Vance had worse moments. The worst moment of the debate, by far,
So Governor Walz,
is
you
guys said you won't fact check. You
Well,
won't fact
thank you,
check.
Senator Vance.
Just
Thank
by the
you
way,
to
Derek
CBS
Hurley
News.
goes, no,
And
no,
most
no, no, no.
importantly,
Let me scream and
thank
kick
you to
and
all of you.
bitch and
If
come.
you're still
It's
up
like,
and,
oh my
and the
God.
folks who missed
All right, they're talking. I
I
gotta.
appreciate it. But
Oh,
look,
yeah, bye.
the support of the democracy matters. It matters that you're here. And I'm as surprised as anybody of this coalition that Kamala Harris has built, from Bernie Sanders to Dick Cheney to Taylor Swift, and a whole bunch of folks in between them. And they don't all agree.
People are going to
on
be mad he
everything,
mentioned Dick
but
Cheney.
They are truly optimistic people. They believe in a positive future of this country and one where our politics can be better than it is. And I have to tell you, that better than it is the sense of optimism that there can be an opportunity economy that works for everyone, not just to get by, but to get ahead. And the idea that freedom really means something. Not the freedom of government to be in your bedroom or exam room, but the freedom for you to make choices about yourself. Now, look, we all know who Donald Trump is. He's told us, and as Maya Angelou said, believe him when he told you that. His first inaugural address talked about American carnage, and then he spent 4 years trying to maybe do that. Senator Vance tonight made it clear he will stand with Donald Trump's agenda. He will continue to push down that road. Excuse me. Kamala Harris gives us a different option. Now, I'll have to tell you, I'm going to be careful about the quotes, but there's one that Senator Vance said that does resonate with me. He said, Donald Trump makes the people I care about afraid. A lot of America feels that way. We don't need to be afraid. Franklin Roosevelt was right. All we have to fear is fear itself. Kamala Harris is bringing us a new way forward. She's bringing us a politics of joy. She's bringing real solutions for the middle class, and she's centering you at the heart of that. All the while asking everyone, join this movement, make your voices heard. Let's look for a new day where everybody gets that opportunity and everybody gets a chance to thrive. I humbly ask for your vote on November 5th for Kamala Harris.
Governor Walz,
Okay,
thank you.
that was pretty good.
Senator Vance, your
Let's
closing
see
statement.
if JD Vance just
Well,
said
thank
tariffs.
Governor Walz, you
Let's watch
folks
him.
at CBS, and of course the American people for tuning in this evening. And one of the issues we didn't talk about was energy. And I remember when I was being raised by my grandmother, when she didn't have enough
They
money
did talk
to
about
turn on the heat
energy a
some
little
nights
bit.
because Ohio gets pretty
Tim
cold
Walz
at
even
night,
mentioned that we're
and because
making
the money
more
was
oil
often very
than
tight.
any
I
than
believe,
ever.
as a person who wants to be your next vice president, that we are a rich and prosperous enough country where every American, whether they're rich or poor, ought to be able to turn on their heat in the middle of a cold winter night. That's gotten more difficult thanks to Kamala Harris's energy policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford a nice meal for your family. That's gotten harder because of Kamala Harris's policies. I believe that whether you're rich or poor, you ought to be able to afford to buy a house. You ought to be able to live in safe neighborhoods.
He's just playing into the inflation thing.
Communities flooded with fentanyl, and that too has gotten harder with because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, I've been in politics long enough to do what Kamala Harris does when she stands before the American people and says that on day one, she's going to work on all these challenges I just listed. She's been the vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago, and her policies have made these problems worse. Now, I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world. I meet people on the campaign trail who can't afford food, but have the grace and generosity to ask me how I'm doing and to tell me they're praying for my family. What that has taught me is that we have the greatest country, the most beautiful country, the most incredible people anywhere in the world. But they're not going to be able to achieve their full dreams with the broken leadership that we have in Washington. They're not going to be able to live their American dream if we do the same thing that we've been doing for the last 3.5 years. We need change. We need a new direction. We need a president who has already done this once before and did it well. Please vote for Donald Trump. And whether you vote for me or vote for Tim Walz, I just want to say I'm so proud to be doing this, and I'm rooting for you. God bless you, and good night.
Senator Vance, thank you. And thank you both for participating in the only vice presidential debate of this election cycle. I'm Margaret Brennan.
And I'm Nora O'Donnell. And a reminder, there are just 35 days until Election Day. Please get out and vote. And for all of us here at CBS
It'll be interesting
News,
to see.
thank you and
JD
good
Vance
night.
appearing likable. I know he was pretty disciplined. He didn't go off and trans people. He didn't go off on childish cat ladies. He had prepared speeches and talking points. He did not come off as totally unhinged. Impressive.
The first and only vice presidential debate. This election is now complete. It was a cordial debate of the kind that people mostly say they want. You notice here the two candidates lingering on the stage. That's quite a difference from
Vance overlooks improvement in take-home pays. Vance said Donald Trump's economic policies delivered the highest take-home pay in the generation in the country. This is partially accurate. A standard measure take-home pays, inflation-adjusted personal disposable income per capita. Looking at Trump term has risen consistently in recent decades and benefited from upward drift. Before the pandemic, when Trump was president, this figure was 47,000, which was a record for the time. For a while, the pandemic-era stimulus payments played havoc with the statistic, but once the pandemic was over and economic situation stabilized, the figure started rising again. In June 2022, the figure was 48,000, and since then it was risen to 52,000. That's a post-pandemic increase of 8.8%. In the last 2.5 years under Biden, it's also 9.1% higher now than it was under Trump immediately before the pandemic. Oh, I didn't know it's that higher. That much higher.
On the economy, I'll make a political point, which is that what Vance did was something Donald Trump was incapable of doing during his presidential debate, which is repeatedly saying, if Kamala Harris was going to do these things, why didn't she in office? Now, whether voters buy that or not, Tim Walz mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act and a variety of other items under Biden. But returning to that political point has worked in the past for Donald Trump against Hillary Clinton. We'll see if it works this time. I'd like to make a final point on tone. The J.D. Vance on that stage was very different than what people may have seen in podcasts. But then there was an air of unreality about it.
On the BFA debate, Vance did better. He did a better job doing majority time expressing his opinion persuasively. Tim did just fine, far from perfect, but I give him a 5 out of 10 average performance. This had literally zero impact on the election. Yeah, I don't have any big impact. We're so divided that unless something is like catastrophically bad for one candidate, it's not going to have any big impact. Even like the Kamala Harris Trump debate did not have that big of an impact. So doubt this will have like any impact. Using confidential U.S. sensors microdata refined through results. First, there was no evidence that Chinese import competition generated net job losses. Oh, wow. Awesome, dude. What the fuck? Why is it embedding like that? Oh my god. I'll just link the fucking tweet, dude. How do I delete the Dropbox thing? Wait, it won't go away. How do I delete it? Delete.
Open border, Juan. This was in the conversation, this ongoing conversation about Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. Many of them are recipients of temporary legal status, and we just have to say, John, that they are in this country legally.
All right, we will be right back in a moment with more coverage of the vice presidential debate, and we'll fact check some of the claims made by both candidates.
What are they going to fucking ads or something? I want to see how long to the polls. Tim Walz v. Vance official report.
Hey, folks. We have Econo Boy requesting. We're trying to get the 4 wonks on here, and by 4 wonks I mean the Live and Learn hosts. Econo Boy, you there?
Hello, Pisco Esquire.
Wow, I can't believe the politics of joy.
Oh, no way.
Absolutely dominated that debate. How you doing?
I am doing all right. I'm doing A-OK.
A-OK. I'm also doing A-OK. I have a lot of thoughts about what we just listened to. I don't know do we want to give Josiah and Hutch a chance, or did they even say that they were interested?
Listen, okay, F Josiah and Hutch. We don't need them. All right.
You know what?
Damn.
That's better, actually. Because we're the
I
real
agree.
debate lords. I mean, you can say what you want about Hutch. He's got a good, charisma. He's got
JD Vance was such
good
a friendly
audience.
guy. Great
Josiah,
debate.
he's
Yeah,
a hard
it went a lot better
worker,
for JD Vance than I
Look, we
expected.
went to
He's
grad
way more
school.
disciplined than I expected him to be.
We're the
Right.
debate lords.
I mean, I think he
We
said
love
stupid
debates.
things still,
We
but
only do debates. Okay, so let's do our initial takes. And why don't you start, Econo Boy, and then I'll be second.
Yeah, I tweeted about it, kind of my initial opinions. I mean, I think that JD certainly did better in this debate. I would find it extremely
I'm
hard to
surprised there
believe.
was no hurt at the end. I mean, they were like talking to each other
JD
pretty friendly.
Vance did not
He
do
got
better in
incredibly
this
hurt
debate.
by that
I
one
would say
fact
that
check.
did
Yeah, he was
better
really upset.
From a sort of intrinsic perspective,
They had to
like
mute him.
just how to win a debate. I think he did better. And
Well, can we define better real quick? I know we always have to do this. When you say
yeah,
intrinsic,
when I say like if I'm judging this in a detached way of who do I just think made their case better, I think that JD Vance made his case better than Tim Walz did. And that
better to whom?
Well, if I'm evaluating the persuasiveness of their arguments, and certainly I would say as well, my guess would be that the polls would reflect that people would think that JD Vance did better in this debate.
That would not surprise me.
Okay, listen, this is what I think. All right, I think that we're being called to Steven's room, but I don't know if we should do that. Why don't we give our initial thoughts, and then we can go to Steven's room after? Does that make sense?
All right.
Okay. So I think that in terms of who performed to their expectation, I think that Vance clearly takes the edge. And I think that because people sort of went into this thinking, I think there was like a 78%
would come off
thought,
a
or
lot
whatever
less
the poly market
charismatically
was,
than he
that
did.
Walz was going to win.
Who won
And
the
I think a
debating?
lot of
I mean, it
people,
depends.
not me, and I'll tell you why in a second.
I don't know. It
were,
depends what
like,
you mean. I think, like
by,
Econo Boy said,
his
JD Vance probably made
talkiness
his
and the fact
case
that
more
he was able to
convincingly to most people.
effectively dodge
That's
and
because most people are
effectively
stupid and how
maneuver and
anti-market and
redirect
anti-foreign
in
bias and
ways
don't
that
understand
Walz
that
could
free
only
trade is
dream of.
good.
I have to say that's true, right? Like, he was able to play defense and play offense effectively.
Yeah.
And Walz was not able to do that. It felt like Walz wasn't playing that game. Let me tell you why the politics of joy still give Tim Walz the edge. Because I think that ultimately the debate
Free
comes
trade?
down to the
Yeah.
persuasiveness,
When he
persuasiveness
kept
of the
saying,
tone
bring
and
American
not the
manufacturing,
argument.
if you
That's
want
what
to
these things are
help
about.
climate change,
They're
bring
not
American
about
manufacturing back.
who was correct
Tariffs
on
are
the issues.
good somehow.
It's not about who was able to give the right factoid. That's a problem I think that Walz was getting into, which was the Joe Biden problem, which is just trying to spout off numbers. But he got over that and started telling stories. And I think that in the context of what the debate means to
Should have
most people
mentioned
that it
owners equivalent rent.
appeal to people,
One day.
you have
One
to
day
look
we'll
at
get it.
tone and not always rhetoric and argument. I think it's a
Tariff on
marginal
slave
win,
labor is good.
but I do think it's a win.
I don't know. I don't
And
think those
y'all
countries
can
are even
cope,
gonna
those of you
get developed past
MAGA
slave
people in the
labor
chat, but
unless
I do think that there are a lot of
unless they engage in free trade to
I
be
don't
able to
call them
develop.
debate
I mean, we used to
pedophiles,
have
who
child
are
labor until we became a developed
overselling
economy, right?
The extent to which JD Vance performed. I'm gonna let Joanna.
But also, it's not.
in
He
because I
just
know
kept
Joanna
he
has
just
some thoughts
using a
as well
slave
before
labor
we-
point to like
before we
emotionally
go over
like load
to,
it. He's even if there wasn't slave labor, he'd
Joanna,
still be in
you're
favor
on
of
the
tariffs.
show.
He still thinks
what is
tariffs
your
are
impression of the debate you
good.
just watched? You have to unmute yourself, Joanna.
I want to say the opposite of what you said about tone, which is anyone who thinks that JD Vance won is being beguiled by his smooth talk, the fact that he can lie and he can sell anything
What
as
the
reasonable. The same talking points coming out of Trump sound crazy because that's how he speaks, but JD Vance is very accomplished at making
China,
lies
Taiwan,
and
Vietnam, Doom
crazy
Beach.
things
What
sound
about them?
totally
What?
reasonable. Saying
You realize
that
Trump
we
wants
need
to
better
put tariffs on
doors
literally
in response
everything,
to gun
right?
policy, lying about who is bringing fentanyl across borders. These aren't. He didn't have good arguments. He lied, but he just did it effectively.
So what do you think about does that get to Econo Boy's point that if you're saying that he's making Trump sound good, doesn't that mean he did
Better
good?
than income tax? I don't think it's better than
I have
income
always
tax.
said that the most dangerous thing about Vance
At least
as
income tax
a
is
VP
progressive.
is his ability to
And like you can argue
spin
income tax
things and to
disincentivizes
make them
savings, but
sound
like I don't
to
like
make the most
it doesn't have like the same
fascist,
doesn't have
oligarchical,
I don't think that debt weight loss is as
tech-focused
big as tariffs
policy
are
sound like it
for
is a
income tax.
populist working class policy. It is his biggest strength, being able to do that. And so if you're just listening as a casual listener who actually isn't involved in politics on a daily basis, JD Vance looked really good tonight. He sounded persuasive. He sounded in control. He was giving Yale lawyer, VC from a tech company, while Tim Walz was giving school teacher. And so he did have a more kind of like professional tone to him. He was very comfortable in this environment.
He was comfortable. Everyone admits he was very comfortable.
And so if you're just looking in terms of like who has more authority in this moment, JD Vance looks like he has more authority, but he's just lying.
Okay, but does that mean, is that like, okay, you're just mad that he won?
No. I'm saying it's a very dangerous position to be in.
Base Pisco
because
moment.
Most people, well, I don't know who watches debates, honestly, but I'm assuming that there are some people who only watch the debates and don't follow politics outside of that. When people lie to you and they're very confident about it, and you saw how upset he got when he was fact-checked, right? Like, people who
it's all optics.
Yeah, but it's like people who.
Why is the girl so upset about him winning? Because she thinks he, like she said, she thinks he won just based on like smooth talk and not actually making good arguments, which I would probably agree with. I think his arguments are mostly dog shit, but.
Yeah, like almost nobody's doing personal fact checking after the debate. They're just going to listen to the first 20 minutes of the debate.
Who is this?
Flip
girl?
it off, and that's the
I don't know her.
experience of 3/4 of the people that watch this debate, right? And so, I think that's where.
I can't.
That's where, from my point of view, like I would predict that people, when polled about this debate, would say JD Vance did better. Now, to be fair, obviously, we would all three of us would agree that this will make no difference in the outcome of the election. It'll certainly not move the polls almost at all. Even after Biden's disastrous debate performance, one of the worst in American history, the actual movement in the polls was quite marginal, right? And that was a disastrous debate performance that was followed by like wall-to-wall negative
guys.
media coverage.
Right? Econo Boy, you just did it.
What I do?
I might need to take back my tweet.
I know.
It's official. The first side to say that the debate won't move the needle automatically loses the debate.
Damn.
I tweeted that right after.
Oh, you did?
Truthfully though, I've said this about VP debates for a while. Obviously, the VP debate isn't going to make a big thing, and even on Live and Learn,
it's going to be more important now, just because it's probably going to be the last debate.
Debates are more about downside risk, right? I think that's why I would still give, even though Walz didn't do as well, I would give Walz an average debate performance because ultimately there's no super clippable moments. Now, he did say he was friends with school shooters, which was pretty hilarious.
I loved that.
That was incredible.
Loved that. Very sympathetic guy, but that was pretty funny.
That was my favorite moment.
That was about the only clippable moment I can think of.
There were lots of clippable moments for Vance, though, and I think one of the big things is he didn't take the opportunities he needed in terms of defending the ticket on the democracy issue, and he did not make himself any more likable.
You should have drilled down more on the Mike Pence stuff, dude.
Okay, yes, I agree with that. Wait, I don't even remember. He did wear a pink tie.
With a little bit of eyeliner.
Shit.
Wow.
He was going for the girl vote.
Damn.
Vote. Female vote. Sorry.
He said, "Hello,
what
woman."
Am I supposed to
the
say?
femoid
Hello,
vote.
Who I know.
I know a woman. That woman
Get it together.
had an abortion, and I love her. That was his weakest moment, I think, when he was like pretending to cry.
Other than when he talked over the moderators and got sassy with them.
So, guys, I'm being a little tongue in cheek with my like official rating and all that stuff. I do think like
backpedaling Pisco. Wait for it.
Yeah, like I mean, a little tongue cheek. I think that people are underestimating the extent to which tone matters and the extent to which I think that there's an inherent JD Vance unlikability. And hey, the polls will tell us. The polls will reflect if I'm right or if I'm wrong or what I'm getting right or wrong on that. Here's where I do want to be mad at Tim Walz. Well, first I'm going to give him some cover. Number one, on the initial question, he was already nervous, but he's a little bit fucked because he's hemmed in by an impossible question.
Thanks for the stop, Mobile University. I appreciate it. I don't need to be nobody's here.
Why is that an impossible question? The one that was the very first question.
Because
Stop's really hovering now because I need 1,000 of them to get monetized.
There is no answer
or ad
to that
revenue.
question. But I don't think that Tim Walz was bad, but JD Vance wasn't any.
Oh fuck! Wait, I forgot. Twitter sucks.
Bit acquainted with the people at home. What the fuck was that answer?
But he also can't like, yeah, that was a shitty answer. He also can't be like, because none of them wanted to answer. They can't be like, yeah, 100%. We're gonna, if they're doing that, we're 100% gonna give the go ahead to bomb. It's just not a commitment that you can, I think, responsibly do in the moment. I think it's impossible. So I give him a little bit of a pass on that. Here's where he doesn't get a pass. He needs to redirect and play some offense. He can do the nice shtick, but holy fuck, there were missed opportunities. The missed opportunities to really drill down on some of the points he was making and the questions where he had the opportunity to actually like ask a question, unlike the other debates where they kind of muted the mics more, where he could have been like, hey, the Border Patrol supported this bill. Do you disagree with the Border Patrol? That's such good framing. Or he should have asked again the question about did you win or did you lose? He should have been way more forceful and aggressive, I think, on some of those issues.
It's a
but
problem
then
with the format,
Pisco, you're going against your own statement. That would not be politics of
I
Joel.
know,
You can't be too debate broing.
I know, but
it'd be awesome if he was debate broing, bro.
You gotta go, Pisco. They're in the room, by the way.
They're calling us. Okay. Hey.
Bye.
Wait. I love all of you guys. Thank you guys for coming here first. Everyone who came here first.
Oh, goddamn. Where did they? I thought they were going to Destiny's room, right? He doesn't even have one.
I think Walz won.
Okay.
The reason why I think that is, I actually think that Vance had better formal stage presence when it came to bobbing and weaving and answering questions. I think Vance actually did a phenomenal job redirecting and pivoting from everything that they were trying to pin on him, from either him or Trump. I think he did a really good job at that. I don't think Walz had like as banger of a performance as Dems would have wanted. Walz is very, very good in a casual setting. I think he excels there. In a formal setting, especially in the beginning, I don't think he excels as much. And he's also, they're back to the thing where they're like trying to rattle off a whole bunch of policy points, which I don't think is as effective. I think they just need punch.
What's up?
What's up?
Not much.
So, what do you think? Who won?
I mean, like obviously JD Vance did a lot better than I expected.
I agree.
I think I basically agree. I think Econovoy said like JD Vance probably made his case more convincingly to most people, but I think his actual arguments are just bad.
Of course, I'm not a Republican, so. But I mean, I don't know. There were just so many missed opportunities with Walz.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, this will have no impact, right?
Oh yeah, like even the Joe Biden debate like had basically it did not have that much of an impact on the actual polling, and this is a vice presidential debate, and it was a pretty like respectful debate. There aren't that many like clippable moments or like horrible moments for either candidate.
Well, he's friends with school shooters.
Well, I mean, I guess, but just I don't know, like.
I thought it was clippable. I'm just saying.
But like that's kind of, I mean, there's that, and then I guess there's the JD Vance getting mad about being like fact checked or whatever. But
yeah, 100%. No, I mean another clippable moment was like, did he win? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But the problem is he should be way more aggressive. He was trying to be bipartisan. It wasn't clear. He was kind of nervous. He was looking sad. I didn't like that. By the way, Shapiro would have obliterated Vance. Okay.
Yeah.
But Just saying, gotta chill for Israel. But
well, I mean, you did get literally the first thing they both did was chill for Israel.
Well, no, I mean the first question was unhinged. What? Why are you starting with Israel and Iran? Are you crazy? You start with
Well,
the
because
economy and then.
they're bombing like right now, so it's relevant to people.
Sure. I mean, tell me about it, right? But
Yeah. I don't know if you know, but
yeah, just so you, yeah,
just so you're aware.
yeah. But no, I mean that was annoying. I don't know. I mean, wait, that hurts. Okay. I mean, it just yeah, I don't know. There's so many missed opportunities. Vance, Walz should have been way more aggressive. He should have been like, I mean, you should have asked him like multiple times that question because he didn't answer the question about did he win. He should have been like, did he win? Stop lying. Did he win? He should have been like like aggressive there because come on, this is crazy. What are we doing? Because everyone who denies the election is voting Trump either way. So yeah, all the moderates in the middle, whoever's the moderate in the middle, I mean, whatever. you can just convince them by just like showing them. But he tried, but he could have done it better. I think there are a lot of missed opportunities. I think Vance won, and sad. But it's not like he wiped the floor with Walz. It was just like a slight marginal victory.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
I don't know. And
I
got a lot of my predictions wrong. He did not call him weird.
Yeah,
he did not.
They barely did like any like culture war things. Like
they didn't mention trans people. Yeah, he did not make cows jokes, which I predicted. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know how it will affect the polls, but in a sense, the polls also don't matter because it's about the keys. It's about the keys, baby. It's about the keys. That's right. Yeah. I'm waiting for the Alan Lichtman verdict. I cannot form an opinion until he says what he thinks. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm gonna wait a second and then I'm gonna listen to the Destiny, the Deepak, and the Lichtman verdict. And then I'm gonna form my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know. What was your favorite
Lichtman
moment?
even why does he care about the debates? There's no debate key, is there? I mean, I guess there's a.
I mean, look, he's a professor. He has a YouTube channel, and it's election season. He's got to talk about the election, right?
I guess, sure.
Yeah. Well, what was your favorite moment?
I mean, it's just him not answering whether he would.
Yeah.
Or whether Trump won the election or not.
I like that Democrats have become more yimby, but I think the most retarded line of the debate came from Walz, which is like, housing is not a commodity. Or it's like, what?
Yeah, they both are like playing into the dumb like populism thing.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah. I mean, whatever. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, there was a tweet from Matt Darling that was like, I want the moderators to ask what a commodity is and for them to explain why housing shouldn't be one.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, what are we even? Yeah, it's crazy.
But like
Silly.
that, I mean, it sounds good to say that to most voters. So.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Anything else? Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm gonna.
I kind of hope we have another
Yeah.
Harris Trump debate, although I don't think it'll happen.
We won't. But yeah, I just know that look, check up on me in the next few days because I know for a fact I'm gonna not be able to stop myself from watching the Piers Morgan episode on this, and I hate him so much. I'm probably gonna try to kill myself after I watch it. I cannot wait to watch Piers Morgan say, "Actually, I think Vance made his case." I don't know how to do his accent. I think Vance made... I don't know how to do a British. Can you try to do a Piers Morgan impression? I don't know how to
I
do it.
can't. I can't do any. I can barely speak
my
native accent.
I've watched him, and I think he won. I don't know. I cannot wait for him to be gross and be like, "Well, we have to admit that Walz also lied," and it's like, fucking gross. And it's like, I don't know. There are so many hypocrisies in Vance, right? He's like, don't call people a threat to democracy, and then he's like, and I think there's a threat to democracy here. Like,
I know, yeah.
I don't know. I'm frustrated. Also, don't you? You're also probably like dead inside over how popular it is to just be a populist and like say,
yep,
we need to bring the jobs home, the tariffs.
Yep, yeah. It's wild. I don't even think he did. Did Walz ever do the talking point? I've seen like the Democrats doing a thing that they'll say like, oh, tariffs can be helpful sometimes, but Trump has no strategy to it at all. He just wants to do he just wants to do blanket tariffs on literally everything, including like things from our allies.
Yeah.
I think that talking point probably does well, but
yeah, I don't know. I wish they were like the free trade party, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's about it. I'm gonna go to sleep now. But talk to you later.
Yeah, see ya.
Bye bye.
Again, I'm not saying this. This might have been strategy from Walz. It could be something else. But I think a lot of Democrats kind of rest on their laurels. They kind of rest on their Trump talking points, and they're not super agile because they don't go to the fire and they don't actually have these interactions with.
True. Why aren't all the Democrats debate, bro? Where's the the clip of the fact
Governor,
check?
and just
I think this is probably the worst thing for JD Vance than the Walz friends with school shooter. But I don't think either of these will swing people.
For our viewers,
really.
Springfield, Ohio does have a large number of Haitian migrants who have legal status, temporary protected status. Nora?
But
thank you, Senator. We have so much to get to.
Margaret, I think it's important
We're
because
going to turn now to the economy. Thank
Margaret,
you.
the rules were that
The
you guys
economy,
weren't going to fact check, and since you're fact checking me, I think it's important to say what's actually going on. So there's an application called the CBP One app, where you can go on as an illegal migrant, apply for asylum or apply for parole, and be granted legal status at the wave of a Kamala Harris open border wand. That is not a person coming in, applying for a green card, and waiting for 10 years.
Thank you,
the
Senator.
facilitation of illegal immigration, Margaret, by
Thank
our
you,
own
Senator, for
leadership.
describing the legal process. We have so much to get to, Senator.
Those laws have been on the books since 1990.
Thank you, gentlemen.
The
We
CBP
want to have.
One app has not been on the books.
Gentlemen, the audience can't hear you because your mics are cut. We have so much we want to get to. Thank you for explaining the legal process.
That was probably the worst one from JD Vance. That CBP One app, by the way, is like meant to control. It's meant to control like the flow of immigrants to ports of entry. Because immigrants can claim asylum either way. They can either claim asylum by just walking to the border, or they can claim asylum. Or I think what they did is they made the app so they can claim asylum and then like schedule an appointment for like an asylum hearing or whatever, and they can wait in Mexico while waiting. Non-citizens to cross the southwest land border, adjacent coastal borders without authorization after traveling through another country. Okay, well, this mentions the app, but this is just saying if they didn't use the app, then they would be presumed ineligible for asylum. But I thought there was. Biden tells the demanding asylum seekers apply for asylum at U.S. ports of entry, but he's not allowing any more people to do so. Instead, the order requires migrants to download a CBP One app to make appointments 3 weeks in advance while they are still in Mexico. The number of daily appointments is capped at 1450. So, like, it's meant to have migrants wait in Mexico and also to control the ports of entry, so they aren't like all flooded. And if they don't use the app and cross illegally, they're presumed ineligible. But so yeah, that's probably the worst one for JD Vance, and then that's probably the worst clip.
Governor,
for
you
Walz.
previously opposed an assault weapons ban, but it only later in your political career did you change your position. Why?
Yeah, I sat in that office with those San Diego parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. They used to teach gun safety. I'm of an age where my shotgun was in my car so I could pheasant hunt after football practice. That's not where we live today. And several things I want to mention on this is talking about cities and where it's at. The number one where the most firearm deaths happen in Minnesota are rural suicides.
That was probably. I don't think it's going to swing either way.
And
Or
JD
it's going to
Vance
swing the
just,
polls either way, really.
Doesn't address that Walz said that. He just moves past it. Keeps talking about how illegals are coming into the country and spreading fentanyl across our communities. He stays on message. And again, it's almost easier for Vance to have a good debate performance because again, everyone's compared, I think, ultimately to Donald Trump if you're a Republican.
Mhm.
It's like, oh, you see a Republican on stage
Donald
that's
Trump is
actually able
horrible.
to stay
Sure.
on message and not actually shit himself on stage. wow, he did so good, and that's the sort of curve that Republicans are graded on. So my
Yeah.
prediction would be that, I don't know, 55% of people who watch the debate say that J.D. Vance won it. 40% say Walz, and 5% are unsure, something like that. And it probably doesn't move.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a huge needle mover. I do think there is an issue too with the format. I feel this way when I debate conservatives, and there's no way to obviously set this up fairly, but conservatives thrive in environments where they get to answer questions in a long, uninterrupted manner because they can just lie with impunity. They're never held to account. They can lie about every single thing they say or do. They can lie about Trump's record, which Vance did tonight. They can lie about the facts of the matter, which Vance did tonight, and you're never held to account for it, right? Like
you're only saying that because of your debate last night, where your opponent had a 45-minute opening.
Yeah, no, I mean, I literally just said that. Yeah, I feel that in my own debate format. So that's why I don't like debating conservatives. You should be able to interrupt a conservative because they lie like they breathe, effortlessly and without thought. And if you allow a conservative to just ramble off a whole bunch of, they'll rewrite history in front of your face. It's 1984 where you're at war with a different country halfway through the sentence of the party leader. That's how Republicans function. And if nobody's there to call them out on it, then yeah, you can whitewash or sanewash so much of the history of their record in office, and it's unreal.
Is Walz in some way responsible for that? Because he didn't say, I agree with this, and I agree with.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Walz should have been more aggressive or not. He did. He was pretty charitable to Vance, unlike their childcare thing. He's like, oh, I'm not necessarily opposed to what he's saying. I think we need to explore these options. It's a bipartisan solution. I agree. What if I do Vance? Yeah, it's a pretty chill. Oh my god. Pretty chill debate. PP debate starts an hour. I doubt it has any large effect. It's probably like 49. Oh, well. Why is North Carolina still leading towards Trump so much? God damn. It's so rigged that she almost certainly will win the popular vote, but it's like a toss-up whether she wins the Electoral College. All right, well, we got other shit to react to today. Best viewers? I gotta get these best viewers. You can't even. I'm glad it's blocking them at least. Okay. I'll probably only watch maybe these three.
By the Israeli Air Force.
Okay. There's a strike apparently looming. Or no, I think it already started for the port workers who are apparently really upset that their jobs might be automated, even though they should be. We should not all suffer. So their jobs aren't automated. If we can ship stuff for cheaper with automation, that benefits everyone, even if these workers lose a little bit, but whatever. From the Rust Belt to the ports, a warning about the extortive union demands. Not all labor unions are pro-worker, with 36 ports striking today. The International Longshore Association threatening other jobs. I will cripple you, and you'll have no idea what that means. In general, labor unions are meant to be a force for good, providing a much-needed voice and representation for workers in negotiations with their employers. However, challenges arise when bargaining demands become too unreasonable or unfair. Perhaps the demand from the labor union are too high, or the company's offers unreasonably low. Labor unions can turn into villains, where then demands become excessive and extortive. This is why the International Long Store Association, the only labor union controlling all ports across the entire East Coast, is facing a public backlash for demanding a total ban on the automation of cranes, gates, and container movements that are used in the loading of freight at 36 U.S. ports. This demand is in addition to other requests for compensations, for example, significantly higher wages and benefit packages. As many have pointed out, other companies have already agreed to offer reasonably higher compensation packages to port workers, increasing wages by nearly 50%, tripling employee contributions to employee retirement plans, strengthening healthcare options, and even retaining the current language around automation and semi-automation. However, in order to force companies to meet their unreasonable demands on the use of technology and even higher compensation packages, the ILA is threatening the country by locking down 36 ports on the East Coast, with more than 45,000 workers striking on strike starting today. Economists have already discussed the severe negative consequences this will have on supply chains, prices, and even jobs for Americans in other sectors. But perhaps the best illustration how American workers will be worse off during these port strikes comes from the ILA union president.
When my men hit the streets from Maine to Texas, every single port will lock down. You know what's going to happen? I'll tell you. First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job. Everybody's hating the longshoremen now because now they realize how important our jobs are. Now I have the president screaming at me.
This interview highlights the trade-offs that any pro-worker agenda must grapple with, as I've discussed in a previous post. When the ILA threatens to cripple other jobs in the economy, it's illustrating that not all labor unions are synonymous with being pro-worker. Indeed, the ILA is okay with other workers in America losing their jobs in order to pay for the excessive demands of this select group of workers. This is hardly an inspiring message to join the American labor movement. Of course, companies are right to reject excessive demands, especially on a total ban of automation. Making U.S. ports worse off is not a winning strategy for workers, and especially not for U.S. port workers. If there is a total ban on automation, cargoes will be redirected to more efficient and lower cost ports as East Coast ports become less efficient and more costly compared to the ports that welcome technological advancements. Over time, the 36 East Coast ports that are stuck in the Stone Age will see less business, lower employment growth, more layoffs, and some may even close down completely. What's that, Malibu County? Hey, what do you think of taxing companies a certain percentage of the total sales, say 2%? I don't think we should be taxing companies on sale. We should be taxing consumers on sales, not companies on sales. We should just do a cash flow tax for corporations. Blocking technological advancement is not only bad for the East Coast Stone Age port workers, but it's also bad for the American competitive edge. Asian and Middle Eastern ports, which do not welcome technology, will come to grow faster in the long run compared to the U.S. ports. For those who sympathize with MAGA goals, banning technological advancements on U.S. ports is a great America last strategy. For those who may seem unconvinced by this future reality, look no further than the case study of the Rust Belt's economic deterioration in the second half of the 20th century. A warning to port workers, how excessive labor union demands ruined the Rust Belt. A new study published in the Journal of Political Economy showed that excessive demands from strong unions, which led to a high frequency of strikes in the Rust Belt region between 1950 and 2020, are one of the main reasons for the decline in manufacturing employment in the Rust Belt during that time period. The Rust Belt manufacturing industries had by far the highest rate of work stoppages from strikes in the United States, according to CPS data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Between the years 1973 and 1980, 48.1% of workers were union members in Rust Belt manufacturing, compared to 28.4% among manufacturer workers in the rest of the country. As economists note, The Economist notes, while unionization rates in manufacturing were around twice as high in the Rust Belt as outside, rates of work stoppages were about 7 times as high in the Rust Belt. In other words, labor relations were particularly fraught among unions concentrated in the Rust Belt. During this time, the compensation package demands were also higher than usual as compared to demands in other regions. So what happened? Excessive union demands, strikes, and work stoppages led to lower average rates of investment and productivity growth by Rust Belt firms relative to those in the rest of the country. Over time, employment moved from the Rust Belt to the rest of the country. This is common sense. Rust Belt firms faced increasing labor costs and reduced productivity, forcing many to either downsize or relocate to regions with less union influence and lower labor cost. Overall, these labor union conflicts accounted for 55% of the decline in the Rust Belt share of U.S. manufacturing employment, leading to its economic deterioration throughout the second half of the 20th century. Many might sensibly ask, but what about the impact of China and globalization on the Rust Belt? The study accounted for this as well, finding that trade had a secondary negative effect on the Rust Belt, as they write, quote, rising imports have had virtually no employment effect until the mid-1970s, and the losses are concentrated in the 1980s and 1990s. This suggests that the international forces at best played a supporting role in the Rust Belt's decline in the latter part of the time period, and likely had little to do with the large secular decline in the region's employment share that occurred in the first 3 decades after the end of World War II. The Rust Belt case study is a perfect example of when unions go too far, leading to worse worker outcomes in the long run. Other studies show that unions which moderate demands to avoid pushing firms out of business or reducing employment are more likely to persist over time. This moderation creates balance between gains for workers and ensuring the firm's survival, benefiting both parties in the long run. Port automation. Yes, some port jobs will be lost, but fear not. Economists agree that real wage growth is feasible when there are technological developments that make workers more productive, like how our generation experienced the computerization of white-collar jobs, or when the construction industry started using construction vehicles and other machines. These developments are welcome because they enhance the skills of workers, making them more productive and allowing them to increase their output for any given hour. Take a look at this video how automation in Chinese ports have made port workers more productive, transforming the nature of their tasks from physically opening and closing gates to sitting behind a computer screen to direct port activity. Yeah, I watched this video. It's wild. Oops. It's literally all remotely operated. The concern that automation might mean certain types of jobs will be lost is real. What this typically means is that some or many of the port workers will go into completely different types of roles in the same industry, e.g. the Chinese case where they're behind a computer screen, or they will enter into other expanding industries where their skill sets are in demand. Cinema, true. It's not uncommon for the entire types of tasks or roles to be lost. What many neglect to understand is that technological advancements will either expand the same industries and or create entirely new jobs that never existed before. For example, there are no more workers in the video tape industry today, but there are thousands in the streaming industry. Economists call this creative destruction. Old jobs are destroyed, new jobs are created. Well outdated, I've always liked this piece on how to understand job destruction and job creation from a historical perspective. Here's a job destruction list of some jobs that have been significantly reduced or completely eliminated since the start of the 20th century. Railroad employees, carriage and harness makers, telegraph operators, boiler makers, milliners, cobblers, blacksmiths, and watchmakers. And here's a job creation list showing the expansion and creation of new jobs since the 20th century. At the time of this report, the authors used jobs in 2002. Notice, for example, that there were 0 electricians, auto mechanics, and airplane pilots and mechanics. Today, there are hundreds of thousands each of them. Yeah, makes sense. Professional athletes, computer programmers. Well, some jobs were eliminated, more jobs were created, and the economy grew overall. This is all part of a healthy, dynamic process in our economy. So yes, some part-time jobs in the future may be reduced, but it's not bad for workers in the long run. The economy expands with technological advancements, enabling the creation of new jobs and the process. True. And if shipping gets cheaper, and everything gets cheaper, consumers have more money. It allows at least if people aren't laid off or whatever, their real wages will probably increase because they're more productive, right? And B, if prices are lowered because they things get cheaper, ports are able to operate more efficiently, consumers have more money to spend in other parts of the economy, and it creates jobs in other sectors. It's good. These people, the workers, they are modern day Luddites. That's what they are. They want to make everyone worse off by restricting their automation, just so they can selfishly, I'm not even being ironic here, just so they can selfishly be paid more and not have their jobs replaced. And like the article even said, it's worse for them in the long run because their ports are just going to go out of business. Anyway, LMAO, did I miss the Iran attack talks? No, we haven't really gone over that yet. We did we watched the VP debate. We read that. So I got 2 videos done for the sweet YouTube reaction views. I don't know what exactly we're going to do for the Iran stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I know there's a lot of rockets falling in Israel right now. I know it killed a person in the West Bank from Gaza. I don't even know. I think last time I checked, that was the only person that had been confirmed dead. Was someone? It was a Palestinian in the West Bank that was originally from Gaza. Iran attack, Israel dead. Oh, Malibu County, by the way, I read your messages, but I was reading it. I didn't want to interrupt. The reason you probably want to tax consumers is because it's about incentives. If you tax companies, basically you're incentivizing less production. You don't want to do that. You want to incentivize less consumption of consumers, because consumption takes away resources from the pool of available resources, and investment adds to it over time. That's the reason you want to do that, essentially. There are kind of other reasons too, but so it's a Iranian bomb, the Zionist enemy, and kill one Jewish child and a Palestinian from Gaza. Well, aren't crazy about the attack. How many? No Israeli deaths reported. An airstrike, though the attacks caused some limited damage. Palestinian officials said a Palestinian man was killed by falling debris in the West Bank. Iran fired large Russian missiles. Does the Iron Dome? How much? I mean, I would guess it'd have to protect at least Area C of the West Bank, because that's where the settlements are. But does Iron Dome protect West Bank? Does it protect areas A and B? Iron Dome was never intended to cover territories, only Israel, regarding specifically East Jerusalem. I would imagine it covers East Jerusalem, but aren't we expecting a certain consumption tax to exist per person already if they need to live a normal life? What do you mean? I'm just saying, aren't we expecting a certain consumption tax to exist per person? What? I mean, you just asked me, do you think we should tax corporations like 2% on their sales or whatever? I just said, right, no, you should just, if you want to tax sales, tax the consumer on sales. I don't know what you mean by aren't we expecting certain consumption to exist per person. Yeah, some consumption is inelastic, obviously. I've already forgotten every other exchange based.
The 2020 election.
Tim, I'm focused on the future. Did Kamala Harris censor Americans?
Aircraft in international.
Oh, this was a good. I think Tim Walz actually had a pretty good answer to the Iran stuff.
What's happening in Jerusalem right now?
Iran didn't slaughter 18,000 children in less than a year. Yeah, damn. Didn't get through that one.
To John of the Palm restaurant, my uncle.
Oh yeah, JD Vance also had the. he basically did what Kamala Harris did on the economy question last time, but like for Iran or whatever, right? Like they asked him about Iran. And then he was like, I'm going to introduce myself first. I was born to a middle-class family. My mother had drug abuse problems.
Foreign policy. We need to have some kind of...
Before an election, is what you're saying.
At any time. I mean, like, if I don't know if we have a vision for the Middle East right now. That needs to be there. But we don't even know, half our country is literally retarded right now. So
True.
I don't know what we can do. Again, and I stress this for anybody that wants to talk foreign policy, peace is meaningless. You can't just say peace, 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 peace. It doesn't mean anything, right? If Iran is on a path towards having a nuclear weapon or being able to create nuclear weapons, that represents a threat to not just Israel, but like technically the entire order of the Middle East. That's extremely concerning.
So how would you have answered that?
Still don't see how it would be a better choice to burden an individual with tax if they need to have what is necessary to live a completely normal life instead of a corporate entity, because you can't tax a corporate entity. Corporations are nothing but collections of people, right? So when you tax a corporate entity, some of that burden is going to fall onto workers. Some of that burden is going to fall on consumers via higher prices. So you're basically indirectly taxing consumption anyway, but in a worse way because you're also disincentivizing investment of that company. And you're or the shareholders. It can fall on the shareholders, but if you want to tax shareholders, you can also tax shareholders. Now, I don't really think we should be taxing shareholders because their savings is financing investment, and that investment is good in the long run. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like more. It's more. I understand. Like obviously, a lot of some consumption is inelastic, but it's still better to tax consumption than it is to tax savings. So excluding taxing essential goods and services. No, I mean we should probably just do like a value-added tax for all goods. Like we already tax essential goods. We already have sales tax. Like we already tax essential goods and services. Like a 10% value-added tax on fucking groceries is not that big of a deal. Obviously, like that's inelastic, and taxing inelastic goods isn't actually like that bad. Like that means there's less deadweight loss. If it's inelastic, that actually means there's less deadweight loss from taxing a good. Consumption is good, saving is bad. Oh, true. The paradox of thrift. The paradox of thrift. People don't understand it. It annoys me so much. Like, it's a paradox. The reason they're like, it's not about consumption being good. It's about saving being good. It's just that the paradox is if individuals save more, total savings, the good thing is savings falls. That's the thing there. But I mean, stop taxing businesses that offer essential goods and services. Well, we should probably tax all businesses. We should probably just do it. We should probably just do a destination-based cash flow tax. Yeah, we can't all save at once, yeah. But also, like, the idea behind, like, consumption tax or whatever is that, although you probably do need to do, like, a 5-year phase-in to avoid a recession from the transitional effects as people save more, ideally. That saving, in theory, is going to finance investment, which is then going to increase real wages in the long run. So in theory, at least, consumption per worker is actually permanently higher than it otherwise would have been without the consumption tax. That's at least the theory behind it. I don't know if there's empirical evidence for it, but like there's a few papers that have estimated the effects of it, and they all estimate that like your consumption per worker actually increases with the consumption tax. Why do you expect a huge chunk of people to save when they are already in debt and can't sustain themselves on one income? I like, even if you're in debt, you still have savings account. Like we do this. We already have a lot of tax deducting. Yeah, like the median American net worth is like $193,000, but like we already like we have tax deductible savings accounts already, like Roth IRAs in certain, like that's a retirement account that's like tax deductible. You don't pay tax on it unless you like withdraw it early. We should probably just do that for old savings. Old savings should probably just be tax deductible. Currently, people tax their income 6 times: capital gains, income tax, inheritance tax. Inheritance tax is based on corporate taxes, employee side payroll taxes, employer side payroll taxes. Then they are taxing their spending 3 times. Gift taxes, estate taxes, sales taxes. Huge chunk is double-digit percentage of the population. Well, here's like, I would expect, there's probably going to be like a percentage, like this is like what a lot of people's income is going to look like over time. You're going to like start out like at 0, and then you're going to go into debt. And then over time, like this is probably going to be like your education. Are you like counting students in that? Because I would assume there's a lot of people who take on debt, especially for student loans, and they're in debt. So this might be 10% of the population. But those are all young people who are then going to earn way more than that over time, right? As long as you can like afford to carry this debt, then that's fine. And again, you still have savings account even if you're in debt. It's not like if you're unless you're like really, really deep in debt and you've declared bankruptcy, you have literally no money to your name. Like usually like you're paying the debt back on like a scheduled period of time. Like you still have the savings account and you can still be incentivized to either save or spend money based on taxation tax policy, right? It's not like if you're in debt, even if like you're not oh no, wait, I didn't even know you could do this. You're not saving money. Even if on net you're in debt, you still like compensate, like still have savings account or whatever. But compensation taxes to avoid double taxes like capital gains, encourage people to save. Right now, tax system tax people twice when they get their paycheck via income taxes and payroll taxes. Then they get then again when they get their capital gains. This is true, but also most most capital gains is not double tax because a lot of corporate shares are like in like private equity shit. There's a paper that I didn't read, but you gotta read it at some point. Not only is this pretty difficult because taxing people to liquid gains on investment is admittedly hard to enforce in an economically sustainable way, but it also provides a double tax effect that reduces the desire for people to save. Taxing the use of money instead of gain allows us to tax labor and capital income indiscriminately. Consumption taxes, oh, that's another thing, yeah. No matter how you get your income, you're taxed the same. Consumption taxes target the part of inequality that matters most, ludicrously expensive consumption on behalf of the richest people in society. This can be a value-added tax, which is hard to avoid, relatively simple to administer, and ultimately paid by a consumer regardless of their legal status or residency. An X tax could also be implemented, which is similar but has a progressive structure. I forget exactly how an X tax works. We read this thing in it, but... What do we do with that string? You know what, I probably mentioned this before, but like with the way the 14th Amendment is written, a lot of people think the debt ceiling is unconstitutional. And you could argue, even though like the way the Republicans continually hold us hostage every time we approach a debt ceiling, that in and of itself might be unconstitutional, because it technically brings public debt into substantial question. Income tax is a huge problem. Let's imagine 2 people each earn $500,000 a year, both of which are taxed at an effective rate of 20%. Sam takes his remaining $400,000 and saves it by investing in company stocks. Meanwhile, Chase takes his remaining money and consumes it by buying luxury cars and boats. Firstly, there's less an incentive to save under the system, because whether you save your money or spend your money, you'll be taxed at the same rate. But take a step back and ask if this is fair. Although they have the same income, consider what the use of their money does to the economy. You see, when a person saves money, they finance investment of capital stock, which in turn increases productivity and long-run growth, benefiting everyone. When a person withdraws resources for their own consumption, the resources are no longer available for other consumers, nor are they available for businesses to invest. The basic proposition of personal consumption taxation is that it is fair to tax a person according to what he takes out of the economic pie, rather than according to what he contributes to it. since both producing to earn an income and saving that income contribute to the overall growth of the economy, they shouldn't be taxed. Instead, a personal consumption tax ensures each person is taxed according to what resources they take away. It also ensures that billionaires who are often able to avoid traditional income taxes are taxed under ludicrous consumption. The best part of the consumption tax is that it can break the rules of taxation. You see, traditionally, if you tax something, you get less of it. But since the consumption tax indirectly increases productivity, consumption per worker is actually higher than it otherwise would have been without the tax. After learning all that, do you think the income... Wild. Alexander Hamilton was the first MMTer? Really? I don't know anything he wrote about it. Instagram removed my story where I threatened Piers Morgan because I had to edit so many Piers Morgan videos last night. Or not last night, earlier today. Speaking of Piers Morgan, we'll get this out of the way, okay?
By the Israeli...
Speaking of the Iran-Israel stuff, we'll get this out of the way, and then we watch the Destiny debate, and then I'll edit them, and then we're done for the night, and I can rest. Uh, 1.75. But he wasn't. But he did establish the first national bank. Oh, well, that's true. Yeah. Israel's more enemies than ever before. Low-key versus Piers Morgan. I have no clue who this guy is. Should I know who this guy is? Low-key?
Given that you categorize what Israel did to...
Where's the actual start of it?
Just for a minute. At some point, Loki as a rapper, a playwright. Because I don't cover this from supporting either over the other. Are you sure about that? Yeah. Well, many people know Loki as a rapper, a playwright, and a poet, but it's fair to say they even more know him as a fierce advocate for the rights of Palestinians and a fierce critic of Israel. First and only time we've spoken was in the immediate aftermath of October the 7th. Israel and its supporters couldn't see beyond the horrors of that atrocity. Its critics were angered by how quickly it eclipsed decades of Palestinian suffering and heralded a great deal more. A lot has happened since then. But has anything really changed? Kareem Dennis, better known as Loki, joins me in the studio now. And from Washington, D.C., I'm joined by Lebanese-American author and activist Brigitte Gabriel. Well, welcome to both of you. Loki, we never met, so it's good to meet you. We had a pretty fiery exchange last time when I was in New York and you were here. Passions were running very high. I think it's fair to say from my experience of debates since, there's been no dilution in the way people feel about it. If anything, I think views are getting more and more entrenched as it goes on. What is your feeling about where we are now with this war and indeed the widening conflict with Israel apparently planning a ground incursion into Lebanon?
Well, that initial interview...
All Israel fault. Israel's the aggressor.
Which have since come clearly to fruition. So the first thing that I stated was that Mark Regev belongs in The Hague. Israel is currently in the ICJ charged with genocide. I also said that what Israel was doing in Gaza in an accumulative way over decades would amount with the military operation that they were about to launch to genocide. And the third thing that I said, which has also now been proven
to be the
Israeli military unfortunately implemented the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. And that, just so viewers are aware, is when Israel, of course, it was initially developed in Lebanon while trying to suppress the Lebanese population and stop them from battling the Israeli occupation. And it's whereby Israel takes measures to kill the captives who are Israeli that have been taken by the other side. Now, that happened on October 7th, and it's since been proven in 3 different cases. It happened, unfortunately, after...
it's been proven that Israel killed its own civilians, or it's been proven that they intentionally killed their own civilians to prevent Hamas from using them as leverage. Obviously, Israel killed some of their own civilians. Now they were killing their own civilians. Incidentally, while targeting Hamas militants who were trying to take their civilian hostages, there's absolutely zero moral equivalence between Hamas intentionally trying to take civilians hostage to get to either use them to end the war or to release prisoners in the West Bank, versus Israel defending itself and incidentally killing those hostages. To my knowledge, it hasn't been proven that Israel intentionally killed them with the Hannibal doctrine purpose of not letting Hamas use them as negotiating tactics or whatever. If they did that, it's probably bad, but even that I don't think would be morally equivalent to what Hamas does at all. But
by Israel, to be clear.
It hasn't, though. It's been denied by certain upper echelons of the Israeli political establishment, but there have been key figures within the Air Force that have acknowledged that this has taken place. It's also been revealed by the Al Jazeera investigation, and other places, too, have gone very deep into it.
But you wouldn't say that the absolute vast majority of people killed and wounded on October the 7th were indeed killed and wounded by Hamas, because, apart from anything else, Hamas were boasting about it and filming it as they were doing it.
I think, actually, the majority of people that were killed on October 7th and off the back of October 7th were the Palestinian fighters that entered into what is considered to be Israel. Because they were killed, they were run over by cars, their bodies were dismembered, there's footage that came out of them being killed.
You feel sorry for the Hamas?
No, I'm stating objective facts.
That usually we're talking about. Usually we don't really care about militant deaths. I would assume we would all agree that obviously Israel killing the militants who crossed over from the Gaza border to attack Israeli civilians. is perfectly legitimate. That's not a bad thing.
As a journalist that has researched this topic.
But what about the 1,200 people who they murdered and the 7,000 they wounded?
No. Hundreds of those people were killed when Israel implemented the Hannibal Directive.
That's simply not true.
Oh my God.
It simply is true. And I encourage you, in the spirit of journalistic inquiry and curiosity, to really look that up.
It's already been thoroughly investigated.
It absolutely has not.
But it has
It's been investigated by Al Jazeera. It's been investigated by trustable news sources that have found this to be the case.
No, it's not true that hundreds of people in those named casualties.
Trustable news sources only cites Al Jazeera.
Numbers on the Israeli side
were killed by Israel.
No,
it's a fact. It's a documented fact. And you know what else?
Wait, how many did he say?
Casualty numbers on the Israeli side
were killed by Israel.
No,
it's a fact. The case.
No, it's not true that hundreds of people in those named
Hundreds of people
on the Israeli side
were killed by Israel.
No,
it's a fact.
It doesn't even matter because clearly the intent matters. Clearly Hamas was purposefully targeting civilians, and then Israel may have been, or no, I mean, they definitely did to some extent. I don't know if it was hundreds, but incidentally killed their own civilians while defending themselves from the people purposely targeting civilians. These are radically different things.
Documented fact. And you know what else? If you were to study those cars which were put forth as
death tolls inflated by Gaza militants being considered part of Israeli
victims.
victims.
Came directly from the Israeli Air Force. This is a mass Hannibal. This is a dead zone. No cars will
Did you watch the documentary?
Like, I don't know how true that is. Like, I know some of the bodies were burned, so it's hard to identify. That's why they revised it down. Originally, wasn't it like 1,400, but they revised it down to 1,200 because of that, because they had mistakenly identified some of the bodies as that were burned as Hamas, as Israeli when they were actually Hamas militants. Didn't they? I thought that's why they revised it down in the first place. Israel should have the identity of more or less everyone who was killed.
Did you watch the documentary last week on BBC Two?
No.
About the music festival, right? You literally see Hamas fighters with their GoPros going from car to car, murdering people.
That happened.
True.
Yeah, that happened.
Why are you trying to diminish the scale of what was going on?
I've just said that happened. That doesn't equate to diminishing what you've just said.
It doesn't say hundreds.
You're diminishing Apache helicopters bombing cars that contained civilians. You're diminishing all of the Israeli captives that have been killed by Israeli.
Wait. I'm still like, why? Like, why were they bombing cars with civilians? Why? Like, what's the
airstrikes? Israeli captives.
Because the civilians were being taken hostage by Hamas because they were defending themselves from Hamas, who was purposely targeting those civilians?
Have come out of Gaza and said very clearly that actually they were scared of being killed by Israeli.
Why are there hostages at all?
Well, this is of course an issue of 70 years of occupation, of dispossession.
Oh my God!
You wouldn't support taking hostages, including Holocaust survivors and babies. You wouldn't support that.
I wouldn't take hostages. No.
So should they hand them back?
I think if you look historically at where the return of
oh my God!
actual hostages has happened, you look at the case of Gilad Shalit. This was a case where an Israeli soldier was given back in exchange for the release of Palestinian prisoners. What you've actually
prisoners,
seen in
yes.
this case,
At least he uses prisoners and not hostages. Okay.
There's a massive increase of Palestinian prisoners who are being tortured. There's been examples of rape within Israeli military camps. The rapists.
Do we like? I guess he did at least use the word prisoners. So he hasn't at least yet drawn a direct equivalence between the Gaza hostages and the West Bank prisoners. Are all your notes in IP so far? Are there more pages that you have cooking? I mean, I think I've only public. Well, first of all, welcome to the stream. I mean, I have a lot of notes and a lot of things.
Have come out and become celebrities within Israeli society.
I think the Israel-Palestine ones are the only one that are public. I don't think these are public yet, even though it's in my workspace. So I wanted to make it public, but yeah, I don't know.
68% of the Israeli population say they oppose the prosecuting of people that have been implicated in rape within the dungeon system. And if you really look at it, Israel has far more chance of returning hostages by negotiating for their release than by airstriking them. What Israel has done as part of this campaign is airstrike and kill its own captives.
How would you have responded on October the 8th if you were running the Israeli government?
And the occupation.
Ultimately, it is within the interests of everybody, especially those who identify as Israelis currently, to end Zionism. Zionism has dispossessed and disempowered and killed people on an industrial scale. Its maintenance requires 4 generations of Palestinian refugees scattered throughout the Middle East, the highest population of refugees there is in the world. Its maintenance requires the constant repression.
It's, again, Schrodinger's refugee. Half the population in Gaza is refugees, and the other half from 1948, and the other half are children who are 10 years old.
Of Palestinian hopes for a better world.
Which I think is completely wrong. So I believe all Palestinian people should have exactly the same rights as you and I and every Israeli.
And that requires the end of Zionism, so therefore you support the end of Zionism.
I don't agree with what has clearly been a form of occupation, okay? But putting that to one side, I also don't agree with Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, funded by Iran, armed by Iran, launching wave after wave after years and decades of terror attacks on Israel.
Do they have air forces? Do they have... Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask some questions.
Do they have air forces?
Now he's drawing the power dynamic.
No, I'm saying there is a complete difference between one of the most powerful armies in the world, which has literally a key unit within the Israeli military Unit 9900 is the visual unit which uses satellites in the sky that can pick off a bit of chewing gum on your shoe, okay? You're talking about actors that are shooting rockets which do not have precise targeting against one of the most powerful air forces in the world.
Why are they firing indiscriminate rockets? Glad we bite that bullet.
You're talking about asymmetrical warfare. But you know the thing that Israel doesn't remember, and which Israel has to know and must know, that winning a war is not about killing on an industrial scale the weakest among the population you are targeting, which Israel excels at, which is the essence of Zionism. Winning a war is about the largest amount of people being convinced of your viewpoint. If we use that metric to understand this war, Israel has lost in Gaza and it will lose in Lebanon, because Israel has more enemies around the world than ever before. More people are critical of Zionism than ever before. More people understand it to be essentially an anti-life ideology, which is causing mass human suffering.
I know Gen Z is leaning pretty pro-Palestinian. I don't even know. Obviously, tensions are much higher in the Middle East. Lebanon or Hezbollah is attacking them, and Iran is attacking them. I don't even know. Has support for in aggregate has support for Israel decreased since October 7th? I don't actually know in the U.S. But I never understand, like, these people like make a they're making like a semi good point here. I just don't understand like how these conditions like ever get like addressed without like Hamas like going away and terror groups in Palestine stopping targeting civilians. Like how does the blockade ever end if Hamas is in power and they continue to purposely target civilians? Like what? And in fact, like if Hamas doesn't the blockade on Gaza is probably gonna have to be more strict now, right? Because Israel wants to prevent their ability from doing a second October 7th. That's gonna prevent Gaza's ability to rebuild. Like it's gonna keep people radicalized. Like, yeah, has support for Israel decreased since October 7th. So she's not focusing on power balance, the air defense being highly developed. No, I don't think the power, when it comes to the moral standing of them, no, I don't think the power balance matters. I think what matters is the intentions behind them. And like Hamas is purposefully targeting civilians, while Israel tries to minimize collateral damage as much as possible while defending themselves against the first group of people. Increased a little bit and then it declined again.
Okay, at the same time, Hamas, Hezbollah are wedded, and make no secret of being wedded, to the destruction of Israel. The destruction. Mm-hmm. That is a nihilistic form of genocide. The very genocide that his supporters, like you, would say is being waged against their people. They are explicit. We want the destruction of Israel. And they have tried to enact this on October the 7th. And Hezbollah's response the next day, within hours, was to unleash rockets on Israel as well, and to carry on doing it for a year. At some point, Israel obviously was going to respond with massive force to the biggest attack on its people.
Yeah,
obviously, they were going to do that.
Happen.
Hamas knew they would do that. Iran, who were funding it, knew they were going to do that. Hezbollah knew they would do that. Hezbollah knew if they kept rattling the Israel cage with their rockets, that they would get a response of the kind we're seeing now. What they underestimated is that Israel would be quite as successful as they're being right now with Hezbollah, and taking out all its command leadership. And you can feel that the momentum has switched now, where Israeli people, in particular in all the polling, are now beginning to go back to supporting Netanyahu, because they believe, rightly or wrongly, but they believe Hamas and Hezbollah when they say we want to destroy Israel. They believe it, and they believe that they have to defend themselves. Do you understand that?
I have a response. The Likud platform, which is its charter, states
oh my God.
Very
from the river to the sea.
There will be no Palestinian sovereignty between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. The Likud charter calls for the complete obliteration of Palestine and all of the rights of Palestinians. That is the core of the issue. One group that you're talking about don't have air defences and do not have an air force. And are internationally isolated.
As you know.
And are internationally isolated.
And yet they were
the other one has the support of the United States,
right.
which has...
They're kind. I mean, how many states recognize Palestine at this point? It's like 160 states or something. How many countries recognize Palestine? I mean, they're not like obviously don't have support of like the U.S. or whatever, which is like more important. But Palestine recognizes a sovereign state by 146 of 193 member states. So if they have 30K militants, how many acceptable casualties are acceptable among civilians? 10 times more, 30 times more? It's not like, I don't know if the like specific ratio is like acceptable and unacceptable. It's just about, like, it's about, when it comes to the moral standing, it's about, it's just about minimizing collateral damage as much as possible. Like that's what's important for the moral standing of them. Yeah.
Over around 1,000 military bases.
It's like what exactly is proportional? It's going to depend on, it's going to depend on like a lot of things. It depends on the feasibility of other attacks. It depends on how big the direct and concrete military gain is from eliminating that group of 30K militants or whatever. Like
around the world, and of course all of the largesse from literally the US after Israel has taken its terrorist actions, which the former head of the CIA, Leon Panetta, called it a form of terrorism in Lebanon with the pager attack. Right after that, the US has said it's going to give $8.7 billion in military aid to Israel.
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an act of terrorism then?
I would say that the killing by the Israeli Air Force of Israeli
my
citizens
God.
was an act of terror. I would say...
Kill me. How? Oh my God. It's like, it's so absolute total. I don't think it's the most updated one. Absolute total moral blindness. Oh wait, March 11th. Maybe this is the most updated one. That's an act of terrorism? Are you kidding me? A, he won't even answer the question, but B, he immediately just pivots to Israel. And B, like, Israel defending itself from people who are purposely targeting civilians and incidentally killing their own civilians. Is terrorism? Really?
That Palestinians who have lived in camps for several generations, they're not in our shoes. They're not living the kind of lives that we live in the places
But you haven't
that we
answered my
live.
question.
But I'm answering your question. To a Palestinian who has suffered their entire life under the boot of Israeli occupation, what you view as justified will not be what they view as justified.
ask you what
The
you
very
think.
same way,
Ask you what you
the
think.
very same way that you denounce figures and define them depending to these particular legislatory definitions throughout history, the very same people. You compared yourself to Nelson Mandela. The ANC were absolutely treated in exactly the same way. The FLN were treated in exactly the same way. The Vietnamese were treated in
Bro, the
exactly
ANC who killed what is it literally like 56 civilians like the entire time and like a few bus bombings, and I'm pretty sure they renounced killing civilians like pretty quickly. Like
exactly the same way.
Okay.
I'm speaking directly to your point. In fact, William Cuffey of the Chartists, these were people that mobilized for hundreds of years
I know
to get
Martin
the
like
right
you
to
do.
vote, that didn't own property and were not landed gentry in this
I
country.
hear
Do
you.
you know what happened to them? They were imprisoned as terrorists.
Okay.
They were massacred at the
I know the same
Manchester.
I know the same history you do, but I simply asked you, given that you categorize what Israel did to Hezbollah with the pages, whether you said it was an act of terror, whether you think what Hamas did to Israelis on October 7th was an act of terror.
As I said to you then, the picture is not clear of what exactly Hamas
come
did to
on,
Israelis. There were lies about 40 beheaded babies that
Your
were pumped
response-
out all over the place.
Yeah.
No. There was so much fake news and lies on what.
he knows that like they streamed it, right? Like they had GoPros. Like you can watch the videos. Like
happened on October 7th. How can we actually say?
Have you watched the Hamas footage that they took themselves?
Seen bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces. Yeah. Literally.
I've seen bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces of people's bodies.
No. What I don't understand.
You haven't seen
what
it?
I don't understand.
What
What I
you
don't
haven't seen?
understand. I'm happy to see it. But what
Thanks for the follow. Is another bot? Let's see. Yeah, it's
I
another
don't
bot.
understand.
Damn.
No, as in, I would like to see these things. But what I'm saying to you that you are seeming to minimize, in my opinion, is the fact that the Hannibal Directive was implemented. If the Hannibal Directive was implemented, if
I'm
a
about to
fake
read you
news
something.
campaign was
I'm about
rolled
to read
out,
you something. July 2024, Haaretz investigation revealed the IDF ordered the Hannibal Directive to be used, adding, Haaretz does not know whether or how many civilians and soldiers were hit due to these procedures, but the cumulative data indicates that many of the kidnapped people were at risk exposed to Israeli gunfire, even if they weren't the target. In other words, there may well have been a directive issued, says Haaretz, but nobody knows whether anyone was even hit or killed.
Look at the cards. Look at the cards.
Hang on.
Why the Haaretz ring doesn't work? Israeli army used Hannibal Directive on October 7th. A multi-attack report. A report on Sunday newspaper based on testimonies of wait, what? What's the new paper? Haaretz. Why doesn't the original Haaretz link work? Not a single vehicle can return to God. That's not a. Is that really the Hannibal Directive? It's just that they didn't want militants returning to Gaza. Kind of makes sense. At this point, the Israeli army is not aware of the extent of kidnapping along the Gaza border, but it did know that many people were involved. Thus, it was entirely clear. It was entirely clear what message was sent and what the fate of some kidnapped people would be. Doesn't the intent to occupy and dominate over decades matter when judging Israeli intent? It depends what they're why they're occupying them. I would say, like, clearly Israel has legitimate interest in some of the occupation, in terms of like keeping their own civilians safe, and not allowing Hamas to fucking kill people. Also, I don't like Gaza was probably not even occupied post 2005 or October 7th. I don't think it was. I mean, it's blockade, obviously. But, like, it depends on what the intention of the occupation are. Again, like, if Israel's occupying people to essentially like collectively punish civilians with like that intention, then yeah, it's a poor reflecting on a moral character. If they're occupying them in self-defense, then like, that's obviously not as bad of a reflection as of the moral character. Like,
I've watched the video footage of Hamas people in the cars. Here's my point, Loki. Here's my point, Loki. Let me finish. My point is, you have extrapolated this and you've taken it to hundreds of people in the 1,200 that were said to have been killed were killed by Israelis.
Yeah.
There is absolutely...
That's documented.
There is zero evidence.
No, there is.
The hundreds of people were
Read
killed.
the Electronic Intifada. Read The Grey Zone. Read Al Jazeera. Look at Al Jazeera documentary.
in July this year, there is no evidence.
No, actually, there is evidence. And
Why didn't they...
Haaretz pointed some of it out early on.
They didn't. I've just
At the Eretz crossing, they pointed out that an airstrike was called in.
I've just read to you what they found.
Well, you've read one article which clearly shows that the Hannibal Directive was implemented.
A
Let me ask you a
investigation.
question. If an Apache helicopter shoots at a car, what happens to the car? Do you think Hamas... Let me ask you a question.
I don't even like... What does he think is so bad about this? Like clearly these militants probably pose a continued threat to Israel, even if you know for a certain that there's one civilian in a car or whatever, or how many ever civilians in a car. Clearly, like, this could still be a proportional attack. Like, it's not necessarily disproportionate to blow up a car of militants that also happens to have some of your own civilians in it. Like, what does he think is so evil about this even?
Do you think...
Like, or I shouldn't even say, like, what is so evil about this? I should say, what does he think that makes this equivalent to Hamas? I don't think that... What are your findings? How much credence do you have to the justifications? To what? To what? Huh? What do you... With respect to what?
That the use of AK-47s would cause the damage that was done to those cars fleeing.
I think because you have chosen not to view the footage that Hamas broadcast to the world, you are incredibly ill-informed about this. And my advice, given how engaged you are in this whole thing, I'm staggered you just haven't watched that footage. Then you wouldn't be asking me this question.
But to the wider issue of what we're talking about, this is far, far bigger than one day.
Yeah, but I'm only asking you...
It's almost become a religion. October 7th. Let's be clear.
But I only ask you in comparison. You view what Israel did to Hezbollah. You've been firing rockets at them all year, displacing 70,000 people in northern Israel. You view what they did with those pages as an act of terrorism. I simply said to you, do you think what Hamas did on October 7th is an act of terrorism? And you've been really struggling to give a straight answer. You're trying to distract me by saying Hannibal Directive, hundreds were killed.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the provisions of the Genocide Convention?
I do not believe what Israel's doing is waging genocide.
That's not what
you know why?
That's not what I'm asking you. It's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is Article 1 of the Convention on the Prevention and the Punishment of Genocide says that all parties that are part of this are under obligation.
Haven't got to that part of IHL yet.
To prevent the occurrence of genocide and punish those responsible for its commission. There is a sound argument.
How many people live in Gaza? How many people live in Gaza?
2 million people live in Gaza.
How many have been killed?
Well, I mean, the Lancet Medical Journal has put forth the
assertion
that 200,000 people's lives have been ended by Israel's operation.
Well, it's completely untrue.
But that's the Lancet Medical Journal. So the Lancet Medical...
If it's the Lancet Medical Journal, it was not like a peer-reviewed study. It was literally just a I forget the name for it. It was a I don't even want to call it a paper because it didn't have to go through like the peer review process or like whatever like approval process that usually have. Also, I'm pretty sure the Lancet number wasn't for the people that had already been killed. I think it was like extrapolating into the future as well. Right? Lancet Gaza death toll.
Journal is a more trustworthy source than you. The Palestinians are saying 42,000 as of today.
The Palestinian Hamas.
Yeah, Gaza toll could exceed, but I think it's like extrapolating into the future indirect deaths. How much credence did you give the recent presented by Israelis to occupy and dominate? I mean, like, I think clearly there's a pretty grave after October 7th, clearly there's a pretty grave security threat posed by these militant groups. I would give I haven't done like a ton of reading into all the negotiations, but like I would probably grant Israel more credence than fucking Hamas or even the PA.
Run.
No, but that's not how genocide works. But that's not how genocide works, Piers. No, but you know that's not how genocide works.
I'm about to tell you.
But you know that's not how genocide works.
So you don't believe the Palestinian Health Authority numbers?
No, I believe them. But what I'm saying
you think 5 times as many people have been killed?
I've literally just quoted you what the Lancet Medical Association has said, and I've also quoted to you what they
You know why it matters,
but that's also not how genocide works.
I share a lot of your misgivings about the scale
medical
of
journal
what's been going on.
Literally named here. It's going to get more official than that.
I don't think it constitutes a genocide because Israel has the power, should it want to kill all 2 million. Let me finish. They have the power to eradicate every single Palestinian.
Was genocide committed on the Aboriginal people of Australia?
I'm going to go over the whole.
They still exist, so therefore your argument is that they were not subject to genocide following the arrival of Captain Cook.
But do you accept that what Hamas and Hezbollah, when they say the destruction of Israel, that is the purest personification of genocide?
I have clearly shown you that the Likud Charter states within it that the Palestinians will have no sovereignty.
Why do you never answer any questions about the other side,
though? Oh my God.
Because there's a causal connection between what has happened.
But you distract on everything I say.
You're talking to me about organizations that were formed to fight the Israeli occupation. Their response to that occupation is what it is. The occupation exists first. Zionism exists first. What comes after it is a product of that social imbalance.
So you categorize what they were doing as resistance, not terrorism?
They are resistance groups, as the vast majority of humanity is represented by governments that define them as resistance factions, including the government of Switzerland. What's more neutral than the government of Switzerland? It doesn't prescribe these organizations.
Switzerland says it. I didn't consider that one. Neutral Switzerland says it. Does Switzerland recognize Palestine? I kind of assumed they would if they did that.
You think they're resistance, not terrorists?
Yes.
Okay, we got there. Let me bring in Bridget Gabriel. Bridget, you listen to what Loki has to say. He's not alone in this thought. I've heard
many
pro-Palestinian guests on Uncensored in the last year. What is your response?
Well, I want to start with the accusation of the occupation. Israel was minding its own business ever since it existed. It reached out to the Arabic world. It wanted to have peace with the Arabic world. In 1964, when the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, was founded, the West Bank was in the hands of Jordan. It was Jordan. And Gaza was in the hands of Egypt. It was Egypt.
True.
So the PLO was founded in 1964, not because of any occupation. They wanted to drive the Jews into the sea and get rid of every single Jew in the Middle East. Israel tried repeatedly. The only reason the Palestinians lost in 67 and they lost Gaza and the West Bank is because they preempted an attack against Israel. And over again, Israel reached out to them to make peace with them. In 2000, Ehud Barak offered them 97% of the territories back, and they refused it again and again and again. In 2005, when Israel withdrew out of
Does he even know? Does he even know all the negotiation timeline stuff? I doubt he does.
Removed its own people fighting the IDF by force, removed them out of Gaza. Not only to remove the people, they dug out dead Jews' bones from the cemeteries because they knew exactly what the Palestinians are going to do to the cemeteries. So in 2005, when Israel withdrew out of Gaza, there wasn't one Jew alive or dead in Gaza. They turned over the key to them and said, okay, great, now build your own place. You are independent. I know people that Israel even left them the greenhouses. Israel was exporting 50 million flowers to Europe in 2004 out of Gaza. The greenhouses, the fruits, the vegetables, the
only
flowers.
casualties so far, at least.
So the Palestinians can start they can have an industry where they can support themselves. I know a businessman from New York who even raised $14 million to make sure the Palestinians will be able to get paid salaries as they move over and they continue building the greenhouses. And what did the Palestinians do within 24 hours after Israel withdrew? Not only they destroyed every single Jewish synagogue in the area, they destroyed the greenhouses, ripped out the pipe, and even stole the copper out of the pipe. And then they had an election. So in their first election, the first woman elected to the cabinet of Hamas was a woman by the name Nidal, the mother of al-Muqawama, they called her, the mother of the resistance. And she ran on the platform, I killed 3 of my sons, because she had videos of her sons, she dressing them in suicide bombers to go kill Israelis. She said, I already gave up 3 for the cause, I have another 7 to give. That's why she was elected. So that's a democratic election for Hamas. Israel did not put the Palestinians in a prison in Gaza. Hamas put the Palestinians in a prison in Gaza. Gaza could have been turned into Singapore. They had the money. They had more
there we go. There's the line.
And still do from all over the world. And what did they do with it? Build a tunnel infrastructure underneath bigger than the subway system in New York.
Okay, we got all the talking points perfectly memorized here, I see.
The Palestinians have brought this on themselves again and again and again.
Wow. But do you accept that Palestinians should have the same human rights as the rest of us?
Absolutely. All humans are equal in the eyes of God.
How can they do that? Okay, but here's the thing,
but
but when it comes to this issue of occupation, I was very struck at the start of the response to October the 7th that very quickly Israel was able to turn on or off the tap of energy, the tap of water, the food supply, etc. That is only achievable if you are effectively occupying another country. Otherwise, you're not able to do it. So Israel has had this control over Gaza.
I mean, it's a blockade. I still don't think it probably means that evidence of occupation. It's a blockade. Also, I'm pretty sure most of the water in Gaza is produced domestically. I'm pretty sure it's like 90% of the water in Gaza, or maybe thinking of the West Bank. Generally, for some reason, occupation under the occupying force as a substitute to governance authority, the lawful sovereign. Oh yeah, I don't even know if anyone considers Hamas the lawful sovereign. So I don't know if you could ever even claim it was an occupation. The dismantling of the IDF Gaza military governance apparatus and the assumption of handing over the control of Gaza to Palestinian authority does not meet the traditional standard for substituting the governance authority of a lawful sovereign. A different standard has been applied by a number of international actors, including organizations such as the International Committee of the Red Cross. This new standard effectively waives the traditional requirements of the physical presence or substitute the ability to make authority present within a reasonable time, and substitution of governance capacity made for Israel. Such claims ignore the availability of more suitable legal frameworks, such as the law of governing armed conflict, including its provisions on siege and blockade, and international human rights law. Haven't got into the... I think occupation is like 2 more chapters in the book we're reading.
Which to me does not afford those people the same human rights as Israelis enjoy. It's inarguable, because if they didn't have that control, they couldn't turn on and off the energy or the water supplies.
But why did Israel get to this point? Remember, in 2005, they gave them everything, and they said, we are out. The Israelis even fought among themselves because, some people did not...
No, so don't get me wrong. I think Hamas squandered all the money they were given, and Hamas has been the enemy of its own people. And when Hamas did what they did on October the 7th, they knew it was immediately sentencing to death thousands of their own people in the process. They knew that, right? So I think Hamas has got to go. I think Netanyahu has to go as well, and his right-wing headbang cabinet members who do speak in a genocidal way. None of this is ever going to lead to peace. Let me ask you, Benji, about Loki's...
occupation is chapter 6. Okay, well...
claims about October the 7th. He says that there was this Hannibal directive. It's been much speculated. Harit says that they found evidence there was. The IDF has never admitted there was a Hannibal directive. But it is possible, in the fog of war that day, that I guess some of the casualties came because of Israeli fire. We don't know that. But Loki wants people to believe hundreds and hundreds of people who died that day on the Israeli side were killed by Israel.
I don't believe that. That has not proven. And if I have to choose between believing the Hamas talking point, who control the Ministry of Information, and the Israeli IDF, I would believe the IDF because I have lived in Israel as a Lebanese. At one point, I had a home in Lebanon, a home in Israel, and my boyfriend who lived in the West Bank at that time, and I worked as a journalist. And knowing how the IDF operates and knowing how the Israeli military operates, they operate by rules. They don't invent information like Hamas does. And when you are in the throes of things like what happened on October 7th, a lot of people do not know a lot of the facts that happened on the ground. But we do know one thing, that Hamas committed such atrocities, and we're so proud filming it and showing it, that will give you goosebumps, that a lot of people can get sick, they cannot view it. And I'm shocked that Loki hasn't even viewed the footage. You have to view the footage to understand the monstrosity of the crimes that were committed on that day.
Yeah, I mean, I watched this BBC documentary which had all the footage from the music festival. And honestly, Loki, it was one of the most sickening 2 hours of my entire life.
Have you been on social media for the past year?
Yes, I have.
You have seen a constant stream of mutilated children. You have seen a constant stream of people being lifted up out
which
of
you're very
the rubble.
keen, which you're
How can you even bring into the conversation 2 hours of footage in comparison to 12 months and 77 years of this type of treatment?
So
I have a question for the guest. I would like to ask this question. Now, the organization Act for America, which you represent and are a part of, seems to be quite the patriotic outfit. It's also been criticized widely as Islamophobic. But I have some questions about the finances of your organization. It's funded by the Fairbrook Foundation, which has funded the Central Fund of Israel, the Zionist Organization of America, and also illegal settlements in the West Bank.
Oh, damn. Wow. I can't believe we're pulling out the funding receipts. The Zionist cabal is funding her. What the hell?
Has been funded by the Becker Foundation, which has funded Christians United for Israel and the Israel Project. In addition to that, your organization was also funded by the Emez Foundation, which funded the Israel Project, the Central Fund of Israel, and the Zionist Organization of America. How, in any way, do you stand for peace when the organization which you front and presumably are employed by is also funded by organizations that are invested in illegal settlement in the West Bank?
Actually, my organization, which I run, and I'm the founder and chairman, I not only work for it, was founded after September 11th to protect America against the threat of radical Islamic terrorism.
It shares funders with those building illegal settlements in the West Bank.
You already spoke your mind. Now it's my time to answer. My organization...
People in North Carolina are cut off from the outside world. True.
...was founded to impact policy in the United States, to protect the United States
North
from the threat of
Carolinian. Can confirm. I am in an open-air prison right now.
The terrorist organization are. We work with Muslims. We have Muslims on our board. We have Muslims who are members. We had every single conference we had, we always had a keynote speaker who was Muslim that speaks because they care about
you know what? I feel like we're getting. Listen, I feel like we're getting. Bridget, I feel like we're getting a bit. I feel like we're getting a bit. Look, fascinating though it is the makeup of your business. It's not really the point of what this debate is, right?
Right. That's not the point exactly.
But the point I would make, Bridget, is this: I do think Loki has a good point about the settlements, right? What is going on in the West Bank with this rapid, aggressive expansion of settlements?
Oh no, she's going to justify the settlements, isn't she? She's going to do it. She's all the talking points memorized.
Sorry, you cut out. You mean the settlements in the West Bank?
The expansion of settlements on the West Bank in the last year has been completely outrageous.
Oh, well, look, there's a radical wing within Israel that wants to expand the settlements.
Oh, okay.
And the settlements is an issue. I agree with you.
We're not doing total Hasbro, okay? We're just a little bit of Hasbro.
People are very upset about
You're funded by the same organizations.
What does this have to do with what we're talking about? They are Americans who support the funding of protecting the United States, not Israel. My work is devoted to protecting the United States. Has nothing to do.
Let's get back to the bigger picture. So, Bridget, do you condemn the expansion of the settlements in the last year on the West Bank?
Say that again?
Do you condemn the expansion of the settlements on the West Bank in the past year?
Is she like pretending she
yes,
can't
I do.
hear?
I think they are going overboard with the settlement. I think somebody needs to revisit looking at the settlement and how they are.
Okay, then that's good. Loki, do you condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th?
I have a question for you.
Well, hang on.
Based on
You
what
stop
you've just
asking
said
questions for a minute.
I'll answer your question in a second.
She's made an admission that she condemns it.
No, she condemns the expansion of settlements.
Fine.
These people also fund
Loki, at some point you are going to answer some of my questions.
Which I have done.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't. He's not even skilled enough to do like the Mehdi Hassan rhetoric, where he's like, why are you asking me to condemn these things when there's a power imbalance and like your style of conversation, condemn this, condemn that.
You condemn what Hamas did.
You've already asked me that.
Not directly. You haven't answered.
I will not condemn people based on Israeli military talking points.
Okay, good.
But I have a question for you.
You don't condemn mass murder.
Obviously, I condemn mass murder.
You won't condemn it by Hamas.
You're talking about a specific political context in which the information.
No, I'm talking about mass murder of people on October the 7th.
By the Israeli military.
It's just absurd.
So I have a question for you.
Oh my God.
So I have a question for you. I'm not concerned about whether you think or don't think about credibility.
It's not a kind of this from supporting either over the other.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
I have a question.
What's your question?
Rupert Murdoch, News Corp International, which employed you for several years, which actually it employs you now. Okay, we're getting to the...
Oh my God, is he doing the Zionist cabal funding for Piers Morgan too?
Yes. What do you think the issue is? I saw you tweeted. What does it have to do with me?
Not my tweets. I have a question for you. News Corp International had a charitable arm which funded the Jerusalem Foundation, which builds illegal settlements in...
What's it got to do?
Oh my God, dude! This guy didn't spend any time to like preparing like talking points and preparing rhetoric or learning how to debate. He just sat at his computer trying to scouring for like any connection at all that he has to the that both these people have to the Zionist cabal.
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
What's it got to do with me?
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
I'm not talking about Rupert Murdoch.
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
I'm not talking about Rupert Murdoch.
This has never been shown on British
Oh my
media.
God, he's got the receipts, bro. Yeah, follow the money.
This is a letter from Netanyahu's political office. And Bridget may well recognize the handwriting of Benjamin Netanyahu here. It is a list of individuals that Netanyahu considered to be funders of his political campaign. There is a name on this list. The name is Rupert Murdoch.
Damn.
It seems he funded Benjamin Netanyahu. That's an issue.
You know what? Like, it's not an issue for me.
It's an issue. And actually, it's in the interest of objectivity
understand one thing.
that you stated.
Rupert Murdoch can speak for himself. You've got a problem with him. Take it up with him.
I do.
I can tell you categorically, he has never had a single conversation with me about anything I put on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Sam kindly resigned from the Times newspaper because of Murdoch's investment
Fine.
and bias.
Do you have a problem?
This document, this letter,
You're a rapper,
clearly
right?
shows Benjamin Netanyahu noting Rupert Murdoch, considering him to be a funder of his political
You're a
campaign.
rapper.
That's an issue.
You're a rapper. You condemn P. Diddy.
Yes.
Great. You see how easy it is? You take it out of your obsession, which is that you hate Israel so much you can't condemn anything that people do to them.
We see the situation differently.
Not really.
My loyalty is to the people.
I agree with you a lot more. I agree with you a lot more than you realise.
I view myself as loyal to the people of the camps, to the people under the bombs. I do not view myself as loyal to somebody that would end up on a list of potential funders of Benjamin Netanyahu.
I like Rupert Murdoch enormously. I respect him enormously.
And you won't condemn his funding of murder of Netanyahu. You won't condemn his funding of Netanyahu.
You don't condemn mass murder.
You don't condemn mass murder.
Oh, I do.
Condemn the Israeli military for mass murder of Israeli captives.
Had you bothered to watch this program for the last year, you would see I've regularly condemned them.
God, the term murder is being used in a funny way here. The term murder, like unjustified killing, is kind of just being used to refer to like any dead people at all. Like
because resistance.
I think the vast majority of humanity perceive asymmetrical warfare by developed militaries against the vast majority of humanity are post-colonial subjects.
Yeah, why? Again, like now he's doing there's gotta be a term for this. He's like obfuscating with like, well, I think the vast majority of people do support abortions at 9 months. Well, personally, I wouldn't do it. Well, I think the vast majority of people don't support it.
They came out of decolonization. So their conception of these isures is just not the same as yours, unfortunately.
We will have to disagree, but that's fine.
Only way Palestinians can win against Israelis
to
is to stage nonviolent protests and get to media painting Israelis as savages.
I appreciate it too.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, ironically, like a Palestinian Gandhi probably would work. Like it seems like in the past when there have been more peaceful like Arab leaders, like they've been forced to like reconcile with that and make peace with them. Like they made peace with Egypt, like even after like a at like the end of the height of nationalism that happened after the 6 Day War, because they had the Sadat, right? I think it was Sadat. It was because Nasser died and then Sadat took power. Yeah.
Listen, the story won't go away. Come back. We'll debate it again.
Thank you.
But remember, I agree with more than you think with what you say. Okay. All right. But at some point, you've got to have a little bit of something about you that says that some things that people do to Israel can also be wrong. You don't think so?
I mean, you're misrepresenting my.
Am I? You think of one thing people have done to Israel is wrong?
I think giving it $8.7 billion is carrying out terrorist attacks.
So no attack on Israel has ever been anything but justice.
Wow, nice dodge there, buddy. Nice one. You found something. Good one.
That's not my question.
It's unsustainable.
You think of one thing?
Unsustainable.
Is there one thing that's been done to Israel that you think is wrong?
Not right now.
Okay. And that's,
I'll let you know.
In its way, Loki, that's very illuminating.
No problem.
Good to see you. Thanks.
Oh boy. Oh brother. Oh brother. Look what Hamas did was great much return. Oh, that war conceded the Palestinians got anything to be protested would be co-opted by radical groups. Yeah, that's understandable, I guess. It's the moral confusion. I think international law should require states in border areas set aside a small area where civilian refugees from either country can go and take refugees in case of a conflict without being part of the state, without being followed by armies. I think there are. I'm pretty sure international law does requires some. I think it requires some states to take refugees, right? Which I think Egypt has not been doing that. They're probably required to. To be fair, Israel hasn't. They're probably required to too. But like the big issue right now with like the safe zone thing is that a safe zone takes 2 people to set up. Hamas seems to be the one that won't agree to a safe zone. Israel tried to like set up safer zones. They can't guarantee a safe zone though, because like any safe zone that Israel tries to set up is just going to be used by Hamas. Like Hamas operates even out of that the safer zone that Israel tried to set up, right? The whatever beach, the Al Mawasi, whatever the fuck it was. God, it's 2 hours long.
So the question this evening is, of course,
should I do it? I gotta get up at well, I guess I kind of have time, but I kind of don't have time. I guess if I put it in Destiny probably speaks fast. We'll fucking do it. I guess. Well, third party like the UN should run a safe zone. That states are forced to set it. But you realize Hamas won't agree to that. Hamas is the one that operates out of refugee. Like, the UN tries to set up refugee camps. Hamas operates out of them. They're not supposed to do that. They're breaking international law when they do that, but they do that because Hamas doesn't care about international law. But we got to end this discussion. This is moving on to a new thing. Destiny versus John Doyle. Can't be Shannon Valley to Palestine. Ruins the VOD. Makes the YouTube retention. Makes the YouTube retention fall. So. All right. I've seen a few clips of this debate, and people told me it was good. People told me John Doyle, at some points I've seen, he went a little mask off. I've heard Destiny did pretty well. So it should be interesting to watch. Destiny versus John Doyle.
Versus Trump, as a political moderate myself, I actually view presidential elections
political
as a
moderate,
referendum on the
okay.
incumbent party, and we are in somewhat of a unique circumstance given that Joe Biden has not really been leading anything, even though he wears the title of president, but instead his successor, his right-hand man, who spent the last 4 years signing off on everything that they've done together, the fruits of their administration, is now on the campaign trail looking to succeed him in becoming America's next president. I don't know what she would like to be the president of, given that it has become abundantly clear throughout this administration, under her watch, that we don't even have a country anymore. If you remember the issue which launched Donald Trump's presidential campaign in 2015, it was the issue of immigration and sovereignty. America had been expressing anxiety about this issue since the 1990s. Nobody had offered them a political solution until Donald Trump descended from the golden escalator and did so. So he gets into office, and we saw.
What was this political solution? He built a wall which clearly didn't even work. Like, John Doyle is straight up Nazi and also a moron, apparently. Welcome back, GBHawk 420. GBHawk, I don't know how to fucking pronounce it. Yeah, Parent fucking Lee. I've seen the one clip of him saying that he, I don't want less black people. I just want less Chinese and Indians in this debate. I think I've seen like one other clip too. We didn't get any comprehensive immigration bill when Trump was president. All he did was build 52 miles of wall, which clearly did not do their job. If we saw all these asylum claims happen during Biden's administration,
historic actions that worked at combating mass immigration, such as the Remain in Mexico policy, the ending of catch and release, $20 billion moving towards the border wall, actually allocating funds to build the border wall.
I mean, immigrants have been more likely to be caught and released under Trump than they were under Biden. 51% of immigrants were deported under Biden, only 49% under Trump. That is including Title 42 on Trump's end, which basically allowed him to deport immigrants a lot more easily because they were it was Title 42, his code meant you could turn anyone around.
While he signed Title 42, which reduced immigration to near all-time lows during COVID, he implemented programs to standardize and professionalize deportation methods, which Obama in his final years sought to relax and destroy. Biden, on the other hand, when he gets into office, there are 302,000 encounters along the southwest border in December of 2023 alone, which is an all-time high. You see that being up 31% from November, up 13% from December of the prior year, which was the previous all-time high at that point. And yesterday we learned that 600,000 illegals are in this country now with criminal records, including 14,000 who have been convicted of homicide.
Wait, how many did he say?
Up 31% from November, up 13% from December of the prior year, which was the previous all-time high at that point. And yesterday we learned that 600,000 illegals are in this country now.
600,000?
With criminal records, including 14,000 who have been convicted of homicide.
It's that people keep quoting that number from the past 40 years. But wasn't that 13,000? Where is he getting 600,000 from? What is this? Actually, I should read this later, but where's my bookmarks? I remember bookmarking that one that had this specific data for all of them. I remember hearing about 13,000 illegal alien murderers roaming through the U.S. That number actually includes people in prisons and covers 40 years. It would indicate illegal immigrants have a lower murder rate than natives. Michael Schellenberg is the CRB, Chair of Politics, Censorship, and Free Speech at the University of Austin. He's not exactly catered, but he's but not that much more reliable either. If centrists, conservatives, and classical liberals want to build an alternative to mainstream institutions, they have to have better standards than this. Wild.
15,000 who have been convicted of sexual assault, and the Biden-Harris administration have lost track of more than 250,000 migrant children, according to the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security's.
And now we get that number cited again.
Look at this mess, and they decided they would try to ram a bill through Congress, written by 2 Democrats and 1 Republican. The GOP caucus outright rejected this bill because it would have allowed for a minimum of 1.5 million asylum seekers and a maximum of 3 million, and it would write into law catch and release, among other things, that would weaken our southern border. So Republicans in the House, of course, rejected this bill, and Democrats, of course, did this out of political desperation.
He realizes catch and release is basically already the law, right? That's kind of how our messed up asylum system works, is that like if you claim asylum, we have to give you a court date, assuming you meet the whatever. I don't think it's credible fear. I think it's the lower standard than credible fear. The whatever credible fear.
And now they're claiming that Republicans killed this bipartisan bill for political reasons. That's false. They killed the bill because it's simply a bad bill. Joe Biden can fix immigration right now if he wanted to. He doesn't. On day one, rather, he actually restarted catch and release. He stopped the construction of 500 miles of Trump's border wall. He ended the Remain in Mexico policy, and he extended and granted TPS the stay of nearly 600,000 hate.
You know what he also did? He also he instituted, like right after Title 42 ended, he implemented like a new rule that is basically reinstituted Title 42, just a little less strict. If you cross the border without claiming asylum, if you cross the border like illegally without claiming asylum in other countries, you're like presumed ineligible for asylum. Negotiated a shocking and unprecedented deal with Mexico just to permanently deport some Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans and Venezuelans there. He continued Trump's wall, although people will like say like he sold the equipment and they had to buy it back, so he didn't bill as much as he could have. Kamala Harris told people not to come. CBO saying everyone says, yeah. Biden also resumed deportations to Venezuela and Cuba. Biden doubled the number of immigrants detained in ICE facilities pending removal. Biden's transform. Yeah, he did end the Remain in Mexico, but he, instituted, deport to Mexico. He deported fucking Cubans to Mexico, dude. Biden instituted many Trump's immigration policies, like the asylum ban. So now, in violation of the asylum law, immigrants are presumed ineligible for asylum crossing if they cross the border illegally. Yeah.
Which is a lot of fun, and he also signed an executive order on day one halting deportations. This is all inconducive to having a border, which is sort of like Civilization 101. Who gets to be here, who does not? Also, the economy, it's in the toilet. Yet under Trump, 7 million new jobs, more than 3 times the government expert.
Biden's job numbers have been better. I don't know why we went straight to jobs.
Projection, you had middle-class family income growing to nearly $6,000 more than what it had been prior.
We just saw like the first rise in like real income of Americans in 2024. It obviously declined because of like inflation, but like the U.S. had the best COVID recovery in the world by far, the highest GDP growth, like relatively on track with inflation of the other countries, like not necessarily, or not that much above average inflation.
More than 5 times.
And we brought that inflation down without bringing unemployment up very much. We're still at like 4.2% unemployment. It's pretty good. That's a like pretty healthy unemployment
during
number.
The previous administration, you had the unemployment rate that was reaching 3.5%, which was the lowest in a half century. You had an economy where now Americans, more than ever before, were
prime age employment is also higher than it was. The prime age employment population ratio is like 80.9% right now. It's really high.
Reporting being employed, 160 million jobs. Jobless claims were at like a nearly 50-year low. You had, more importantly, an economy where income was rising in every single metro area in the United States for the first time in 3 decades. Under Trump, we had 7 million people lifted off food stamps. Income inequality was falling for 2 straight years, which is the largest amount that it's been in over a decade. The bottom 50% of America.
We saw income inequality fall a lot during COVID because of the wage compression. The wage compression from the labor market after COVID. We saw like substantial wage compression after that.
American households saw a 40% increase in net worth. Wages were rising for low-income and blue-collar workers, a 16% pay increase, and with Donald Trump confronting trade competitors around the globe, America was creating 1.2 million manufacturing and construction jobs. How did we get here? Was that by chance? Of course.
Biden increased manufacturing way more than Trump ever did.
Donald Trump was removing 22 regulations for every one his administration was writing. The Republican Congress passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which put more money into businesses and into the pockets of consumers and the American people, which of course allowed for more economic growth.
It benefited rich people, did not really benefit low and middle income people. At least not nearly as much as it did rich people. Probably did not increase GDP growth by almost anything.
And we had Donald Trump as our president. He was the cheerleader for the economy and industry, and small business confidence was reaching historic highs, the highest they'd been since 1938, all under Donald Trump. At the end of the Obama administration, non-residential equipment and structure investments were at near all-time lows. Following the passage of the Taxes and Jobs Cut Act, they were soaring to near all-time highs. Under the leadership of Donald Trump, the economy was secure. Compare this with the Biden administration. You've got 20% inflation. Consumer confidence is in the toilet since the end of the pandemic.
20% inflation? When was inflation at 20%?
The end of the pandemic.
Via what metric?
Prime age working labor participation remains at historic lows, while a majority of
we watched like Destiny react to the vice presidential debate. He was like, I think you should be able to interrupt conservatives because they just like repeatedly they lie as easily as they breathe. Prime age employment is near historic lows. It's at like a historic high right now. It's higher than it was pre-COVID. Are you kidding me? Meat has gone up about 40%. I don't eat meat, so I don't know if that's true or not. But it could be, but that doesn't mean inflation is at that doesn't mean inflation is at 20%. I'm not aware of any good metric of inflation that shows it at 20% other than the bullshit methods of inflation, like the pre-1983 methodology. But that's not because of meat prices or anything. It's because of shelter prices, which it shouldn't even include in inflation.
Jobs have been created on net have all gone to immigrants. The job growth that Biden says.
Immigrants literally save the U.S. economy, and they complain. Again, prime age employment population ratio is at all-time high. I don't know where I put the data of immigrants. Yeah, like the reason, like the native-born population, the native-born workforce didn't under Obama. What didn't exist? Inflation. Inflation did in fact exist under both Obama and Trump. I think it was at almost 4% under Obama at one point because of the 2008 shit. But what was I gonna say? Oh, like the native-born population, workforce is not increasing in population. It decreased in population because a lot of boomers retired, and you know who took those jobs because boomers retired? Immigrants. Like immigrants are like a big reason why our GDP growth is so strong.
He takes credit for all the jobs that we've made in the recovery from COVID. On net, all of those are going to
like if you look at the prime age ratios, it's actually like employment is still higher for native-born workers than for immigrants. I don't know if I can.
None of those are going to Americans on net since 2019. And if you look at a survey from Red Balloon and Public Square from 80,000 small businesses, they find that 40% of business owners have recently been forced to delay payments, 70% are putting staffing and expansion plans on hold, 64% believe that we're headed towards stagflation, and half say that definitely or probably they will not survive another 4-year term under the Biden-Harris presidency.
I'm going to assume most of those statistics are wrong. Just because he like blatantly like lies about other things. Here we go. We're working age native-born population is not growing. It's primarily due to birth rate 25 years ago. The working age foreign-born population is growing. If we look at employment for working age people in the United States, natives do better and are both are at record levels. Like, yeah. It's even higher.
The economy clearly is not working for the American taxpayer or for the American business owner. And of course, nothing matters if the economic growth that we have witnessed, to the extent that it even exists, does not go to the actual American people and does not actually work for them. As we'll discuss tonight, our economy under Kamala Biden is one that works to fly illegal migrants into our country and one that works to spend money and sell weapons to other countries while American towns and American people are drowning under 10 feet of water. Joe Biden yesterday, he said there's no more money for North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, all these people who desperately need support right now. But
he's just lying. Joe Biden has literally approved like every single request for federal money that North Carolina sent in. Meanwhile, Trump didn't. Trump didn't approve like 90% of the requests North Carolina sent in for federal aid during his term.
Last 2 years, we have given $175 billion to Ukraine.
Obama saved the economy from the worst recession since the Great Depression. I mean, our recovery from 2008 was pretty slow because we did not spend enough money. Our 2008 recovery wasn't like absolutely abysmal compared to Europe, but it was still pretty bad, I would say. I wouldn't like Obama, sure, partially like Obama. I don't want to say Obama saved it. Obama kept the economy on life support. Biden was bad and destroyed the economy. I don't think so at all. I think Biden had a way better recovery than Obama did. What do you mean, bro? Who knows? Maybe Trump used the connection to collude to destroy the economy during in power. Yeah, definitely.
Why? Literally why? The border wall, the most pro-American idea in the last 10 years. Securing America's border. Civilization 101. That was supposed to cost like what? $10 billion, but that was too expensive. Trump's mass deportation plan is supposed to cost $100 billion. I have to read about why that's impossible every day in the New Yorker, but we're sending $175 billion to Ukraine just in the last 2.5 years, which by the way is far more difficult mechanically, like laundering money to foreign countries, going through different organizations, keeping track of it. The point being, I pay taxes.
Laundering money?
You pay taxes. Wouldn't it be nice for
man? Thank God you can't build a border wall of Patriot missiles.
To see that money actually going towards the interests of American people instead of to the citizens of the world. Wouldn't it be nice for the American government to actually look out for you and not everyone else in the world while you foot the bill? I won't hold my breath, however, expecting answers to these questions because they aren't supposed to be answered. They have no plan. They don't have a plan because they're completely beholden to the political establishment. That's why things can more or less continue operating, and the public doesn't understand how badly their president's mental state is until the first time they wheel him out for a debate and people realize how gone this guy is. Because the White House can more or less continue to run because Joe Biden is not actually in charge, and there's no plan but to continue to manage the decline of our country. She even had no policies on her website until literally 5 minutes ago, and if she does have a plan to fix everything, you have to ask, okay, why?
I mean, he's being a little hyperbolic there. She didn't have policies on her page for a little bit, but they've been there for quite a while now.
What's going wrong right now? You're in office.
For like literally like a month.
For 4 years. Joe Biden clearly hasn't been in charge. So who has been in charge? Why don't you fix these things now? And I mean, he even owned up to his record in 2020 by saying that he will.
God, I hate this talking point so much.
Do more of what has been successful. If Kamala is saying, well, there are problems, how is that then not an indictment of her? Everything that's happened in the last 4 years. And look at what's happening today. We've got hurricanes destroying towns, destroying
You
livelihoods.
can't tell me Biden improved the economy is pretty bad. I totally disagree with that. I think the economy is pretty good. I think Biden, again, like we had to deal with COVID. So like our COVID recovery is the like best of the developed nations. Real GDP is growth is like the highest out of the developed nations, and inflation is barely above average of the developed nations. And we brought down inflation. Inflation is back at 2%. Meanwhile, unemployment did not increase. We had a really soft landing, at least assuming we don't enter a recession later on. But we didn't really bring unemployment is still at a really healthy number. And what life experience? Then nothing I'm talking about here has to do with life experience. These are all like statistics, because these aren't life experience questions. These are statistical questions. Like we brought down inflation without having to bring unemployment up, without going into recession. That's pretty impressive. Like
$30 billion in property damage, 160 people dead. What is Joe Biden?
I literally packed up and moved because I would no longer afford living in the States and moved overseas.
Say when asked if he has any words for the victims of the hurricane.
Statistics can be manipulated. If I had to guess, I have a better understanding of how like CPI and how these things are calculated than you do. You probably think that the like 1983 CPI methodology is better than the current methodology. You probably
everything we have. They say, can we give any more resources? He says no. Okay, so the commander in chief.
So, or you know, these are statistical questions. If I'm asking, like you understand, what is inflation at? It's not a life experience question. It's a statistical question. You shouldn't be citing life experience for what is inflation at.
Missing. What about Kamala? She has this opportunity as his second in command to display and coordinate.
I was the government budget analyst. Then why do you think CPI is manipulated? Do you think CPI is like artificially low or like?
Wants to display leadership.
Just
use
explain.
the power of the federal government in ways that she only and uniquely has access to, quelling any doubts that we may have about her leadership capabilities. But she didn't. What she did instead is basically just take staged photographs on a plane instead of going to actually visit the people impacted by the hurricane, which is what Trump is doing. Trump is down there on the ground right now, distributing resources, telling people that the American people have not been forgotten about, taking care of these things. Just like in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks, the deadliest in American history, Donald Trump was on the ground putting his guys to work, taking care of American people 15 years before he would even become president. And he's on the ground doing the same thing today. Kamala Harris is simply incapable of leading. She's not intelligent. She's not competent.
You're listening to the smartest man alive.
Brave. She doesn't have the charisma. She's just the current face of the establishment. Everything that they do, it's all talk.
Based. I love the establishment.
Talk, no action. She is just the incumbent role of that. She has no agency herself. She will simply continue what has been going on for the last 60 years in this country. And they will never forgive Donald Trump for convincing
another deep state actor based
the American
on
people that it didn't have to be that way. That it doesn't have to just be this managed decline where everything is more expensive yet less in quality, and you're now working and you can't afford to go to school and let alone graduate and find a job. And because
Biden canceled a lot of student loan debt. But like, okay.
Immigrants, they will never forgive
and
Trump.
increase like Pell Grants to people as well. Like, I'm pretty sure people probably had an easier time affording to go to school under Biden than most other presidents, considering again like the student loan debt cancellation and like the increased Pell Grants to people.
For challenging these political orthodoxies, let alone successfully. And so it's really not so much a question about Trump versus Kamala. It seems to be much more Trump versus whatever has been happening in our country for the last 60 years. And Trump is the only successful candidate.
That's not a good thing. What, student loan debt or people going to school easily?
Orthodox.
Like I'm not like super big on the student loan debt. Inflation is high if you consider that I'm broke. Checkmate, liberal. I'm like the student loan debt. I think student loan debt cancellation would have been a good idea 5 years ago. I think by the time Biden was elected, it probably wasn't a great time to do student loan debt cancellation because we were in an inflationary period, and obviously student loan debt is expensive and it's going to have inflationary effects because you're canceling people's debt so they can then afford to spend more money on other things. That's going to increase aggregate demand. It's probably going to be inflationary. But I think students were probably put in a bad situation where they really only had two options because so many jobs require college degrees. That's probably okay to cancel student loan debt. Like,
to be able to break free from them. And Kamala is just the incumbent candidate with the blessing and backing of the entire political establishment. So if you want things to continue how they've been going for the last 4 years and broadly speaking the last 60 years, then you can support Kamala. But if you actually want to create opportunities that will meaningfully change our country and make it great again, then the obvious choice is Donald J. Trump for president. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening, John. We're going to kick it over to Stephen for 10 minutes as well. And just want to let everybody know that if Stephen would like, he can push some of his opening statement time into the open dialogue if he doesn't want to take the full 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Stephen, for being with us. The floor is all yours for your opening as well.
Okay,
real quick, James, can you guys hear me? I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right. Is there my timer on screen? Okay, I'm good. Ready? Yeah? Yes, perfect. I think I heard a yes there.
Yes.
Okay. We have
bro is a multi-millionaire and can't afford to like relatively decent portable stream setup, bro. Just like buy a fucking Blue Yeti, buy some good headphones.
Two parties in the United States, and right now, one of those parties lives in delusion. Conservatives
Bro.
rely on the ability to cast a huge net and to cover a ton of ground and to lie and lie and lie about every single topic they bring up. That's why if you try to ever actually force a conservative to own a particular position, they will pivot away from that and go to some other position where they will lie. Okay, most of the people that, for instance, I'm debating on these types of debates now don't believe, for instance, that dinosaurs existed. If you look at things like, I believe, the response to the recent disasters was brought up in North Carolina. If you look at the responses from DeSantis, if you look at the responses from Kemp in Georgia, if you look at the response from Collins, everybody is saying we are getting exactly what we need. Joe Biden has called these people already. It is a lie that Donald Trump is pushing. It is a lie that conservatives like John Doyle are pushing. That states aren't getting what they need from Biden. This is just not true. Google.com, search for it. Governor's response, recent disaster, governor's response, hurricane. It's not true. Everything he says is a lie. Now, on the contrary, there has been Donald Trump who has refused aid to states before.
Yes,
there are reported conversations with Kushner saying that Donald Trump wanted to withhold aid from people. Initially in California, when the wildfires were happening under his term, Donald Trump withheld that aid. And in a speech a few days ago, Donald Trump talked again about potentially withholding aid from California if they didn't sign on to a bill that would open up more land in the north for agricultural purposes. There is only one president that I know of in recent history that has threatened to withhold national federal aid from states in times of disaster, and that is Donald Trump. Joe Biden has never done this. You will not find statements of him ever doing this. You can look at, I believe, Roy Collins on Twitter right now, just yesterday tweeted, thanks to Biden for calling him and providing everything that they need.
I think he means Roy Cooper, but yeah.
Like basically every other thing that is said in support of the Republicans, and even ignoring all of the policy. We can even say, fine, maybe they might have a better stance on the border. They don't. Maybe they might have a better stance on the economy. They don't. Maybe they might have a better stance on foreign policy. They definitely don't. Fine, maybe they do. But even if they did, Donald Trump wouldn't be the guy that would be able to get anything done. Donald Trump was not able to get funding for the wall.
He sucks at legislation. He sucks at legislating things.
An itty bitty fence, and then he walked away with his tail between his legs. He called that a victory. So if you did want a wall, if immigration was something that was scary to you, why would you rely on Donald Trump, who was a massive and total and utter failure in his administration, where both sides of Congress were controlled by his party, to do anything? Right? He wouldn't be the guy for it. He was incapable of doing it, and he was only able to have such good numbers because he was able to rely on COVID to shut down the border with Title 42, and he was able to rely on the fact that a lot of people were sick and didn't feel like making the journey to the United States. And you can tell because if you look at that graph that he lies about, that he shows in events where he says, "This is when I left office." He actually left office like about a year later when the immigration numbers are starting to spike up again. So if immigration is your issue, Donald Trump's not the guy to solve it. He can't work with Congress to pass legislation. There was a big bill on the border from Langford that Doyle, for some reason, called Democrat authored. This bill had widespread support among Republicans until Donald Trump came and shut it down. Interviews with Langford confirmed this. You can watch a speech with Ted Cruz where he says this. You can watch McConnell talking about it in the Senate where he confirms this. Nobody's debating this seriously except for the people, the sycophants, that try to carry water for Trump outside of his administration. I say outside of his administration because nobody from his last administration has left. How do you have all these people? You know, you look at the people that he surrounded himself with. Where are they at? Donald Trump won in 2016, running on a ticket with Vice President Mike Pence or ex-Vice President Mike Pence. Where is Pence? Why isn't he running anymore? Oh, because when he was in office last, Donald Trump basically watched and tried to get him killed. When he was at the at the Capitol building trying to certify the election, Donald Trump sat by and he watched for 3 hours. You want to talk about a dereliction of duty or an absent commander-in-chief? He sat by and he watched while the Capitol was rioted, while it was taken over for 3 hours, doing absolutely nothing in the attempts to maybe win the election because the people would be too scared to certify after he riled his crowd up and he sent them out of the Capitol. If you look at Donald Trump's approach to foreign policy, it was a joke. People say there were no wars under Donald Trump. What do you mean? No, what does that even mean? We were in a conflict all over the world. He was still doing drone strikes in Yemen. We did the assassination of Soleimani. We had troops that were active in Syria. We had a military presence that was still in Afghanistan. There was still a Russian occupation of Crimea. There was an Iranian attack on Saudi Arabia. There were riots in the Gaza Strip. Like when we say there were no wars in the rest of the world, this is just another conservative delusion. And what are the foreign policy positions that Donald Trump has? And not the empty platitudes, okay? Not Donald Trump where he stands and he leans forward like a fucking giraffe.
Yeah, he won't even answer anything. He won't, like all he's saying is that if he wins the election, the war in Ukraine will somehow be over as he's president-elect. He won't even clarify anything. He won't clarify what his actual position is on Ukraine, whether or not we should get him aid. He won't say what a deal would look like. He just says oh, that's classified. I can't share it because then it won't happen.
See, it was 350 pounds, okay? Give me an actual policy position that Donald Trump has or has at least espoused when it comes to dealing with, we can't do that. Because every single time, on every single interview where Donald Trump is asked about his foreign policy, he says, I can't spoil it. It's a secret. Yep. Well, it's not a secret. We watched what happened when he was in office. When he sent Tillerson and Pence over to North Korea, later on Trump tweeted out, Tillerson, don't waste your time. Okay, I think Pence actually said it was a waste of time. I believe that was reported behind the scenes. Nobody thought that anything could happen in North Korea. They were back to testing their missiles a month later. Nothing happened there, except for the fact that Kim got a photo with Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, for the first time in U.S. history, was the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces, saluting an enemy's military for who the knows what reason. Let's see. Did he have a good success in Syria? Well, let's see. He completely and utterly ditched our allies, the Kurdish fighters that fight alongside the FSA against Bashar al-Assad. Somebody who engaged in chemical warfare against his own citizens enough that Trump saw fit to bomb an airport. Was that also another action that wasn't a war or wasn't part of military conflict? I don't know. It's hard to keep track of what conservatives consider what, because it seems like they got a double standard for literally everything. And when I say double standard, I mean an actual human standard for Democrats and actually no standard for Republicans. When we look at things like the economy, we talk about pulling kids out of childhood poverty. Did Donald Trump have a policy for that? Well, let's see. When he was in front of that economic forum, they asked him, Donald Trump, what one specific policy would you actually give in order to alleviate childhood poverty? He gave an answer that puts Biden at his worst moments to shame. This was one of the most
unironically, and he gave another answer like that recently. This answer is absolutely horrible. He's mentioning the child cancer. That answer was horrible. Like, he, generally was just rambling, total nonsense. It was absolutely horrible. This answer, I don't think it was on that tier, but this answer was really bad, too. What actions will he take to ensure that jobs stay in America so we continue to build best cars in the world here in Michigan? Trump. So pretty much, as we've been saying, and what I want to do is I want to be able to look your business. Years ago, this area, I was honored as the man of the year, and maybe 20 years ago, and the fake news heard about it, and they said it never happened, and I didn't know. I didn't know who it was. It was a group that honored me as Man of the Year. The fakers back there, the fake news, but they said, and they looked, and they said it never happened, but I swear it happened, and it did happen. I was a Man of the Year. I came and I made a speech, and I said, why do we allow them to take your car business away? Why do you allow it to happen? They're taking your business away, and I didn't know much about it, and all I know is that they were taking your car industry away from you. They said it never happened, and lo and behold, somebody said, I remember the event, and then we found out, and we had everything. We got the awards, we had everything. It did happen, but I gave a speech at which time it was pretty controversial. Are you fucking kidding me? They asked him about what policy he would implement, and only talked about is some group giving him a reward. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, if Biden gave that answer, conservatives would be fucking ruthless.
Word salads I've ever heard of mine.
Not mention the fact that Biden tried to hide the fact that Biden was not fit for office and had to drop out of the race. They lied about it. So true, dude. Reading convicted felon Trump's words is both hilarious and nearly impossible to make sense of it. Yes, accurate. I don't know. I think Trump is way more unfit for office than Biden ever is, as you know. Doesn't he just went over this answer is horrible. He's clearly way more morally unfit for office than Biden is. But
entire life, I thought the man was either about to have a stroke or was halfway through one by the time he finished his answer to that question. But again, Republicans have absolutely no standards. They do not live in reality. They think that oil is a self-replenishing thing that comes from the ground because dinosaurs weren't real. Half of them think the Earth is 6,000 years old. We had all these predictions about COVID and the mRNA vaccines and the Chinese-made virus in the lab that didn't come true. Nothing the conservatives said has come true in terms of all the fear-mongering they did. Nothing. We had 4 years of Biden. Where's my communism? Where was the destruction of the country? It's not here. We've got Donald Trump who wants to come into the next administration to do what? Put 10 or 20% tariffs on everything? What, is he going to go back on the U.S., Mexico, Canada, the North America Free Trade Agreement, the one that he was so proud of that superseded NAFTA? Is he going to destroy that so that he can tariff everything? Or is he just speaking empty platitudes? Or, more likely, does Donald Trump not even really know what a tariff is? Does Donald Trump know
I didn't even consider that. Yeah, he would have to go back on that deal that he authored. I totally did not consider that he would actually have to go back on that deal that he withdrew from NAFTA to make that fucking deal. And also, while we're on the free trade thing, he also withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was a horrible fucking decision. But
difference between a trade deficit and a budget deficit and our national debt, you might want to, defend him and say, well, I'm sure he does know the difference. But then if that's the case, why is it that in the 4 years of Donald Trump, where our economy was doing so well, we were running record deficits before COVID? Why was this happening? If Donald Trump and the Republicans are so good about tackling our debt and doing something about the deficit, why was he still running record deficits while the economy was exploding 25% year over year over year? Why was Donald Trump trying to use Twitter to bully Powell, to bully the Federal Reserve, to keep interest rates low? Why was Donald Trump sending his Department of Justice into the states to try to fabricate election results?
The central bank independence thing is huge and needs to be drilled down on more. Yeah, Trump wants to end the independence of the Federal Reserve, and he hated Jerome Powell's first term. It's a horrible thing that is horribly inflationary as well, but people just don't understand it.
Why was Donald Trump trying to bully Jeff Sessions or Comey or Christopher Wray to kill investigations related to him or people around him when people in his close company, like Roger Stone, were directly communicating with foreign adversaries in order to leak information about about the Democrats? Donald Trump is easily one of the worst presidents of all time, and his character should reflect on the people that defend him as well. Because remember, the only way to defend Donald Trump is to ignore reality, to be delusional, to pretend that everything under his administration didn't happen, to pretend that things under Biden have happened that haven't happened, and to pretend that somehow in the future he's going to be able to do all of these things that he had a monumental failure of attempting during his 4 years. And remember, it's going to be with an entirely new administration because nobody that works with Trump ever wants to work with him again because either they see that Trump is corrupt or he calls them a rhino. And so now we have a new Trump. We've got a new vice president with Trump, a guy that said he would co-sign onto all of the malicious activity that Trump wants to do, which Pence wasn't willing to go along with. God knows who he'd want to staff the Department of Justice with, or what any of his other cabinet positions would be like. And God help us all. Even if Trump loses the election, honestly, even if he loses the election by a landslide, the fact that there are so many tens of millions of Americans that have been lied to and tricked and deceived by the figures that were supposed to be on the left. Remember when we were supposed to have a George Soros controlling all of our communications, and instead we got an Elon Musk who is full-throatedly, avowedly, pro-Trump and posting AI misinformation about Kamala Harris, on a social media platform. Remember when the Hunter Biden laptop suppression was like the worst thing that's ever happened to the world, and then we get a JD Vance leak, and all of a sudden now Republicans believe in foreign interference. Now people leaking stuff. stuff about actual politicians. Believe it or not, Hunter Biden never ran for anything. I don't know if people remember that or not. Now it's a huge problem. Censoring stories was supposed to be the worst thing. We care about doxing, we care about all these things now. It's crazy how Republicans discover morality and standards whenever they have to levy any type of criticism to the left. I just wish that at some point they would live up to a single standard or apply anything consistently across the board.
Thank you very much for that 10-minute opening statement as well, Stephen. We are going to switch it back to John for his 5-minute rebuttal. John, thanks very much. The floor is all yours.
It seemed to me like there was a lot there that was generally just firing from the hip at Republicans and specifically Donald Trump. And I think what it gets down to, which is what this debate often does, is just competing views of.
He like directly addressed like 80% of your fucking bullshit claims, but okay, I guess that's just firing from the hip.
How politics actually works in this country. Destiny seems to be somebody who has faith in the
In 1 month, this mess is going to be over.
Into the system generally speaking,
yeah.
to do its job. And Donald Trump's political project is exactly the opposite of that. Donald Trump's political project was to go in and drain the swamp. And as anybody who's a Trump supporter knows, and maybe
did he succeed at did he succeed at that at all? Did he drain the swamp? Is the swamp drained? I thought you were saying. I guess the swamp came back when Biden was elected. Did Biden repump the swamp?
Even laments that did not exactly happen in his first administration. And it's because Donald Trump was the first president under the Republican ticket who was not awarded a mechanically functioning administration. Even George Bush, who I don't think anyone here maybe is a fan.
That is firing from the hip, purely emotions. I mean, I don't know if John Doyle said anything about censorship, but I mean, he was directly addressing the point he was addressing there. I don't think that was firing from the hip. I think that was addressing that conservatives seem to have like double standards in this case. Also, welcome to the stream.
And of the way that his administration functioned, but that administration functioned as it should have in the sense that George Bush was able to delegate and get things done. Donald Trump was not able to do this because there were so many people who understood that he was simply an irritant to an otherwise functioning, well-oiled machine, which is the Washington establishment. They didn't necessarily want to hitch their cart to that and taint a resume. Or you had Reince Priebus.
Oh, is it a bot? Is it place your bets? Place your bets. Is it a bot? How long till he says add me on Discord for graphic design? Yeah, there we go. It's a bot.
Head of the RNC, he had a Rolodex of names ready to go to fill these staffing positions. So it's not at all surprising to me that Trump was not able to execute the way that other presidents, including Republican presidents, were able to execute, because everything that Trump sought to do was a disruption of orthodoxies which have existed for 60 years and would like to exist after Donald Trump. And I think that a lot of those personnel issues have been resolved since. I think he understands some of the problems there. But I also think it's sort of nonsensical to conflate, sort of Republican delusion with Democrat delusion. Because when you have Republican delusion, that's like your aunt or uncle at dinner who says something like, I don't know, what if elites are like satanic and do crazy rituals? And it's like, yeah, that's crazy. Democrat delusion is like what these people run on. They run on the issue of, hey, what if we put an axe wound in between a child's legs? Wouldn't that?
Really? That's the Republican delusion? Not like any of the repeatedly false claims about the election that Republicans have been making for years. And even J.D. Vance tonight wouldn't say that Trump lost the election.
Hey, what if we couldn't actually define what a woman is? Things like that. Again, very low-hanging fruit, but simultaneously, I think very important to understand exactly which party is the one advertising and establishing power based on delusion. And so I didn't really hear much that was addressing the points I laid out directly in terms of why Trump did X, it was successful. Biden undid X, and now we are experiencing bad results because of that. And so in terms of Trump's staffing issues, again, you have an incentive there to not want to hitch your cart to that, whereas Kamala Harris had the highest overturning rate for her White House staff in history. It was like 92%. 92% of people who were working for her went away. They said, no, thank you, no more. What kind of leader is it where people who are the closest to her, working for her, in proximity to her, with no other incentive, no other obvious lily pad? I mean, you're working for Kamala Harris. That's maybe the future president. That's the vice president. They still left those jobs because working for her was such a nightmare. So the idea that she could somehow command and be a better executive than Donald Trump is just complete nonsense. Moreover, we haven't even heard that case. All we've heard is that Donald Trump is bad.
People left Kamala Harris because Trump isn't even running with his fucking old vice president. People overturned from Kamala Harris's staff because he was strict or whatever. People left Trump. People abandoned Trump because he tried to pressure them into overturning the election.
Republicans are delusional or things like that. The tariff policy, I don't understand why we're against tariffs. Tariffs are as American as apple pie. Every man who's on Mount Rushmore was a protectionist. 95% of all imports the height of America's economic growth in the 19th and 20th century were tariffed.
Wow, must have been causal. That must have been causal. The growth definitely wouldn't have been higher if we didn't have tariffs. That must have been causal, dude. Great analysis.
Kept the tariffs that Trump implemented, so if they were so bad with the Chinese imports, I mean, you would think that he would have repealed those, but of course he didn't. He held on to them.
They were bad. They should repeal them, but
so I think that, the president is the executive.
But they don't want to expand them nearly as much as Trump does, and at least they did it. At least the way Biden did it. It's actually with a strategy behind it. Not only has Biden kept some of the tariffs, he did the Chips and Science Act, where he invested money in actual American manufacturing and got a ton of private companies to invest in making chips here rather than in Taiwan, where there's obviously supply chain issues in case any shit goes down between China and Taiwan. At least there's an actual strategy behind what Biden does. Biden has been, I'm a pretty big free trade guy, but Biden has been pretty smart with industrial policy, whereas Trump is a fucking idiot who probably doesn't even know what a tariff is. I've never heard Trump describe a tariff correctly. Kamala Harris never answers random questions from reporters ever. This should make you think. I don't even think that's true. There's clips of her walking up to reporters after the plane lands and her talking to them. She's done 2 interviews? I guess both of them were pre-taped. I don't know if she had a question. She might have had a question for them beforehand. Although I don't think her answers wouldn't have been so bad for some of them if she had the questions beforehand. I don't know. I don't even know if that's true.
Doesn't have to necessarily pass bipartisan legislation to be.
But it's just because the standards for Republicans is so low that like Trump can give an answer like this and apparently no one fucking cares. Like these are Trump's answer to questions. Like what like this is literal nonsense. Like yeah, Trump can answer whatever questions he wants because it doesn't matter how he answers it. People are going to suck his dick no matter what.
Effective president. He is the executive, the chief executive. You know, Sam Francis once said that there are two parties in D.C. You have an evil party and a retarded party. And occasionally those two parties get together and do something evil and retarded, and we call that bipartisanship. I think that's actually true. I don't think bipartisan legislation is an accurate measure for what makes a good leader. Congress has, what, a 2% approval rating on its best day, something like that? We think working with these people, these swamp rats, is actually indicative of what makes a good leader? A good leader is somebody who
If a good leader should probably be able to work with the other side to, like, yeah, negotiate and pass their legislative agenda. Yeah, if you're a leader who, like, is running on a platform, but you can't actually pass any of your fucking platform because you don't know how to work with Congress, yeah, you're probably not a very good leader. You should probably be able to actually negotiate with people to, like, pass your policy platform.
can get in there and just pass his legislation through. We'll figure out the legality. I shouldn't say. Well, pass his legislation, and you know, it gets held up in the courts as it often did with Trump, for example, when he was trying to work through the executive branch and get these different things done. Again, he passed what? The tax cut. Why? Because even though we maybe agree with tax cuts, ultimately the people who are in charge don't really have a problem with tax cuts. So you have deficit spending, like he said, when the government's taking in less revenue. I don't know what that deficit was precisely, but I bet that it was bigger than the amount that the wall would have cost. Why can't we have a wall? Why can't we have mass deportation? Because immigration is what benefits the ruling class, because we have more people coming in from other countries. They are reliant upon the establishment for money, opportunities, etc., which are then taken away from American citizens, as we've seen with the job growth.
True.
As we see
Immigration benefits the ruling class, but somehow only the ruling class. Somehow it hurts the working class, but benefits the ruling class.
Money that's going for relief, all sorts of different things. The Haitians, I don't know why. You know, I was driving through Ohio to get here. I never thought I'd see a Haitian in Ohio. Nothing against Haitians. It's just, you know, peas and apples and oranges, I guess. I don't know. But that should not be happening. We should not be prioritizing the interests of other people from all over the world. Like
something tells me he has something against Haitians. I think deep down he might have something against Haitians, guys.
During this administration, and Donald Trump dared to say that we can actually put America first. And that is why they have done everything in their power, be it lawsuits to assassination attempts, which my opponent this evening makes jokes about and thinks they're actually warranted, to stop this man because he upsets those orthodoxies in a way that no one else dared to.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute rebuttal. We'll switch back to Stephen for his 5-minute rebuttal. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Okay, tell me when I'm getting on time, okay? Because I don't have a timer in front of me, okay?
Will do.
Okay, all right, or give me a 30-second notice, okay. Okay, well, Donald Trump talks about draining the swamp. I'm sorry, Donald Trump is the swamp. The most effective swamp that Donald Trump drained were his own cabinet members. When every single person around a guy, whether be it his personal people like Cohen, be it his own cabinet members like Rex Tillerson, people like Mike Pence, be it his own family members or his wife like Melania, who doesn't want to even be seen with him, whether it's other people in office who are begging him to call off the rioters on January 6th, like when him and McCarthy got into a fight on the phone, every single person that has worked with Trump says that he is trash, and he is trash. How can you scream about having
all of his military generals endorse Kamala Harris even, right?
So draining the swamp when he is the swamp. Everywhere he goes is a swamp. If Donald Trump hadn't done The Apprentice, he would be a brokey crackhead wandering the streets of the Bronx or Manhattan trying to get a hit. He is a loser in every single part of his life, and the party backing him right now are losers. And I don't mean that in the abstract sense of let's have another 5-hour conversation about trans issues, but I mean that in the sense that his personal business adventures have been an epic failure. He's filed bankruptcy almost over half a dozen
like
times,
6
I believe.
times, yeah.
People from his prior administration have abandoned him. His own family is abandoning him. He is a convicted felon for a good reason too. He's facing more felony charges. All of the lawyers that were working with him before have been either criminally indicted,
disbarred,
criminally convicted, or in the case of people like Powell or Giuliani, disbarred, meaning they can't even practice law again, or Eastman as well. So the idea that we need to drain the swamp. Trump is the swamp, and he surrounds himself with the swamp. I've never seen people so gleefully line up to celebrate when a guy says, I fired the bad people, ignoring the fact that he hired the bad people too. You can't complain and cry about your own administration when it's your administration. And if you want to, that's fine, you could do that, but it just goes to further prove my point. Donald Trump is not the guy for the job. Even if you hate Kamala Harris, even if you think that Donald Trump's policies are good, he's clearly an ineffective leader, and I'm not willing to sit by for another 4 years while this guy takes another run at the office to see if maybe he can figure out how to do his job this time, because he clearly was incapable of doing it last time. The Republicans, for the first time in the history of the United States Congress, weren't even able to keep their majority speaker seat because there was so much infighting in the party. It's absolutely insane that we could look at a party like this and think they're capable of governing. That you have a president that is trying to aggressively witch hunt into the ground all these people. You want to bring up concrete facts again. Look at Roy Collins' response in North Carolina today compared to under Trump's administration when they put in a request for
I think he keeps calling him Roy Collins. It's Roy Cooper. I'm North Carolina. His name is Roy Cooper. But yeah,
800. I think it was what, $800 million, and they got like 8. They got 1% of the requested aid. You can Google this.
Yep.
North Carolina, 2017, requested financial aid, requested federal aid. You can find this.
99% of it was fucking rejected. Yep.
Oh, real. They're all facts. There's no way to hide from them. You know what else is facts? You want to talk about draining the swamp? Why do you have pardon lists that people like Giuliani and Eastman are referring to when they're working for Donald Trump? Why are these people going into office assuming they're going to be breaking crimes, asking to be put on a pardon list afterwards? Why is Donald Trump pardoning people like Manafort?
What's up?
Wait, hello?
Hello? What's up?
Yeah, it just occurred to me. Did Ukraine come up at all in the debate?
No, I don't think so.
That's infuriating.
Yeah.
That makes me really mad. That makes me really mad. I mean, I don't know. I think the questions were crazy. I don't know if you do, but yeah, I don't know.
People don't care about Ukraine.
This is so incredible. It's so crazy. I mean, this is a nation being invaded by like an evil fascist force. It's just don't say.
Well, but Trump can't share anything, because if he like shares it, like it won't happen. It's kind of like it's kind of like if you make like a wish, and like you say it out loud, like it won't happen. It's like that. I think Trump made like a wish that like the war in Ukraine ends, but like if he says it out loud, like
what a good reference, dude. Yeah. Yeah. Swear to God, I mean that one went. This was one of the craziest messages I've ever seen. This is like, I don't know, Cope on.
Oh wait, we just got a great fucking chat. Ukraine. What about Western North Carolina? Like when Destiny literally just like perfectly addressed that. And later, the article is open on my screen right now. Trump literally denied 99% of the aid that North Carolina wanted, and Biden has approved all of the aid that North Carolina wanted. Like what the fuck? You live in a different world.
Yeah. So when I said in the debate, I meant the vice presidential debate, not in the John Doyle debate.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But I don't think, Ukraine.
Yeah, no, I mean, to the chatter in chat, I mean, North Carolina, we again, Trump literally denied 99% of the aid. You can just look it up. Destiny is correct. This is what, look, maybe you're just not informed, that's fine, but the people you listen to actively hope you're uninformed or just are lying to you, because you can just look it up. You can just open Google, and you can just look it up. You can just open DuckDuckGo, and you can just look it up. You can just open Bing, and just look it up. Just slightly be informed, please, please. I know your guy just, when there was the hurricane under him, he went to Puerto Rico, and he just threw away, what do you call them, like the blankets or shirts, like it's like was a free ball or some, like, for photo ops, and did nothing. And he's lying right now about governors not being able to get aid. You can see, so there was a clip compilation on Twitter, just like someone showed what Destiny said, and then immediately all the governors were saying, yeah, we called the president, we got what we needed, and we appreciated the president. But I mean, look, you can do one of two things. You can either say, I don't care about the facts because of some other issue. That's fine. You can say that, or you can just admit you're wrong. But don't try to do this thing. It's so I don't know, blatantly partisan. Just admit, your guy denied 99% of the aid. But so what? Because millions of migrants through the southern border. Okay, so therefore it's better. You can say that. But don't pretend. It's gross. That's my take. I don't know. But I don't know. It's just, why in the VP debate was Ukraine not a topic? But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I thought the debate was too. I thought the moderators were more fair because they didn't just give Vance the last word on everything.
Yeah.
But I thought the questions were balanced, I guess. But it could have been more well structured. I mean, I thought it was balanced, but kind of schizophrenic the way the questions were. I don't know. That's my impression. Yeah, I don't know. Either way, what do you think of the John Doyle debate?
I'm only 20 minutes in, but yeah, dude, it's insane to me that like, John Doyle in its opening statement just like so like blatantly like lies. Like he just like I don't know. Like one thing I remember is like prime age employment is at an all-time low, and it's just like no, like just like literally look it up. Like you could just go to the Fred data and like it's at all-time highs. It's at 80.9%. Like what?
Yeah, this is what I mean when I say like the John Doyle types. Their populism is built on this type of populism is built on an axiom. It's not like you look at the facts and then you conclude things are going bad. It's like kind of a starting place of like, things are bad, and it like appeals to the psyche of people, right? I mean, people want to feel like victims. People want to feel like a movie where everyone's against them and like, the world's about to end. But really, no, it's not backed up by any of the data. But if you say enough times, here's the disagreement between me and Destiny. Destiny believes things are going good. I believe things are going badly, and we need to change. Right? Like that sounds cool. It sounds fun. You don't need to think much, right? So I don't know how you build a narrative where you show people the facts instead of like what feels good. But yeah, John Doyle, you're gonna see this throughout the debate. All of what he does is just, I believe things are going bad. Things are going bad. Did you get to the DEI part?
No,
You're 20
I'm
minutes
only
in,
30
so-
minutes in.
Bro,
8:55.
tell me, you DM me when you get to the DEI part. It's, bro, John Doyle got like demolished.
Damn.
Yeah, or remolished. I don't know because fuck, crazy. But either way, yeah. Well,
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. It just occurred to me that Ukraine didn't come up, and that makes me sad because, they're fighting for their country against like a fascist empire. That's a bad thing, and you should care about people dying in a ditch because of Putin, even though it doesn't affect your immediate neighborhood. Okay, don't be an egoist piece of shit.
But they're
My
leaving
bad.
North Carolina
You know what?
behind. Those Patriot missiles could have gone to North Carolina, and they could have shot down
It's
the
okay,
hurricane.
yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Exactly. I mean, yeah, I agree. Well, so long. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Who's proven to work in Ukraine, the thing, and taking money without declaring it, the things that the Republicans so desperately have been trying to accuse Hunter Biden of doing for years. Why is Donald Trump pardoning people like Blackwater contractors who were responsible for massacres in the country of Iraq? I thought we didn't like foreign intervention. I thought we didn't like this type of foreign policy. I guess unless Donald Trump is saying things like we're going to kill the terrorist families or we're going to take all the Syrian oil fields. I wish the Republican delusion was just about dinosaurs or oil, but unfortunately, the Republican delusion runs far deeper and is far sicker. You heard Doyle laugh and joke and say, well, you got to pass legislation and figure out the legality afterwards. He's joking, but that's not a joke. That was the plan on January 6th. That's why Eastman said, we're going to try this particular thing, but if it gets tested to the courts, we'll probably lose 2-7. No, we'll probably lose 0-9. We'll probably lose every single Supreme Court justice. But you know what? I bet it won't even make it to court because it's a major political question. We're not even going to touch it. That was the whole plan to overthrow the election. 80% of Republicans still to this day don't even believe that the results of the last election were real. So unfortunately, the delusion goes much further. You want to talk about what is a woman? Well, right now, according to a conservative, a woman could be a fucking fugitive of her state if she is crossing state lines because she might be going after an abortion. A woman might be somebody who you can track at the border if she wants to drive to another state that has legalized access to certain types of contraceptions or certain types of abortion procedures because you don't want her to be able to have an abortion.
30 seconds.
I mean, the idea that Republican delusion, doesn't run as deep as it does and isn't deeply rotting, not only in a character and
And you should also drill down to the fucking Algerian boxer thing when every conservative lost their mind about that. Like, holy
also,
shit,
just
dude.
in a procedural sense, it is laughable. Again, you want to talk about Donald Trump, and the fact that tariffs are great. I don't know where that 95% number came from, but Donald Trump's big crowning achievements were tax cuts, which was deficit spending, and renegotiating the NAFTA agreement into the U.S. Mexico-Canada free trade agreement, now which he wants to completely destroy with tariffs. So even a little bit that he did accomplish was either just deficit spending like they accuse Democrats of doing, or something that he wants to blow up as soon as he gets into office anyway.
Time. Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll now move into the prepared questions. So I have one for each of you. We'll start with John. This is one that I think was briefly alluded to, but I want to give you a chance to both talk on this. As I mentioned earlier, John will have 5 minutes to respond, and then Destiny will have a 3-minute rebuttal to that response. For John, in the late May hush money trial this year in which Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felony counts, the prosecutor in the case said it was, quote,
Weaponized DOJ,
long-running
Democrat
conspiracy by
judge.
Donald Trump to influence the 2016 election by paying off those who reported his bad behavior, unquote. Do you agree with the prosecutor that this was election interference, and should this, namely Trump's 34 felony counts, be a
Jury
relevant factor
instructions
for citizens deciding who they'll
unconstitutional.
vote for this November?
I think it was
Let's
a witch
see,
hunt.
how many
I don't
to
think it's a
3?
relevant factor, and I don't think anyone actually thinks it's a relevant factor. I mean, his approval rating, his polling didn't significantly drop. You are simply firing at the hip, and you plug in convicted felon when you are attacking Donald Trump. But if it weren't convicted felon, then it would
I'm
be.
pretty sure the polling did change a little bit after the that was like the only time Biden was ahead. It was like right after the felony conviction.
He was charged as it would be whatever it has to be to simply paint Orange Man as bad. Just like in 2016 it was the Russia collusion, and we've had things ever since then. We've had multiple impeachments, just painting this guy as like an absolute threat to democracy, literally Hitler. But then he gets in office and things are more or less like okay. Actually, it's not the end of the world. His supposed delusion does not seem to be manifesting into the way that the country is, and the way that the Biden administration or the Harris administration, which seems to be operating, I guess, on not delusional ideas, is actually manifesting in lower qualities of life for everybody who's in this country. I mean, real house net worth is down, incomes are down, crime is up, unemployment. I mean, people.
I mean, it's back up by now, but.
Are not happy with the way things are going. If Trump is so delusional and crazy, why is it that he had higher approval ratings at this point in his administration than does Biden or Kamala? I mean, Kamala had the lowest approval rating for any vice president before the incentive was given to be a cheerleader.
People like you are willing to lie for him.
For her because she became the nominee after Biden had to step down and everything. So yeah, I absolutely believe that it was fake, and I think that voters are and should be disregarding it because the question is ultimately not about these sort of trivialities. It's about who is going to actually create a better life for Americans. I think I laid out very clearly in my opening statement that Donald Trump can do that, has done that, and will once again do that. And I'm having to sort of deal with these things about Trump firing neocons, and I'm supposed to be really upset that happened. Like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to build a foreign policy establishment and you want to posture as being strong, I'm going to hire the guy who wants to make, I don't know, the entire Middle East into a parking lot because I want them to know it's there. I might do it, and then when we have problems, maybe we fire him or things like that. Like that computes to me. That makes sense to me. That is what I would do in that situation as a loyal MAGA patriot. I don't think that's necessarily delusional or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, again, Trump's political project was something that was ambitious. It was this idea that we were going to break free from party orthodoxies on immigration, which in the 2000s we get fired from the conservative establishments
I'll give
for
you a
even
plan.
hinting at, expressing attitudes, which now Trump are now Trump is now endorsing and making the baby boomers of the RNC hold up signs in support of mass deportations. Things like trade policy, which again, you could not question. Things like foreign policy. I mean, your measure of republicanism up until Donald Trump was your expressed support for the wars in particularly Iraq, but broadly speaking, the Middle East. How Republican you are was defined by that. And then Donald Trump gets on stage with Jeb Bush and says, actually, the towers came down under your brother. We weren't safe. It was a big fat mistake. And he was booed. People forget that. He was booed by everybody in the audience, all the donors, all the special interests. And so this guy's not a leader. Yet in the last 10 years, he has wrestled control of the party and made it his own. I don't care if the swamp has a problem with that and there are hurdles. Obviously, we're trying to drain the swamp. Do you think these people are going to go kicking and screaming? I mean, they're theater kids. What else would they do if not work in D.C. as complete losers and sycophants? So yeah, that doesn't come as a surprise to me at all that there are going to be these problems. But remember, in 2020, he's out of office. You've got primary campaigns coming from DeSantis. People are blaming him for the disappointing midterm results. All these things. He manages to still wrestle control of his party to where now his transition team, the people in charge of filling his next administration, are loyalists. They are his family as opposed to the neocons and swamp rats they were. He's learned his lesson. This guy has managed to wrestle control of the Republican Party and make it more into his own. The entire RNC is Donald Trump Lollapalooza. I mean, this guy is the leader of the Republican Party, which is why when I drive here through the heartland of the country, I see Trump flags and Trump bumper stickers because people understand that what Donald Trump means is a rejection of whatever the establishment orthodoxy is. It is a political identity that says, no thank you, I don't like what's going on, and that is why people love him, that is why people take bullets for him, and that is why people will stand out in the cold rain to see this guy speak whenever he goes. Kamala doesn't draw crowds like that. Obama could, but no other Democrat politician can even come close because there's no energy, because people don't actually believe that these people have a vision for the country. They simply don't like Trump, which is why Destiny has not outlined a vision for the country. He simply does not like Trump. He is the same. I'm here tonight with you, the people, like Trump was. Destiny, like Kamala, his candidate, they are liking this way, are coming in remotely. It is 1-to-1.
Thank you very much. Stephen, you have 3 minutes to respond to John. Floor is all yours.
Yeah, I want to point out a phrase that was used that is incredibly important to understand for people that are sycophantically aligned with Donald Trump, and that was the phrase loyal MAGA patriot. These people's allegiance is to Donald Trump before country. These people's allegiance is with the idea of Donald Trump and the epic name-calling before anything that was outlined in the Constitution, like our founding fathers said, or anything having to do with the way that our government runs. That's why MAGA patriots, like Biden so wisely said years ago in that horrific speech that he gave that conservatives love to obsess over with the red background, that MAGA Republicans are a threat to this country, and they are. They are exactly the type of illiberal, establishment disrespecting, absolutely no appreciation for process or rule of law people that represent one of the largest threats to this country. When you talk about every single thing that has to do with Donald Trump and all the good things, there are all these empty, worthless platitudes. Where's the legislation? There's none. If Donald Trump couldn't get legislation passed besides tax cuts with both houses of Congress, why would I ever expect him to get anything done the next time when he doesn't have both houses of Congress? And screw it, what does even having both houses of Congress mean? I should say all three houses of Congress, because of the House, the Republicans couldn't even keep their own party together. So the idea that Donald Trump is going to be some effective leader is absolutely ludicrous, and the record shows that. The record demonstrates that. You want to look at legislation under Biden, who's supposed to be an old, decrepit, and senile man? Then why is it that when Donald Trump talks about China, Joe Biden signs the CHIPS Act? Why is it that when Donald Trump talks about deficit spending and cutting costs of government, Biden gets the Inflation Reduction Act passed that actually offsets government spending by raising money? Why is it that when Donald Trump makes all these empty promises, all he can do is blame?
Destiny is absolutely just showing him here. But I would also just like to mention what a weird point to make about the crowd size thing and the Democrats not having any enthusiasm. I guess now we're doing I don't know if John Doyle himself has said the Soviet style joy that Kamala brings, but that's a mainstream conservative talking point. But I guess now we're going back on that. But yeah, Destiny is mentioning a lot of good points. Biden has done so many more things than Trump has, but people don't care. People don't care.
Blame every single person around him. Meanwhile, Biden says that he's a leader for all of America, and he will lead all of America. And then coming up, I would expect Kamala Harris to do the exact same.
Bro.
You want to talk about why nobody's talking about policies? You want to make fun of the fact that Kamala Harris didn't have policies on her website for long enough. Donald Trump and the Republicans don't talk about policies. How many minutes did we make it into this debate before trans issues were brought up by the MAGA patriot on stage? And again, consult the record. You want to talk about empty witch hunts, and then you bring up Russiagate, which has turned out dozens of credible Russian indictments, which initially, I guess my friend on the stage didn't want to believe in, but now as we've gotten more indictments, we see that the Russian infiltration into our news cycle is way more extreme than any conservative is willing to admit, as we saw with the recent indictments and the statement by the FBI about the 600 or so other influencers, maybe the guy up on stage, who knows, that are also being paid off by foreign adversaries.
Dude, it'd be so funny. It'd be so funny if it came out in the future that he was.
We're talking about empty witch hunts. What about the fact that the Bill Clinton Monica Lewinsky thing came after 4 years of Ken Starr investigations into completely unrelated matters? What about the Hillary Clinton Benghazi email scandal, which turned out exactly 0 credible indictments? What about the Biden impeachment thing that was just moved through the House for Jim Jordan? They didn't even recommend impeachment at the end because they couldn't literally find anything. What about the fact that Hunter Biden has been charged with federal crimes of tax fraud and lying on a 4473 because he was caught smoking drugs in a video? Meanwhile, Roger Stone owed over $2 million to the IRS. Is just filing a civil agreement, a settlement, and just paying it off. Every single thing the Republicans say is a projection of their own bad behavior. That was time. Never specific, never policy, never piece of legislation. Always a lie. Okay.
We now have a prepared question for Stephen. He'll get 5 minutes to respond, and then John likewise will get 3 minutes to respond to what Stephen said. Stephen, aside from no taxes on tips, how can Kamala help mitigate the current heavy cost of living for so many Americans trying to maintain?
I feel like that's the least consequential policy. She wants to do the expand. I'm sure it doesn't mention them, but the expanded child tax credit, the building all the new homes, the down payment assistance for those new homes.
make rent or mortgage payments? In other words, are there any sort of blanket policies that might help those who don't make tips?
For me personally, I don't know if the tip thing is ever going to pass. For me personally, I think that expanding zoning is probably one of the most important things. I know that Kamala has talked about giving a large credit to first-time home buyers, which would obviously help people that haven't purchased a home before and people that aren't in real estate investing purchase a home. And I know that they've also talked about expanding things or making permanent, rather, the child tax credit for families, and people, especially with children, are some of the people that need homes the most. So ideally, that sort of federal redistribution of wealth to poor families, especially those with young children that need larger homes, are going to be able to utilize that money in order to buy more homes. These are policies that I would expect would help a little bit, but I mean, on the aggregate, housing policy is something that really needs to be dealt with at the local level, and federal subsidies or federal money back to poor people can probably only do so much. I think that it's probably more important to focus on things that increase the overall health of our economy, like inviting high-skilled or immigrants of low skill that are willing to work into this economy rather than shutting them out, increasing trade.
So very good. I'm sure John Doyle completely rejects that.
Patent, our ability to export products continues to grow and increase, which grows and fosters a bigger demand for U.S. labor and U.S. technology, rather than what people like Trump and Doyle want to do, which is tariff everything, lock yourselves up and shut the world down. I think having a strong foreign policy where we can protect tradeways like the Suez Canal, like Biden did to the Yemens, to the Houthis more explicitly, is important rather than running away from the world stage and giving it all over to Russia and China and hoping that they look out for our good. And I think that having a friendlier disposition towards the world where you're willing to help your allies and be a strong leader and foster good relationships that allow for trade, for education, and for people to really travel from one place to another, I think all would help the economy in a larger way that would help people be able to afford homes, in addition to the explicit federal policies that they set out relating to tax policy.
Stephen, thank you very much. We'll kick it over to John for his 3-minute rebuttal.
I would just say that in the phrase loyal MAGA patriot, you must understand that contained within that you have the phrase MAGA, which of course the A in MAGA stands for America. So I am a loyal American patriot, and I'm also a loyal MAGA patriot. And the difference specifically in this political context is that MAGA means make America great again, which implies that we used to be a great country, and now we're not so great, but we can restore that. That is something that we just have a fundamental disagreement on. Destiny seems to think that everything is going very well, and if it's maybe not, it's not because the political establishment has some sort of interest to harm the citizens of this country. It's just because we haven't exactly tweaked the policy in the way that it needs to be written, and so maybe if we just hire the right staff or something,
everything is bad and
in terms
evil.
of the president not getting policy done, again, like I disbelieve that the Congress will actually pass legislation. I mean, famously, for example, Republicans can get tax cuts passed. Great. Democrats can get infrastructure bills passed. Great. These are not things that really, when it comes down to it, change the way our system works. I mean, you have money either being put back into our pockets or money being redirected into, I don't know, to stimulate the economy because they tend to like the demand side of the curve a little bit more. The president is the chief executive. Donald Trump can get in there and he can still legislate through the executive branch and get things done because his job is to enforce law. The laws are on
How American.
books. Joe Biden
legislate through the executive branch, just like the founding fathers wanted.
To not enforce those laws, to literally remove barricades from the southern border that were otherwise there, so that migrants can come to the country illegally. And again, he ended on day one catch and release. These people are just in the country. They're criminals. They're other. I mean, some I assume are good people. But the point is, we don't know who these people are, and our government should be accountable to the American people. I mean, even as someone who's pro-democracy, I should think that you should appreciate that more so than this idea that we're somehow reliant on immigrants, let alone for labor or something. I believe in American exceptionalism. I don't think that we need anybody else in the world to show America how to build a society. I think that the West, broadly speaking, built the modern world. I think we have plenty of people here. I don't think that we need these people coming over from other countries to take jobs that would otherwise go to Americans, especially when American.
Bro has not seen the Wikipedia page for lump of labor fallacy.
College graduates can't get jobs. They're sitting through multiple interviews if they're even lucky to get interviews. They're not able to work in the fields that they go into college for. And so I don't think it's very patriotic to then take those jobs and offer them up to whoever wants to come over here from China or India or wherever.
It's dumb. Markets are dynamic. They adjust to changes in labor supply. Like immigrants usually have positive effects, like on native born wages too. Like usually the only negative effect is to like high school dropouts and like super low skill workers, because those are the people in most direct competition with immigrants. A lot of immigrants work jobs that most Americans are unwilling to work. A lot of immigrants work jobs in, for example, like childcare, which it actually enables people to work. Like we have empirical data on this. In towns where they did deportations compared to towns where they didn't do deportations, there were actually more jobs in the towns that didn't do deportations, because, like, for example, immigrants that work in childcare enable more people to work. They have their own demand, which, you know, it's demand for products. In businesses, if they leave, their demand leaves with them, and that businesses can't sell as much shit. Their added labor supply enables business expansion. Like, there's all these, like, positive benefits, but, like, he's just unbelievably retarded and won't look at any of the empirical data. He probably believes it's all manipulated. Yeah. Well, so, like, it's not, again, like, I mean, like example said, it's not it's motivated by a view of just everything is bad. I'm not going to look at the empirical data. Like, yeah.
We are going to jump into the open dialogue. This is 10 minutes. Gentlemen, thank you very much. I'll let you take it from here.
You know, you mentioned the CHIPS Act as an example of successful Biden legislation. Isn't it accurate that I think...
I saw a clip of this, too. I've seen, like, I think this is one of the 2 clips I've seen. God, this is such a dumb talking point. No Opinion wrote a good blog post about this. Wait, that's his recommendation. Oops. Like, these factories can't come online yet, because it takes so many years for these factories to come online. But like, this is about as good as the CHIPS Act could possibly be going. There aren't even that many delays. Here, there's a blog post. There's a like, you can see, like, it immediately had a pretty big effect on manufacturing employment and manufacturing spending. You can see for a small amount of government money, we got a huge amount of private investment committed. Yeah. Oh, this is solar too, which is mostly from the Inflation Reduction Act. You can see, yeah, growth in employment grew a lot. Most of them are on schedule. This graph is a little confusing, but like most of these things are on schedule. Like, he mentions delays, but like almost all, like, there's actually been like so few delays compared to a lot of other like government projects. Like,
none of that has actually come to fruition. They've had delays with plant manufacturing in Arizona. Nothing's going on in Ohio. South Korea, I suppose, is delaying the construction in the Arizona factory. I mean, how could you say that the policy is effective because we got it through Congress, but it's not actually coming to fruition yet? And it's been what?
Oh, and also, this wasn't. I don't think this was directly in the Chips and Science Act. It might have been actually, but like export controls in China have actually probably been damaging China's industry. So like, not allowing them to have access to certain technologies that can help them with their chip manufacturing. Like 80% of these like chips in China were defective. Like they, yeah, we're not giving them access to a lot of technology they need to make these like advanced chips, which is pretty good. That seems to be working as well. Like,
that was passed or something.
What do you think it means for something to come to fruition?
I think it means you'd start to see construction in the factories. You'd start to see chips being distributed.
We do say, like, we can look at it. We are seeing construction. Like, like, look at the spending. Crazy.
You're telling me you don't think any large companies have allocated money towards factories? The fact that you're saying things are getting delayed already betrays the premise that you're saying that nothing has been done. The fact that there is a delay means that the process is already working. The money has already been allocated from the federal budget, meaning there are already companies that are setting up shop to take advantage of it, meaning that it's already working its way through the system in order to get those plants built. I don't know why you would say, you see how there's a delay here? Doesn't that mean nothing's going on? Well, no, if nothing's going on, there'd be nothing to delay.
There are delays, though, because of certain initiatives from the administration, such as DEI initiative, climate change initiatives, which introduce different impediments which otherwise wouldn't be there. Moreover, everything is more expensive now because of the energy policy of your administration. I mean, again, things are getting more expensive. The country's in the toilet. Your answer to
which DEI initiative came from the Biden administration?
Sorry. What'd you say?
What was it? Which DEI initiative came from the Biden administration that's slowing things down?
The whole monster. I mean, that's like the entire. It's the way the whole thing works. Is you have to have different initiatives.
I'm gonna ask the same question when you're done rambling. I just want to know what one policy or initiative from the Biden admin that's the DEI initiative that is affecting businesses. I'm gonna ask the same thing when you do your platitudes.
What's up?
I didn't hear.
Big
I'm in person. I did not hear that.
What DEI initiative? What specific policy? What specific regulation?
I know. You're asking me for a source. I'm not in front of my laptop. I cannot exactly.
I didn't ask you for a source.
You deny the existence of those sources, though. Are you saying there is no initiative? There is no DEI initiative or climate change initiative? I'm just making that up. There are no impediments. It would be.
I can't believe all of DEI came from Joe Biden. He invented it. I don't like. Oh, what's up,
bro? It's the whole monster, dude.
Yeah, the whole monster,
thing, dude. Bro,
I mean, obviously, I'm biased, but I think Destiny's winning pretty handily right now.
That was so embarrassing. I mean, and he dug the grave himself. Wait. Did I spoil to you the immigrant question?
I don't think so. No.
I think I did. One of the questions.
Oh no! Well, I mean, you mean the when he was like just openly racist against like the Chinese?
Yes. Yeah. He's all like. I don't think any centrist can see this and be like, "Oh, I'm voting Trump now," because like this lunatic is telling me everything's bad.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I don't know.
Wild.
Destiny clear, but Destiny is going to debate. What's his name? Owen Schroeder, whatever his name is, the Infowars guy.
I don't think I know him, but that'll be interesting.
Forgot his name, but he's almost Alex Jones tier in Infowars.
Oh, great! That'll be so interesting to watch. I'm sure it'll be very productive and good faith and fact based.
Yeah, but I mean, I still think Destiny could have done better in that debate because did you get to the part where John Doyle says like he's the party that likes the Constitution?
Not really. All he said so far is, well, in MAGA Patriot, the word America is in there. Therefore, I like America.
Yeah.
And America means
No, but
America
it's like-
first, and manufacturing everything here, and tariffs are as American as apple pie.
Yeah, it's so annoying to hear everything they have to say about the economy is like, let's do the most economically evil thing.
Yeah.
And calling it out is unpopular. And it sounds toxic to voters. And even lefties don't help with it. Lefties are not really pro trade. You talk to them and they're like, no, NAFTA was bad. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I know, it's wild.
Be my ally here. Oh my God.
And Destiny made a point here in this debate where I haven't even considered before. Like Trump's tariffs that he wants to do would completely blow up the trade deal that he negotiated with Canada and Mexico.
Yeah.
I didn't even consider that before, but yeah, he's totally just going back on that fucking deal that he made, that he insisted on making.
Yep. No, and I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's so dumb. It's so crazy to think. I don't know. How can anyone support Trump? It's beyond me.
I don't know.
You have to either be a single issue voter.
JD Vance did pretty well.
Which is evil, by the way.
I think JD Vance's arguments
I don't know.
aren't actually sound,
Schizophrenic.
but
I don't know.
he did really well presenting them.
I don't know. Yeah, well.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. He
You see that Iran bombed Israel?
I mean, they've been doing it, haven't they? Did they just do it again recently? Or?
Oh no, it happened 12 hours ago.
Yeah, I saw that.
I know. I'm just you brought it up before to me, and I was like, I lived that. I was there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I
don't know
got
if you've
bombed.
heard.
Yeah, dude.
Little
Yeah. It's so crazy too because the only guy they managed to kill was a Palestinian from
I
the West
know,
Bank.
yeah.
Did you see the video of him getting killed? It was crazy. It's so scary.
No, I didn't see it. No,
Oh my God.
I don't think I can watch
You
it.
just see him walking down the street. Yeah, don't watch it on stream. Do not. But it's just him walking down the street, just standing there, and then all of a sudden, this huge ass piece of metal falls from the sky and just crushes him, and he dies immediately. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's like a painless death, which is better instead of it hitting him and then I don't know, cutting off his body and then he has to suffer through that. That's sad. That makes me really sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Well, Iran sucks, dude. Iran. Don't be. I remember how I told you don't join Hezbollah.
don't.
They're
go
saying
wrong.
do not. Yeah, do not support the Ayatollah. Do not. Yeah. Just pro tip, okay? But yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm
pro-Palestine.
Trump administration?
Okay, well, the audience
It didn't like you think fuck Israel.
Like
when you said
platitudes,
it.
it means nothing. DI initiatives, climate change initiatives, none of these words are boogeyman. They mean nothing. You're just saying.
I don't want America invaded, and I want mass deportations. That's why I'm voting for Trump. I don't think mass deportations would accomplish anything that you think that they would accomplish. I don't think they would lower inflation. I don't think they would lower housing prices. I think they would probably decrease wages for Americans. I don't think they would actually increase wages for Americans. Lump of labor fallacy and all that. I think they're totally ineffective, and it's just going to make people scared. They're going to make legal immigrants scared. Trump tried to do some small-scale deportations during his first term, and he immediately went back on it because it was hugely unpopular. Immigrants were terrified, and they all had to carry their papers on them because they were terrified that if they were stopped by ICE, they wouldn't be able to prove they were a citizen, and it was just miserable.
Things that are supposed to be spooky and scary.
Again, do you deny the existence of those? Just because I can't name specifically, those just don't exist. There's no DEI initiative, there's no climate change initiative. It's all just nonsense.
When you say climate change initiative, I mean, climate change was a big part of the infrastructure bill. There's a lot of money that was allocated for certain types of infrastructure renewals that tended to favor, but are these bad? Are you saying that is this what you were referring to? Were you referring to the infrastructure bill when you said climate change initiatives? What DEI initiatives were you referring to? I don't know what you're talking about.
Right,
it's a boogeyman.
When you're doing something like constructing factories to build microprocessors, if there are initiatives in place that you have to go through, such as dealing with making sure everything is environmentally friendly and green, whatever that, and that's why even Biden said on the hot mic that this was just their version of the Green New Deal. We got it done because it was environmentally oriented in the construction of those factories. That is to what I am referring, and that definitely is a real thing.
I'm sorry, so the alternative is we should be making new factories that aren't environmentally friendly? Is that what you're seriously arguing for?
That's not what I mean. That's obviously not what I mean. I'm simply saying that there are initiatives which exist under this administration which will not exist
Oh my
in
God.
other administrations, which could be why, in response to everything that's happened in this country, your big success is, well, we at least got the microprocessors underway. And it's okay, well, we have 15,000 convicted murderers now who are in the country through the southern border because your president.
It's just not true either. He's making that number is that number, I think, A, includes people that are in prison, and B, includes people that come in over the last 40 years, not just like under Biden or anything. But that being said, toward people who control Trump, he knows the audience.
Enable these people to now just
These last kid full of America outside your echo chamber, mass deportations or war.
You're citing that, right? That 50. First of all, I think the number is 14,000.
Who? What? Mass deportations or war with who? War with the immigrants? Civil, like we're gonna have a civil war against the immigrants? What?
And that is with the totality of non-citizens that are in the country that have committed a violent crime. They didn't all come in the 4 years that are Biden. You're making that up. You can Google 14,000 homicides or 14,000 violent crime and look at that number. They pretend that they all came in. Also, when they all came into the southern border, where the federal government, by the way, has exclusive purview to do immigration policy. That's where they all came in from. How would you even know that? Are they just watching them come in and writing them down in a notebook? And then, like, even the premise of this again is ridiculous. It's all like boogeyman bullshit. If you care about the border so much, why are you happy that Trump blocked the bill?
Well, because again, that immigration bill was not actually addressing things substantively. They were trying to score political points because Americans are expressing anxiety about immigration, which is to say they're unhappy with the way that the Biden administration has handled it. Because again, on day one, you have to tell me, why did he stop doing the things that Trump had? Why did he halt the construction of the border wall? Why did he end remain in Mexico? Why did he do things that would make it easier for people to come in through, yes, the southern border into our country? What benefit does that serve to American citizens?
There is no, there was no border wall under Trump. It just never happened. Nothing in Congress ever got done in regards to a border wall. So everything you're saying about
I think there were like 52 miles of wall built, and it's not even very effective. Like the border wall is controversial for a reason. It's just not like a very effective way of doing border policy. I have it right here because we already had a border. I think in some places we had fence, and in some places we had wall. We already had like wall over most of the areas that people would come through. The high cost and diminishing returns of a border wall. Like
that's not true. He was building that border bill. When you say the border bill was political points, killing the border bill.
650 miles of border fence already existed in 2017.
It was political points, definitionally so. Donald Trump killed it to win politically. But to say that the bill was bad because it didn't address anything substantively, what's lacking in substance for more funding for asylum process?
Yeah, I mean, like border walls are expensive to build and expensive to maintain. They also have negative environmental effects, and they probably don't even like reduce immigration that much. Like
what's lacking in substance for allocating more
illegal immigration
to process immigrants? What's lacking in substance? Why did the Border Patrol support this bill? What's lacking in substance to staffing the border with more agents to defend our border? Which of these things are lacking in substance?
I think, well, because if you are bringing more judges in to process these cases, that does not mean that the cases are going to go in a way that I would like. That just means these people are going to more easily be able to enter into the country. It's not as though if you had more judges and more resources, it would somehow be better able to secure itself as a southern border. They would simply be allowed to, in greater number and with more expediency, waltz into the country and disappear into God knows where.
Doesn't he think that most of these asylum claims are fraudulent? I think that most of these asylum claims are fraudulent. I think obviously most of these people could have claimed asylum in Mexico, right? They're obviously coming here for the economic benefit. It's kind of unfortunate that our asylum laws let these people claim asylum fraudulently. We should probably make it easier to legal immigrants so we don't have this fucking flawed ass system. But like the Democrats are the only ones that even want to address the actual asylum laws to the issue here. I haven't seen Trump say anything about the asylum laws to the issue here. It's like all Trump wants to do is build a wall that's like already it's already built. Like all he could support all immigrants and no brown people allowed. Yeah, I know. It's
the goal of the judges is to just rubber stamp everybody coming in. Then why would Biden need to hire more judges at all? Wouldn't every single asylum judge just say, oh, you're in, oh, you're in, oh, you're in?
No,
do you not want to process them?
How about you just say what you actually want?
You want to shut down all immigration. Just say that. You don't want any immigrants coming in. Just say that. Be honest.
Yeah, I've said that for 5 years. That is exactly my point.
Okay, then don't say the.
Yeah, that's insane policy. No immigrants coming in at all. Just let the U.S. decline. We don't need a functioning economy. So true, dude.
Border bill lacks substance. Just say you disagree with it because you're opposed to immigration. Also, when you say American exceptionalism, what do you believe in? Do you believe in American exceptionalism or British exceptionalism? Because I don't understand what you mean when you say American exceptionalism and then you're anti-immigration. Like, where do you think Americans come from? They come from other countries, right? Unless you live on a Native American reservation and you want to see the expansion of their territory.
When America was becoming America, immigration was coming from a different part of the world. I think a part of the world that was approximately the size of Florida. Now we are getting people from, we'll say, places that are maybe a little bit less compatible. And I don't think that they're assimilating very well, and I think that pretty much any metric by which you choose to evaluate that would vindicate the truth of that. And so when I say America,
I don't think that's true. I think it's like literally, it's like over like 90% of like second generation immigrants like know English, like have been to like U.S. public schools. It seems like the immigrants assimilate pretty well. And also, I think if we had better immigration policy, there wouldn't even be as big of a need for immigrants to assimilate. We used to have, because there'd be a better revolving door of immigrants who would come here, work for a little bit to, get money, and then probably move back to their family in Mexico to retire. I mean, obviously there are Americans who didn't immigrate here. Wait, what do you mean? The Native Americans that like Destiny mentioned?
Immigration. I don't mean America doesn't need people from Japan or people from Northwest Europe. I mean America probably doesn't need Haitians. That's specifically what I mean.
agree. Sure. And I think that there's a large point of agreement there. I do think that there are a lot of immigrants that have trouble assimilating to society today, but that's because half of the society that you want them to assimilate to possess no American values. And by that, I mean the Conservative Party. I expected to see Spanish people, Haitian people.
Also, the data shows that like even like the Haitian immigrants in, I don't know if there's one about specifically Haitian immigrants in Springfield, but like the data shows even like a lot of immigrants who move to communities like Springfield, like it end up assimilating pretty well within a few years. Like British colonists, you realize British colonists were immigrants, right? They were from Britain and they moved here. They were not in America originally.
Whoever marching on the Capitol or marching to tear down this country, and that's not what I've seen. I've seen conservatives that are destructive to the country in every single way. You don't believe
Pretty sure they created the country. Yeah, the country wasn't here before. They were immigrants.
the rule of law. You don't believe in how the
Do you
government
think
works.
Indians founded the USA? No, they were native. The other people who came here were immigrants.
You don't share foundational
Who,
American
yes, then founded the
principles
country.
relating to
Like,
liberalism, relating to respect for free speech of the media. These are the foundational core aspects that make you an American. And right now, the issue that we have is the conservative side of the country. It's not immigrants. It's not the people that are coming into the country and
yeah,
not
they immigrated to the colonies, and then the colonies rebelled.
Right?
Like,
It's the people who are
they're
saying
not from. They're not native. They're not from
TV, it's not even
America.
happening. That's the thing that's undermining our democracy right now.
I don't think that's true. I think that's the party which seeks to conserve the Constitution is the one that, not coincidentally, is the one that's more aligned with voters which come from parts of the world, like I said. I mean, you can even see the data on this. The more conservative...
I mean, they immigrated to the 13 colonies, and then the 13 colonies rebelled and formed America.
you are, the more likely
Is that what you want? Is that a better way of describing it?
For a much longer time. Talking about people from Germany, from the Netherlands, from England, from wherever. They are assimilated much more than people who are coming from India, from wherever. And so, yeah, your ability to assimilate into a culture that is an outgrowth of Anglo-Saxon history is probably going to be linked somewhat to where you are descended from. And so, yeah, that doesn't come as a surprise to me at all.
How many times has Biden or Kamala said that they wanted to suspend the Constitution?
Your party is the one writing about that, though. That's obviously I don't expect like Dark
ask the same question
Brandon.
again,
Obviously, I don't expect Dark Brandon to come out as the commander in chief and be like, "We're going to suspend the Constitution." But there are people still in the New
Dark
Yorker. They just wrote a
Brandon.
piece. This guy's been writing for the New Yorker for 30 years.
The New Yorker isn't Biden or Kamala
The point
Harris.
is the sentiment is coming from your
So the
side.
answer was Biden and Kamala have never said that. How many times on Truth Social has Donald Trump said that he would suspend the Constitution? And you have the audacity to say that the Republicans right now are the ones who care about rule of law?
Yes.
You yourself are talking about undermining the entire structure of the government by having legislation from the executive. The executive legislates.
Yes,
You do things with the executive
thank you,
work. That's not part
yes.
of the American understanding of how our government is supposed to work. And you're talking about a guy who said he wants to suspend the Constitution. What part of this is American?
It's in the Constitution. I mean, Lincoln did it. FDR did it. You can certainly wield the power of
It's a
the
nice place,
executive branch in accordance with the
okay,
Constitution.
awesome.
The point being, I don't
Good
expect
one,
the leader of the party to do that,
Big
Biden or Kamala,
Bongo.
to get on stage and say the quiet part out loud, so to speak. But their Department of Justice still is going after patriots. They are still allowed to, in their media, write about how we should throw the Constitution out, as they just did in the New Yorker, a very prestigious publication, because the Constitution obviously can't stop somebody like Donald Trump, who is obviously such a horrible person. Therefore, we need to burn the Constitution, which apparently you are suddenly so in favor of, if it means that we can stop Donald Trump. I mean, they've said that he's a threat to democracy for like 4 or 5 years now. He was in office, and that's not what that's not what ended up happening. He left
That is
office.
what ended up happening. He tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power by trying to defrost 7 states. That is exactly what happened. And then he failed and he lost and eventually got kicked the fuck out.
Right,
When
he
you say
tried
the
to
DOJ is
litigate
going
his
after
way to victory,
patriots,
just
do you
like Al Gore
acknowledge
did.
that Donald Trump called Fox News and said, why isn't the DOJ indicting these people, that the DOJ needs to go after these people? Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has tried to give direction to his DOJ in a way that you wish Biden was ever on record doing? Do you acknowledge that Donald Trump has given direct direction to the Department of Justice to go after political adversaries? Do you acknowledge that's reality?
I would use a different word than political adversary. I like it when the Department of Justice goes after disloyal R's. I don't like it when they go after MAGA patriots. That is sort of my axiom for viewing that.
You're an authoritarian,
And
yeah,
I don't
okay.
think that that's actually
I guess.
hypocritical at all. I think it is completely in alignment with what needs to be done.
Okay. I mean, you're
Like, at least he basically bites that bullet, dude.
Authoritarian, right? Yeah. Nothing about you is compatible with this country. If any sane immigration policy was ever created that tried to keep people away from this country, that were antithetical to the idea of the American project, you would be at the top of the list in never being allowed here. Because what you believe in, what you want, is something that's more akin to the leadership structure of all the countries that you criticize. For some reason, you fall into the trap of thinking authoritarian dictatorships are good when I like the authoritarian dictator. But it's such an unbelievable position to sit here and say that the president of the United States should be allowed to direct the DOJ as long as he's going after the people that I think are really bad. Like, what an insane position to try to unironically defend while also pretending to be an American. It's insane to me.
I don't think it's insane at all. I think it's what's happening right now under this administration.
A really pithy response, John, and then we've got to wrap
Every
up.
Immigration Act up until the Hart-Celler Act in 1965, which was described as the greatest gift from the Kennedys to the Democrat Party, took into account the founding demographics, the American demographics of this country. The reason now, if you express attitudes that are antithetical to immigration, that
I
you push
mean,
back
he did
because-
basically. What's funny though is he did basically like bite that bullet of like, yeah, you know, I'm okay with weaponizing the DOJ if it's against people I don't like.
This country is not the same as it used to be. We've had 60 million people come to this country since 1965. We are now at record highs for a percentage of our overall population, which is foreign-born. The people here are not Americans. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me when a guy comes out and says, hey, we should probably take it easy on immigration. I don't know if these people are compatible with American culture, that these people who are now enfranchised, as if they're equal to Americans, are going to push back against that. It doesn't surprise me at all.
This is a good opportunity to jump into the Q&A as we're already over for the open dialogue portion. So the way that the Q&A
it's all Q&A.
will work, folks, is in this middle aisle here, if you want to come up, it's really important that you stand on this first tape line right here. And then it's also important that if you want to give a setup for your question, like 1 or 2 sentences, that's okay, but it really has to be 1 or 2 sentences, and I even have to be kind of pushy about that, and I even have to hold the mic just to be sure. So, floor is all yours with the first question.
Hi, John. This is my question for you. I have a couple friends on both sides of the aisle. One of them is we can vote with the right people into power, we put the right people in state, local, and federal levels. If we do that, we'll be able to take our country back. The other side says, no, we got to crash and burn this thing. We got to start over from scratch. So my question for you is, at what point is it too late?
Well, certainly not now. There is this mindset that I think is very tempting to especially young men, because we sort of like to, like for example, you probably have a relationship with drywall, right? It's like you sort of get mad and you just want, that I think can translate politically as well. It can sort of map where it's like, I'm very frustrated with the way things are going. What if everything just collapsed? It does not make it easier to win when you start losing worse. There are plenty of countries you can look to right now. South Africa, I guess, would maybe be the most obvious example, where things get worse for them politically. And I mean, they're having blackouts, they're having riots, but still things are more or less functioning. Total collapse is not something I think that we should aspire to. I think that the solution is much longer. It requires a lot more work and it requires a lot of patience and sort of.
I don't know if I like the implications of him using South Africa as an example.
If we lose, somehow people will wake up and then we can win. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, look at how things are now. The idea that there's like some sleeper cell remnant of patriots who aren't quite getting what's going on now, who once things reach a certain point, they will wake up and then we can finally take the country back. I don't think that's true. I think there are opportunities right now. And the best thing you can do other than get involved locally, which you'd be surprised at how successful you can be with that, is to cast a vote for Donald J. Trump in November. So I think there is a political solution
here they're
doing.
doing.
And I think the evidence of that is how much opposition this guy has faced. I mean, if things were really going to continue into our managed decline into a third world nation, then we'd be struggling to get excited about the Bush-Haley ticket right now. But we have Donald Trump, and they've tried to stop Trump. By the grace of God, a gust of wind saved Donald Trump, and the golf incident just a few weeks ago. So I think that there's a very real threat that he poses to whatever it is that's going on in this country, which everyone seems to recognize on an intuitive level, but maybe we don't want to get into specifics of when it comes to, I guess, more polarizing political issues or what have you. But I think it's real, and I think there is a way to make America great again by supporting him.
Hi, thank you both for being here. So my question's for Destiny, and I tried to keep track throughout this debate just because I noticed something. I was kind of curious about it. As far as I could count, you mentioned Kamala Harris's name 6 times in the entire time you were able to speak. Once in your opening statement, which is surprising to me because, as I understand it, you are arguing in the affirmative that she should be the president. If it was the nature of this debate or something that led you not to be able to argue because of that, and you were more so arguing against Trump, I want to open this up to you to ask why
it's a binary
Kamala?
choice,
I know why
kinda, so.
not Trump, why you're saying that, but why vote for Kamala? Because I don't think you've really made that argument.
The honest argument is we live in a two-party system right now, and at the end of the day, you're either going to vote for Trump or you're going to vote for Kamala Harris. You can have not voting for one party, or you can have a positive to vote for another party. These are the way the elections work. Republicans can pretend it's different, but Steve Bannon, when he came onto Trump's campaign, he knew this. I think Bannon had 88 days to go until the election, and when Bannon was brought on, he noticed something, that unlike all of the people that are sycophantically obsessed with Donald Trump, that believe that he's a super popular president, he's not. Donald Trump has never been a popular president. He's just really popular in the Republican Party. That's why when Bannon came on, they did things like the laptop story and everything for Hunter Biden, because they knew that the only way you could actually win the election was to drive the negatives of the other party, rather than trying to make your own candidate more likable. Nobody on the other side likes Donald Trump. Even Republicans have to begrudgingly accept him at times. I wish that there was more conversation about policy in the United States. To be totally honest, Kamala Harris probably sits either quite a bit or a little bit to the left of me when it comes to economic policy, but Republicans have decided that we're not going to have policy conversations in this country. When Donald Trump won't say what he
To be fair, the J.D. Vance Tim Walz conversation today, the vice presidential debate, did focus, I think, mostly on policy for the most part. There wasn't much culture war stuff. There wasn't like many ad hominems. They did do like the 2020 election stuff for a little bit, but I think that's totally fair for Walz to go after and for them to challenge Vance on and stuff. But
wants to do for foreign policy because he says it's top secret. When Donald Trump is given policy questions and he has no answer, when you go on to Donald Trump's website and you read the policy stuff and it says things like, we're going to slash inflation by making homes more affordable, and that's it. You don't really get to talk about any policy. There's no policy to talk about.
It's not even clear. He said he wants to make America more affordable again. It's not even clear what exactly that means. Does that mean deflation? Deflation is probably not a good thing. Probably don't want deflation.
I wish we could have more policy debate, more policy conversation, but I'd basically just look at the 4 years under Biden. I'd look at what the policy was there, and I'd say it's probably going to be similar to Harris. Then I compared to the 4 years under Trump, which I think were catastrophic and pushed this nation to the edge. And I'd say I probably don't want to repeat that. And broadly speaking, I think that's why I support Kamala Harris for president.
Hey, my question is for John. I also just really quickly wanted to say that, like, as a theater kid, I'm very offended and triggered and woke by your comments. But I will also say you probably should try theater. I think you'd really do well on stage. My question's just, I go out canvassing a lot and I talk to a lot of black people, and a lot of them feel like they're not being represented by the Democratic Party too much. So could you try to sell me on why Republicans are good for black people?
I am going to have to reach deep into the bowels of my mind to find my Dinesh D'Souza education. This is like 10 years old at this point. Why are the left the real Nazis again? This is very old school stuff. But it is true, like unironically. I mean, if you look, for example, under Trump, people who are maybe in this room supporting Trump even were agitated by how much Trump was talking about how great he was for black voters. But it is true. I mean, you're looking at real net worth, you're looking at jobs, things like that. I mean, I know recently he got in trouble for saying black jobs, but it is true there are jobs which
black unemployment reached the lowest level under Biden, but all right.
Disproportionately are going towards African Americans, towards blacks, and so those can be black jobs, and I don't think that's a big issue. And he was just better. I mean, income was higher, wealth was higher, crime was lower, black communities were safer up until the riots in the summer of 2020, and I just frankly don't see what the other side has to offer. I mean, that's my side, but if we can even just support that because the opposition is so bad, what do Democrats have to offer black people? Black people have voted in blocks for Democrats for decades. Black communities have gotten less safe, there's less money, less home ownership. I mean, things have obviously not gotten better, yet the rate of voting for...
he probably believes the crime statistics are all manipulated, but violent crime is down.
the Democrats and the black community still remains very high. And so I sort of almost echo the Trump statement, which I think was in 2016, which got him in trouble. Where he's like, what do you have to lose? I mean, if things clearly are not going well now, why would you not try to maybe experiment with what the opposition has to offer? And even when they didn't vote for him, by majority, by far in 2016, you still look at the way Black America was doing in 2016 through 2020 versus how they've been doing for the last 4 years, and it's measurably better, and it's not even close.
Are we allowed to respond to questions too, if they're for us explicitly?
I can give the question asker a quick response if you'd like, but Destiny, I hate to say it, but I have to keep the rebuttals to an absolute minimum, even among the audience. But I want to give you a chance if you do have a rejoinder. Go ahead.
Not quite convinced yet, but I'll look into what you're saying.
I think that there's a lot of hesitancy among minorities to support Republicans because there is a very sophisticated media apparatus which goes to convince everybody that racism is very prevalent on the Republican side. Therefore, if we vote for racism, we're going to have that come back to bite us. But I mean, I don't see the fruits of that anywhere. I've never seen anything like a policy, for example, which can demonstrate the viability of that. So.
Oh, you're so.
But for our audience guy, whatever you sound like, if you're a black person, answer the question, right? He wants to see less of your kind of people in this country. When John Doyle is answering this question, if somebody shows the border looking like you, he doesn't want people that look like you to come to this country. This is a heads up.
That's not true because when I referenced the immigration policy, black Americans were already here. I'm talking about Indians and Chinese and all these other people. So. I have to move us to the by the way, I love nobody. I'm literally a black person expert, which my audience will know. Nobody has more love and respect for Black America than myself.
Just to keep this in the Q&A.
Knowing all the slurs doesn't make you a black person expert.
All right. Just so we can hear the next question, folks.
Demolished. Oh my God, he fucking self-destructed there. Oh my God, what a horrible. Like literally, I saw Brian Tyler Cohen, I think it's his name, say this. Like, if I was a Republican, I'd be so disappointed that this is the guy they got to represent me.
For John, in 2016, you mentioned one of Trump's greatest hits when he took Jeb Bush to account for his flipping his opinion on the Iraq War. And you mentioned a little bit about Trump's foreign policy in terms of what it might look like for Ukraine. What is your understanding about his maybe what a Trump presidency in 2024 might look like for Israel, particularly with his relationship with the Iranians?
Oh boy, okay.
Yeah, I think that, the Adelsons, for example, gave him, I think, $100 million or something in 2016. I think now the widow is going to give him $120 million. And to me, I don't think that there's actually, I had to hear this in 2016 as well. There were a lot of alt-right guys at the time who were looking at the relationship between Trump and the Adelsons, and they were calling him just like they are now, Zion Don. They're saying that he's just going to be an Israeli puppet. And you look at how that actually played out. By the way, calling him a Zionist the way that
I don't know. It seems like he's been pretty pro-Israel in the past.
I think that's all the same thing. You look at how that played out, and okay, he relocated an embassy, and then we have a photograph taken at a wall, which now I have to see is like the reason why he's supposedly such a sellout. You look at what
he recognized the annexation of the Golan Heights as well.
What's going on right now in the Middle East? I understand as we speak, Israel is launching an invasion, I suppose, a ground invasion into Lebanon. But we're hearing that there's going to be World War III. We've been hearing that with Iran.
There's so many. His peace plan, his two-state solution was very favorable to the Israelis. What's up, Jay? Welcome back to GW0. Love this debate. Yeah, it's been pretty funny so far. I mean, the debate's done. It was Q&A now, but yeah.
Forever. It's never metastasized. I don't think that it will.
Destiny owns this guy. Absolutely.
And I don't think that Trump.
He embarrassed himself on not Destiny. That John Doyle embarrassed himself multiple times, and Destiny also had so many great points against him on some things. Yeah.
Hold into these interests the way that people.
Yeah, I mean, like Biden's been relatively tough in Israel for a U.S. president. Obviously, it's not as tough as many people would like. But yeah, like so many. Oh yeah, they relaxed their rules of engagement. I forgot he did that. Like Trump did like a fucking ton of drone strikes. Wait till the dude comes up and screams about watching the corner.
Like to think that he is.
Boy.
I think Trump looks at everything through the lens of the art of the deal. And if people are willing to give him $100 million instead of the other guy, he's willing to say, yeah. And what leverage do they really have? I mean, okay, give them the money now.
If you would spill a drop of American blood, we would spill a gallon of yours. I will cancel the student visas of Hamas sympathizers on college campuses. The college campuses are being taken over.
What? Israel wants sovereignty over the West Bank? How does that affect me as an American patriot? I mean, you can say maybe it'll escalate tensions in the Middle East. As Destiny mentioned, we killed like their top guy, and they didn't do anything. They rose the flag. They said, we're going to get you, America. They didn't do anything. So frankly, I'm not worried about it. And yeah, if they want to write Trump a check for $100 million to make it easier for him to get elected, I don't see the obvious downsides to that, which weren't iterated in 2016 as like guarantees things were going to happen. So I just don't think it's an issue, to be honest. And by the way, I have thought about that quite a lot online. I put my reputation behind that. If Trump ends up going to war with the Middle East on behalf of Israel, I'll be the first one to get up and say, I was wrong. But I noticed the people who are doing the opposite, saying that Trump is totally a slave to the Israel lobby, they kept their mouths shut. And
didn't his own military generals like get fucking pissed at him about the Soleimani assassination? I think about other things too, because they literally like warned him that he's on track to fucking start a war with Iran.
I apologize for saying those things about the man who's now taking a bullet for them. So I will put my reputation behind that. But I noticed that Trump's detractors will not do the same.
Just to be clear, Trump didn't take the bullet. He passed it off to the dude behind him. So I don't know where
this. Which you joked about, by the way. You thought that was like the funniest thing ever. This guy cares so much about democratic institutions.
Yeah, Mark Milley.
When like an official president.
You're gonna have a fucking war.
Candidate is shot at, and then the guy behind him gets killed. He makes jokes about it on Twitter.
I was lying. You saying he took the bullet. He clearly didn't take it. He passed it along.
He was injured. He was hit by the bullet. What happened to his ear?
Gentlemen,
he got hit by the Secret Service.
I can see an argument's better than he
Hi, John. I'm Ryan. I'm a startup engineer, a scout of 12 years, and I align strongly with your strongest values. Earlier, you mentioned you were surprised to see immigrants in Ohio because they were apples and oranges with the people there. As the son of immigrants, I'm curious about how you feel about families like mine standing proudly shoulder to shoulder with the men of Ohio, the good men of Ohio.
I have no issue with immigrants. If Destiny will put me to a position where he's like, John Doyle wants no immigration, I'm going to be like, so true. But it's not so much immigration that's the issue, it's where the immigrants are coming from. And do you mind if I ask where your family's from? Yeah, so
No,
I mean,
tell me your position before he answers. Which immigrants don't want coming here?
Cuban Americans are historically one of the most conservative demographics in the country. So do I have an issue with Cuban Americans simply because they're from Cuba? No, I have an issue with people who manifest they're not able to assimilate into American culture. And you look at almost any other ethnic group in the country, aside from Cubans and some African
Name them.
ethnicities,
Which
for
ones?
examples, they are not voting for the country which
Cuban
wants
isn't
to
an ethnic
conserve.
group, that's a nationality.
They're not voting for the party which wants to conserve the country. They're black voting for Democrats because they want to make America more like the countries from which they came, which is to say wealth redistribution, socialism, inflation, crime, everything like that.
True. They're voting for inflation because they love it so much because that's what they. See, they had what does he think the mindset of these immigrants are? Oh, my country sucks. You know, we have inflation here. I'm gonna move to the United States, but you know, since I like inflation so much, I'm gonna vote for inflation here.
Bootstraps like other groups are, for example, and so I have no issue with that.
Thank you, John, especially because your clip
Nice talking to you tonight.
your clip compilation will help me convert the rest of my family to liberals. I appreciate it.
Right.
Have I banned you before? I don't think I've banned you before.
So we've seen quite an escalation in the Middle East with Israel attacking Hezbollah. How does either candidate plan to try to stop Israel from dragging us into World War III with Iran, either through like supporting arms deals to Israel, or just actually having a ceasefire deal that Netanyahu's not just going to reject after Hamas or Hezbollah accepts it?
I don't think that the right-wing Israelis have nearly the leverage that they think they do. I mean, I understand that there are donors in this country who will give money to Trump's campaign, but Netanyahu politically is not very popular right now. I mean, he's wrestling to maintain control of his leadership as well in Israel, and I think that he feels as though if
he's unfortunately kind of been getting more popular.
Comes to an end, or if he takes his foot off the gas, so to speak, he may be in trouble politically speaking, and so he certainly has an incentive to escalate. But
Trump
as
always
said, he remembers that Netanyahu betrayed him and immediately called and congratulated Joe Biden on winning the presidency. And Trump even said, I think in a leaked audio recording or a leaked, from one of the staffers that he said, like, yeah, Netanyahu betrayed me, F him. So he clearly remembers that. Even when Netanyahu came to visit, for example, there was clear tension between the two. Trump was talking about the war in a way that Netanyahu was not exactly a fan of. The way that he did also with Zelensky, saying basically he's going to approach it as a businessman and not be beholden to these interests necessarily. So I think the question of World War III is not only the question of how we operate on our end, I think it's also what threat is actually posed. I think that largely the Middle East threat is a paper tiger. I think that there are a lot of talk and not a lot of action, and every time that they've said that they're definitely going to do something this time, it just hasn't actually been what's happened. And so I think that there are more issues we should worry about.
Filmed one day before Iran started bombing Israel. Like, I mean, a lot of them were shot down or whatever. But like, I mean, clearly tensions are getting to a not ideal point
as
when it comes to the potential for a full blown actual regional war, not just some playful little missiles.
Domestically, and yeah, I simply don't think that Trump views his job as commander-in-chief to be beholden to foreign interests. I think that again in 2016 through 2020, when he was in office, he really didn't do that so much with the Israelis besides moving an embassy, taking a photo at a wall. But he wasn't in there like George Bush, for example, willing to put boots on the ground to destabilize the Middle East. He repudiated that, and he took control of the party and realigned the position so that we all have
put boots on the ground to destabilize the Middle East. That was his intention. I'm no Iraq war fan, but
to be against that. Whereas, as I mentioned earlier, prior to Trump, your level of republicanism was measured by how.
Oh wait! Sorry, we only got involved in the Iraq war to destabilize the Middle East because Israel told us to. That's what he thinks.
In support of those wars, you are. So I think that it's just a completely different ballgame now.
Destiny, do you have an answer to the question?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I went over to Israel for 2 weeks, and after talking to a lot of Palestinians on the ground there, I would say that Donald Trump makes me really nervous when it comes to Israel because I've never seen a more Zaghi-type president. It makes me really worry that I think Donald Trump ordered that hit on Soleimani. He was the leader of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is responsible for a lot of the international meddling that goes along, inside of Israel. He supported Hezbollah, he supported the Houthis, he supported Hamas, and I kind of wonder if Donald Trump only ordered that assassination because of the $100 million that Adelson and other AIPAC donors sent to his campaign. I know Donald Trump is on record saying publicly that he is Israel's strongest supporter. I know that Donald Trump created a position in the White House and sent his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to the Middle East to negotiate peace deals for Israel. I don't know why the United States is risking itself to make peace agreements for Israel, for other countries between them and Israel. And then I know that we talk about moving the embassy and recognizing it. I think it was America was one of 3 countries to do that. I thought that was really weird. And along with that, I think Trump was also willing to go along with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu was talking about cutting UNRWA funding and everything to the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. And I don't think that Donald Trump did anything to hold Israel accountable for any of its behavior in the Middle East. So I think one of the things that I'm the most worried about when it comes to Donald Trump and foreign policy is he definitely comes off as kind of like an Israeli Jewish puppet, and that just makes me really nervous, I think. I'd rather have somebody like Kamala Harris, who seems to be really critical of Israel and their foreign policy and seems to be a lot less bought and paid for by, people of the Torah.
All right, this question's for John. All right, this question's for John.
Yeah, I'm remembering Kamala's called for a ceasefire multiple times at this point.
So. Then you said something earlier on in the debate. Could you repeat the number you said of how much of Joe Biden and Kamala's cabinet has stepped down so far?
Kamala Harris had like a turnover rate for her staff. It was 92%, I believe.
92%. Now, that was for Kamala or the Biden administration?
The one running for president.
So the Biden administration?
No, for Kamala Harris specifically, because we're talking about whether she has leadership capabilities. Her staff, her vice presidential staff, had a 92% turnover rate.
Okay. And when you compare that to a 98% turnover rate for Donald Trump, including 13 members of the cabinet, what do you have to say about that?
Again, it's a completely different assignment. Donald Trump is.
Okay. Wait. Hold on. You can't just say, oh, it's different.
I do want to give you a chance to answer the question.
It absolutely is. What a Democrat administration is looking to do is different from what a nationalist administration is looking to do. If you're looking to hire from the swamp to fill a nationalist administration, it's going to be a lot more difficult to do that. You're going to be working with neocons, career politicians who are completely misaligned with that agenda, and they're not going to want to have a reputation stained
They have
by
no
working for
standards for
Republican
Trump,
agents by the
is what it
Republican
is.
establishment.
Literally no
Kamala
standards
Harris,
for Trump. They will do anything to
you have the blessing of the establishment. The DNC stays
justify any action or anything bad Trump did because they have zero standards. They just want to suck him off,
to put
suck
you
his
in a
dick no matter what.
Joe Biden. Everything she wants to do is more or less an extension of the same political orthodoxies we've had in this country for 60 years.
True. Based dark
So to me,
Brandon.
looking at the situation, I don't understand why anybody would want to not get to say, I worked for Vice President Harris, other than she's simply like a completely unlikable person, which makes sense too because you hear leaks about her breaking down. She's always drunk. She has to LARP these dinners prior to meeting with diplomats because she's a wreck.
This
She's like
dude's
always
too
on
curly to be
Adderall. She seems to be a complete mess. And so yeah, I don't view it the same way. I would challenge you to not view it as simply, oh, Democrats this, but Republicans this. I think there's more at play going on. I think there's another axiom for how we have to view our political establishment, which is simply the establishment versus the patriots versus nationalists. People who want to put America first versus people who want to basically manage the decline of our country until everybody else in the world gets to pick at the bones of our civilization.
And then just real quick, the establishment is not the New York City billionaire, right?
Sorry?
So the New York City billionaire isn't part of the establishment?
I don't think the establishment's necessarily
yeah, that's what I thought.
geographic, you know. It doesn't have to be. It's, you know, what do they call it? The cathedral, right? So.
Are we talking about Kamala Harris' staff turnover? What staff are we talking about here?
Kamala's White House staff had like a 92% turnover rate.
Why would we compare Kamala Harris' staff of the Office of the Vice Presidency to somebody's cabinet?
Because she's never been the president, and so if we were trying to find a metric by which to predict her leadership capabilities, the people who are working with her every day, I think, is a worthwhile metric to explore.
Do you even know the responsibilities that the Office of the Vice Presidency has? Why would we compare the people that are working as staffers as part of that small office, as part of the executive branch, the cabinet, the top level people for your offices and departments?
If she can't bring people on to like stay with her and like write policy and little debate quips or whatever, I don't think that she'd be able to keep people on in a cabinet, let alone anybody.
That's the
things that benefit us.
vice president's cabinet's job is to write debate quips.
Poorer, less safe, and more of a playground for the rest of the world, which is like literally what has happened and which you have not addressed.
So if Donald Trump can't maintain his personal relationships with lawyers or his staff, and he's losing all of his businesses, and he wasn't able to maintain his cabinet, what faith do we have that Donald Trump can hold on to cabinet members of the future?
Give you a chance to respond, John, and then we got to go to the next question.
Because I am aware of what is happening mechanically with Trump's next administration, and that inspires confidence.
It's a non-answer. It doesn't mean anything.
We'll go to the next question.
John, I wanted to confirm before I ask, are you Catholic?
Yes.
So you talk a lot about assimilation. People from the wrong countries can't really come here to assimilate into our culture. Sure. But Catholics were widely rejected for a long time, so I was wondering how you kind of justify those two things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a
Haitians
Catholic.
are also mostly Catholic,
by the way. Or think that means that we have to open the world to anybody
So are
who's Catholic.
Mexicans.
Haiti, for example, like you're mentioning, is 52% Catholic. That's more than twice as Catholic as America is. I think that the biggest challenge to Christian anthropology is that a lot of people who claim to be Christians or to be Catholics are not viewing that in the same way that European Christians view it. And so I don't think it's enough to say these people can come into the country because they are Catholic, unlike a lot of people in Latin America, for example, because if you look at how they vote, how they express their religious values politically, they are still voting overwhelmingly for Democrats, which are a party that literally celebrates the repudiation of those values. I mean, at the DNC, they had a truck that was giving out circumcisions and like birth control and all sorts of things like that, which for Catholics, I mean, you cannot support that in any capacity. But for some reason, these demographics, which are coming here from these countries which are supposedly so Catholic, are more in alignment with the Democrat Party than they are with the Republican Party. I think it's something like 51% of white Catholics are supporting Trump, 61% of Hispanic Catholics are supporting Harris. Someone's wrong there. Someone is directionally incorrect there. And so I don't view it to say, you know, you can't come into the country because you're. It's just I see it for what it is. It's not necessarily a religious thing. I don't think it's more of how that actually manifests with what we see and what's going on. And I think there have been plenty of popes and saints who express similar sentiments to my own.
Wait, hold on. If Catholicism is the important part here, wouldn't the Pope being pro-immigrant, the Pope who's made statements saying that we need to accept migrants more, wouldn't this be something as a Catholic that's probably the most important thing for you to accept in your life as well?
No, I mean, if you want me to post-explain, we can post-explain, but I don't think that's true.
Okay, that's fine. You're going to
Because he's made statements,
right? Because the Pope is the head of the Catholic Church, and if you want to betray, if you want to fight against any statements on morality or faith, which the Pope in the Catholic teachings has infallibility when he speaks on matters of faith, right? You know this, yes, faith and morality.
Yes, the Pope
how can you possibly call yourself a Catholic?
Because the Pope will say one day that we should, not turn away the poor and we should take care of them, and he will say other days countries can have borders, they can enforce immigration policies. It simply depends on which statement of his you want to take, depending upon which day. So I don't think that my view on immigration is misaligned with the church teaching.
Okay, awesome, dude.
That's pretty horrific to me. I don't know.
I don't know of any of the statements the Pope made on immigration, so I don't know. I don't know if he's really flip-flopped like that.
Protestant America that was founded. You talked about going back to America's roots. Yeah. So renouncing Catholics that are already here, renouncing their faith.
I don't renounce Catholics who are here.
Okay.
That's yeah.
First of all, thanks guys for deciding to hold this debate at the very best of the Big Ten campuses. My question is addressed to both of you. Given the significant conflicts happening across the globe, foreign policy wonks are worried that China is going to inevitably invade Taiwan. If this does end up happening, what makes your respective candidates best equipped to handle this conflict?
I went first. I thought that we were going to segue on. Tell me what to do.
We'll start with John.
I'm part of the debate and I was supporting on 2016 type debates again. Yeah, debate tonight was actually really good.
That it does now when Biden's in office.
In terms of like not being about culture war stuff, in terms of being relatively nice to each other, like.
There have been foreign policy failures under the Biden administration, which essentially put up a flag, letting other countries know that we are in a state of relative weakness and they can act more in accordance with their interests because they don't have to worry about America stepping up to the plate to defend their allies the way that they would under a Trump administration, for example. I mean, look what's going on in Israel, look what's going on between Ukraine and Russia. I mean, you could see something maybe pop off, probably not within this timeline because we're like a month out from the election, but I don't think that China would try to do something like that under a Trump presidency. I just simply don't.
I mean, if you look at the foreign policy disposition of this country right now, I think that somebody like Donald Trump is your greatest hope if you were China. Donald Trump has no ability to mobilize the United States to have any kind of coherent foreign policy vision because I think Donald Trump lacks an overall vision for America. I think when you look at the broad picture between Harris and Trump, and I was thinking,
I feel like Biden's been like relatively tough on China. Like he negotiated with like the Philippines to put a military base there for the first time. Although the Philippines still is not completely U.S. aligned or anything. I think it still has Chinese ties or whatever as well. It's kind of in the middle, but and then I'm pretty sure he negotiated with Vietnam as well for like security arrangements. I feel like in the Pacific region, he's done a lot of like coalition building, anti-China stuff.
Exactly.
So.
This is something conservatives don't debate. On an abstract level, the problem with Trump is that he doesn't really have a vision for the United States because he has no understanding of history, he has no understanding of geopolitics, he has no understanding of the larger structures at play, meaning he doesn't know why America is the foreign policy leader or where American hegemonic dominance comes from. He doesn't know what NATO is or what it's for. He thinks there's probably a NATO army that everybody pays money towards that America was getting ripped off for. That's the extent he knows about it. And Donald Trump doesn't see where America fits in internationally.
Yeah, Philippines says it won't give U.S. access to more local military bases. I'm pretty sure for the first time under Biden's term, we got military bases. But I think the Biden administration is strengthening the arc of security alliances, a reason better conflict China, a move that dovetails with Philippine efforts to shore up its external defense, especially in the South China Sea. Marco, this is the Prime Minister or President of the Philippines. Decision last year alarmed China because of the two new sites that were located just across from Taiwan and southern China. Beijing accused the Philippines of providing American forces with the staging ground. Philippines has no plan to create any more bases or give access to any more bases, Marco said, without elaborating in response to a question. Yeah. Under Marcos, the Philippines adopted a strategy of publicizing the incidents, allowing journalists to board its patrol ships. Crucial for the media to see. China blamed Philippines for its bark intentions, yeah.
Into the world order, that America should be maintaining peace and stability across especially Europe, if not other parts of the world. So when Donald Trump comes into office...
Likely harasser restricted. Awesome. Tim Walz got bodied by Chad Couchfucker JD Vance. Harris Bros on suicide watch right now. Facts, by the way. Don't try to argue with me. Good one. Likely harasser restricted.
Oh, well, under Donald Trump, these things would never happen. Which things? Because Bashar al-Assad continued to gas his citizens. That's why Trump bombed the airport. Iran attacked Saudi Arabia. That's why Trump went after Soleimani. Russia remained in Crimea. They didn't retreat at all there. They continued to fund the civil war in the Donbass.
Thanks for the follow. Likely harasser.
Under Donald Trump, it's just nonsense. It just shows that you either don't know history, you don't know the history of 2016 to 2020, or you're well, more likely you're being malicious and you're just lying and trying to present something in a disingenuous way to try to run away from all of Trump's failures. I would much rather have somebody with a coherent vision for where America sits at in the world, and I think everybody else would fear and respect this more, rather than Donald Trump that comes off like a schizophrenic chihuahua who is only nice to people that pet him last.
All right, thank you.
So my question is for Stephen, and maybe John as well, because I hope he'd be against foreign interference. Given recent controversy around certain figures on the right, like Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and possibly more to soon be uncovered, receiving Russian money for their coverage, I wanted to ask, are there any...
Hey, dumbass, Destiny already talked to you 2 times speed. This is just incomprehensible to listen to. I'm sorry, my brain works so much faster than
reforms
yours.
you would support to stem anti-American influence, foreign or otherwise?
On one, so I'll go from less extreme to more extreme. I think the least extreme, but I think should be proposed to Congress, that I think people should genuinely support, is if you are any major media player, whether you're alternative media or mainstream media, you should have to disclose who your funding sources were from. Whether that means for the federal government or some third-party organization, or even publicly, I don't know what that looks like, but there has to be some sort of disclosure going on, I think. I think that's number one. For a more extreme version, I think that any large social media account that is reporting on or commentating on domestic politics in the United States...
Do you think John Doyle is willing to take Destiny up on his offer of exposing both of their funding sources, or do you think he for some reason might not be willing to do
that?
Should
be unmasked, or at the very least, we should know the nationality of that account. I think that every single American citizen has a compelling interest to know. I think it would be very interesting to see if today the top 10 Democrat accounts, you found out that 9 of them were Chinese, or if the top 10 conservative media accounts, you found out that 9 of them were Russian. I think that people would want to know that. I think it would benefit all of us, and I think it would do a greater service to the concept of freedom of speech and open discourse and open dialogue, rather than having a bunch of people operating under these anonymous masks, taking money from foreign dictators and trying to screw with our media environment in order to push forth, essentially the destruction of this country.
I would agree with a lot of that. I would not agree with any measure that seeks to reduce the availability of anonymous accounts to people on the internet. I think that Twitter is the only place where free speech really exists right now on the internet, and there's certainly a lot of very, very influential Twitter accounts who've done a lot to move the conversation politically, especially on the right. And so I would not support any measure that seeks to unmask them, because these people have jobs and families, and as we've seen, when they dox people, they arrest them for memes such as Ricky Vaughn. You have instances where these things can get pretty ugly pretty quickly. So I wouldn't support that.
Wait, what's
I also
that
would maybe just
I thought
add
that
an
was in the
asterisk.
UK.
I don't really like the idea of thinking that foreign money in politics is like the worst thing.
Who did they say? Oh, awesome! It's lagging.
On the internet, and there's certainly a lot of very, very influential Twitter accounts who've done a lot to move the conversation politically, especially on the right. And so I would not support any measure that seeks to unmask them, because these people have jobs and families, and as we've seen, when they dox people, they arrest them for memes such as Ricky Vaughn. You have instances where these things can get pretty ugly pretty quickly. So I wouldn't support that. I also would maybe
Is this guy in the UK, or is this guy in? I know this happened in the UK. 2016 election fraudster, social media influencer, sentenced for election. Oh wait, USA. Okay, did he spread like false things about the election? Had established an audience on Twitter, probably 58,000 followers. One significant influencer that ended up becoming presidential election. What did he do?
Add an asterisk. I don't really like.
Sending tweets suggesting the importance of limiting black voter turnout.
The idea of thinking that foreign...
Because I know it's illegal to, like, for example, lie about the day the election is in order to get people not to vote, right? I know that's illegal. Conspiracy against rights. Tweeted image depicting a woman seated in a conference room typing on a cell phone. Deceptive image written in Spanish. Mimicked. Font the Clinton campaign used for authentic ads. Okay, so he was making fake Clinton ads.
Foreign money in politics.
Other pictures saying you could text
like the worst thing
your
ever.
vote or something. Yeah, okay, that makes sense why he was arrested then, because he literally... I mean, there's probably an intentionality aspect to it, but like if you're intentionally lying about when the election is or like how you can vote, then like yeah, that's like voter suppression or whatever. That's understandable.
Foreign money in politics, but because I don't want people to become under the impression that that is the problem in itself. That there's not a lot of American money that funnels through this country, which is not itself problematic and acting against the interests of American people, because there's plenty of that. So I don't think it's enough to say foreign money is bad. You have to sort of, I think, go a little bit further and say any money that acts against the interests of the American people is bad and should be punished.
If you're opposed to the doxing, does that mean you disavow Lives of TikTok? Because that's an account that frequently and regularly doxes people that have political views that disagree with?
Lives of TikTok? If I disavow them? No, I don't disavow them.
Okay, so then you don't care about doxing. That was a total lie.
No,
when you say that X is an open platform for freedom of speech, what do you feel about the J.D. Vance dossier that has been stripped from?
The one that had a social security number? And I don't support disavowing Lives of TikTok because they dox evil people who are going after exactly the kind of people who
Oh, okay, so now he admits that they are doxing people, but they dox people he doesn't like, so it's okay.
There's that good fascist authoritarian speech. That's
yeah, at least he bites that bullet again, dude.
It's like they're evil people. There are no bad tactics, only bad
Yes, these are people who want to mutilate the genitals of children. These are bad people. They have to go.
Check one. Let's see. We'll just have to speak. Okay, you have a quick rebuttal.
Yeah, but like Lives of TikTok will literally like dox people on Twitter itself, but the JD Vance, the JD Vance dossier, that literally, you had to click. It was a link to a blog post, which then had a link to the dossier. It got the guy's account banned. Like it was literally like 2 links deep versus like Lives of TikTok will like literally full doc someone like on Twitter and like they don't care.
Thank you very much. And then this is actually going to be our last question that we can take.
Hi, I have a question for John Doyle. Previously stated that many immigrants that came over in 1960 were from countries who are culturally incompatible with the United States. Both my roommates in Penn State are actually first-generation immigrants, one of which is from Trinidad and Tobago, the other which is from Nigeria, who was actually personally subject to the Trump Muslim ban in 2016. Both of these men are graduating in the springtime and will be serving in the U.S. Army after they finish their ROTC vows. So these 2 Americans, because they're both American citizens, are they any less American than you, John Doyle, despite their vow to fight and die for this country?
Well, it's a great question. I think I would first say that we don't make policy based on the exception. We should make it, when we do make it, based on what tends to happen. And your friends are obviously exceptions, but if we let in, say, 1 million people from their respective countries of origin, you would not see that same result. And so I don't think it's a question of whether or not they are just as American as I am, because if they're expressing similar sentiments, I mean, for all intents and purposes, the way that you would, I guess, measure our patriotism or something more or less be equal. The problem is, when you open up the gates to people from those countries, you don't see the same thing. So am I more American than your friends because they just got here and my ancestors have been here since 1701? I could see an argument for that, but I'm a nice guy, so I like to be inclusive. However, since they're willing to sacrifice for this country, maybe we would make an exception. But again, we don't like to make exceptions. We want to go based on what tends to happen. What tends to happen is that when you allow for demographics who are coming from countries that are more alien to the United States, they tend to express their political sentiment in ways which are disadvantageous to Native Americans, to people who built this country, and I can't support that as a patriot.
Native Americans?
Is there a single white European country whose immigrants vote conservatively?
Repeat that?
Is there a single white European country whose immigrants come over here and vote for conservatives? Just one?
Not by majority, but if you still...
So you would be opposed to all immigrants?
Sure.
Oh my God.
Like I said earlier, if you're looking at
why he keeps like misleading people on his like immigration position? Like
what you said earlier was you don't want anybody coming over. You don't want to talk about the exception. You want to talk about the rule. And the rule is we have to look at what people do in the aggregate.
What do they do if this was the last
you keep
question?
making this like white person reference, which is very, by the way, very American. I don't know what you'd say, what race thing to do for people that don't have clear ancestry because they're just American. Is you have this weird fascination with white Europeans like they would come over here and vote conservatives. I know a lot of people from France, from Sweden, from Norway. You think these people come to the United States? They're the whitest motherfuckers in the world. You think these people are coming to the United States and voting for Trump? No, and you just admitted it. So you would ban all immigrants because there's no immigrant group except for Cubans, I guess, unfortunately for you, I guess, that actually come over here and vote for the horrible party that you're a part of. So why not just say I want to ban all immigration?
Right. I mean, as I've said tonight, as I've said for 5 years, I don't support immigration. I want an immigration moratorium. We're talking about historical immigration trends, the demographics which have become more assimilated in the sense that they express their political desires by voting for the party which wants to conserve America, are groups that have deeper roots in this country. Germans, Scots-Irish, groups like that, WASPs. These are groups which express what they want the future to look like by aligning themselves more in accordance with the party which seeks to conserve it. And these other groups which, they come to America in 2024 as, a Nord. I don't expect them necessarily to hop on the Trump train, but if you're talking about historical immigration patterns, that is definitely true.
I'll give you a quick rebuttal.
How can you say, I don't understand how you say we want to conserve America when you want to go back to other times you can just arbitrarily choose it. But when you say, for instance, you say, well, the Irish have a deep history in America. Irish and Italians, when they came over through Ellis Island, didn't have as deep of a history of the United States. In fact, they formed a lot of ghettos and they formed a lot of in-groups, and a lot of people that were native to the United States didn't like those people either. So
Are there no foreign ethnic groups of a majority of Republicans like from Cubans? I don't know for sure, but I mean, if he's himself was saying it, then I would guess.
Would differentiate them would be maybe a St.
I mean, although he did lie about 20 other stats in this debate, so who knows?
Or apostate, but if you look at how they manifest
themselves, this wouldn't be a lie that benefits him.
Without meaningful difference. Other groups don't exactly express that, even if they've been here for 2 or 3 generations, like you see with Chinamen. So.
All right,
I hate to do this. Who do you think has more extensive operation to the United States? MS-13 or the Mafia?
What? What was it? Who has more roots in the United States?
Who had a more extensive criminal enterprise operation in the United States, MS-13 or the Mafia?
The Mafia existed a long time. MS-13 has only been a problem in this country for the last 10, 15, 20 years. So I don't think that you can equate that, especially if we're talking about the 2024 presidential election.
I want to give you a quick rebuttal.
All right, I just want to say that I'm from Erie County. It's kind of known for having a high asylum seeker population. For example, my grandparents were next to Syrian refugees, were personally tortured by the Assad regime. And when I speak to these people who've immigrated to America and they sing its praises, they have personally made me more prouder to be American than you have, John Doyle.
Do you want to remind you folks we are looking for questions rather than
Oh
willing
shit!
questions.
Gorp's rage with 9. I'm out. Thank you, Gorps. I appreciate it. You're gay. So true. Accurate.
Stevens. Next gentleman.
Hello. Oh, you guys really
What's up,
so,
Salty?
I'd just like to
Welcome
say,
back.
I'd like to ask a question to specifically John Doyle first. So I
don't know why
I heard you say something
sound
about
didn't
was
work
it
for
the
these
occupied
colors.
government earlier. Could you maybe elaborate on that?
It's just, there's a joke on the internet, and it's just a joke. It's obviously not real, where people throw around this term ZOG, Zionist occupied government, which is a way of describing the way our government functions. I amended that to theater kid occupied government because I think it's a more accurate way of sort of assessing the type of person who works in government, who works in D.C. And I think that's true. I think I can stand by that. It's essentially to say...
Give him a shout out. I got to set up the bot to do that automatically.
Nowadays, working in DC as a staffer, as a policymaker, or whatever. These tend to be people who are very
So
sort of
true.
interested in whatever status working in DC can offer to them. They themselves are not necessarily exceptional and accomplished. These are people who strive to become policymakers who work in DC. They will starve them. I mean, if anyone here knows people working in DC with these kinds of jobs, they're not making very much money. They don't eat very well.
Why are you watching it so fast? I don't understand. You guys' brains just can't comprehend stuff as fast as me. You gotta. It's not even in 2 times speed because Destiny speaks fast. I only have it in 1.75 times speed.
Enjoy working in DC because they like being able to go back and report something home for Thanksgiving. And so I think that is a focus of getting involved in politics. It is not necessarily to make meaningful change, but rather because they simply enjoy the feeling that it brings them. Sort of like someone who is performing like a theater kid, for example. And you look to when they make little TikToks and they're dancing around, it reminds one of the experience in high school that maybe we have had with theater kids. And so I sort of saw it and could not unsee it. And I still think that that's a pretty accurate way to describe those kinds of people.
Yeah, so you're basically describing like a government full of like SGA kids, pretty much.
SGA kids?
Yeah, like Student Government Association.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, these are the kids. They wear the suits to school, like the Model
It's
UN.
more of a
they wear kinds
cognitive strain.
It's like people.
My brain can
tend to
just
get
process things faster than all y'all. I don't like this. Is just I've trained my brain for this. Okay.
In politics, I think to make change, we'll
That's
do it
the
because it's the right
answer.
thing to do, not because they want to LARP and dress up and wear suits to school and get into debates with their teacher about nerdy policy things like that. So
Just because we want to squeeze as many more questions, unless you got a rebuttal.
No. Do I have time to make another question or just like small one?
I want to move to as many
Okay,
people as
that's
possible.
okay. That's okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, so when you were up, you were saying things that like describe a great leader.
Use
Right?
that speed to say, okay, fuck you guys. I will slow it down to 1.5 times speed. Okay.
And you were talking about things like the ability for Trump to take over the Republican Party, right?
God, it's so slow. It's miserably slow.
And what would make him even better is if he was like able to step on the Democrats and pass things through. Well, despite him having both houses and, like you said, control the Republican Party, he wasn't able to get things done. So then now my question is, right?
Because the establishment was so
when you
against him,
are
so he
so
couldn't do
willing,
anything.
right, for him to use authoritarian like
That's what I was
executive
gonna
actions,
say.
and willing to ignore things like
Oh
34
well, he's already admitted he's perfectly fine with that. If it's things he supports, he's perfectly fine with doxing people that he doesn't like. Perfectly fine with using executive action to do things that he likes. He
felonies
doesn't care.
and an indictment for
As long as
January
it's something
6th.
he likes.
You see how it could be like you're in favor of more of a Haitian president than an American president as a resident Haitian.
Are you implying that residents from Haiti are more likely to be criminal than American residents?
Oh, well, if you look at the history of Haiti, I said Haitian president, one who acts like a
corrupt and
president,
more
but is
authoritarian.
actually just an authoritarian.
Right. Well, I don't know. I think that people use the word authoritarian to mean something that's like scary. George Bush, Barack Obama, any of these guys could be argued to be authoritarian. Donald Trump using constitutionally permitted actions to advance his legislative agenda, I don't think is necessarily like authoritarian bad guy kinds of behavior. And yeah, I do think that he's fundamentally in a better position to govern as president than he was 4 years ago. Because from day one, you had Paul Ryan's Congress that was acting to impede everything he did. You had John McCain, who famously withheld his vote so that Obamacare could not be repealed. You had all these remnants of the Republican establishment who would rather act in ways that they supposedly were supposed to not do, that they were professing support of, if it meant kneecapping Donald Trump's success. Now these people are absent. You look at who was not at the RNC: Paul Ryan, Mike Pence, former Speaker McCarthy. These people were absent from the RNC.
I wonder why. Yeah.
They understand that this is not a party that is going to house them anymore. This is a party that is becoming slowly but
Because anyone who stands up to Donald Trump is kicked out of the party. Yes, there's no room for like anti-Trump people in the Republican Party anymore. Like.
surely a party that can actually reflect the will of its voters. And so, yeah, I have complete confidence in Trump's ability to do that in 2024.
So then I would then ask, would there be any willingness to work with the other side, or do you believe it's just going to be violence? If so, how do you plan to remedy the situation? How do you plan to work with the other side if you don't believe in working with the other side?
I don't think that the issues which we support are actually issues which the other side disagrees with. For example, until Donald Trump, there were a lot of issues that were famously left-wing issues. Things like being anti-war was famously a left-wing
it's just a populist stuff.
issue. Things like protectionism was actually more of a left-wing thing because you had Republicans who wanted total free trade because it was supposed to like.
It's not a left-wing thing. It's a populist thing. There's populists on both the left and right. So both Bernie Sanders and fucking and Trump will play into the bring American manufacturing back. We're losing jobs. I love populism. Populist economics.
Lower the price of orange juice by 30 cents or something like that. Donald Trump managed to actually realign the party such that now the Republican Party is the party of not wanting to get involved in foreign conflicts, of wanting things like bringing back manufacturing to this country, to the state specifically. And so I don't think that Democrats actually are opposed to this in the way that they think.
And again, Biden brought back American manufacturing way more successfully than Trump ever did, but
they are. If you look at the issues which tend to pull higher for Democrats for this election, it's more abstract issues like apparently Republicans are so focused on, issues like democracy, issues like climate change, things like that, which are not, frankly, what people are thinking about when they're at the grocery store. And so I certainly have no intention of not working with the other side. My experience as a Republican, and I think that most Republicans can corroborate this, is that it's actually the opposite, where we are told that if we are not willing to go along with things, if we are not willing to limit ourselves to staying to the left of John McCain, then we are somehow threats to democracy, and we are going to end America, which Donald Trump was in office for 4 years, everything was more or less fine. So I'm not worried about that. I don't think it would ever be violence.
We'll jump to the next.
Wait, am I allowed to answer part of the question?
No.
First of all,
My name is John, and I have a question for Steven. It's the really only question that should be asked at an event like this, and this is going to seem like a troll, but it's not. I just can't believe that it's true, so correct me if it's not, that you sat in a room or a corner of a room very much like the one you're sitting in now, and just...
Oh, it's a cuck question.
Many
oh,
other
and
men
gaped. Get fucked.
All right, get it. All right, we want to keep it on task. So we're gonna.
Destroyed.
Do you think
Wow.
before they come up and ask a question, or do you think he's like edging himself until he gets it all out?
We're ready for your question.
Sorry. This is a question on behalf of a friend for both of you. In the last couple months, there have been 2 assassination attempts on Trump with guns. There was a school shooting recently as well, so gun violence issues seem to prop up pretty frequently. Do you guys think there's a gun violence problem in this country? And if so, what policies would you like to see implemented under the administrations you favor?
I absolutely think that's the case. I think that every time you see one of these instances, whether it's assassination attempts or whether they're shootings at schools, mass acts of violence, you notice the FBI always has these people on their radar. And for some reason, there's a failure to execute, making sure that these people are not being able to actually carry out these acts. So I think that there's something odd going on there. And I think that if you actually wanted to solve gun violence, you would have an FBI that is doing its job properly, which it could. It just simply chooses not to follow up on these things for whatever reason. And I think that you would enforce laws in inner cities where virtually all the gun
because of the Zionist.
violence happens in the day-to-day level. I mean, you see these isolated instances where you have individuals going into public places or attempting to assassinate future presidents, and you look at that and you're like, okay, there's a gun violence problem. True, but in terms of the vast majority of it, that is happening in the inner cities between largely gangs who are engaging in different types of warfare amongst themselves, and I think that that needs to be cracked down on. If you actually wanted to reduce those numbers
They're
meaningfully,
pro-banning guns if
any
you're
of the policies
a
mentioned
minority
stop these
immigrant.
isolated lone wolf kinds of incidents more or less don't
Well, I
address
mean, he's just completely... dude, immigrant moratorium is an insane position. I'm so glad. It's so dumb that it keeps like misleading people in his like immigration position. He's like, I think there's a little bit of negative effects from mass migration from specific countries, when really he like keeps saying that he wants a total moratorium on all immigration. But
I think the real problem, which is that for some reason law enforcement understands these people are problems, they are monitoring them, and then for whatever reason nothing is done.
I know,
they end up
that's
going through and
wild.
carrying out these acts. And so I think that's where
well, like you said, they don't vote for Democrat, or they vote for Democrats. They don't vote for Republicans. So
No, but I was also curious as to what Destiny would have to say, since he's a liberal gun owner, so I thought that would be an interesting perspective.
I think that guns, I think there are issues with guns insofar as like gang violence or certain types of violence in inner cities are concerned, and I think they also expedite people who want to kill themselves. I don't think that they're as big a problem as people make them out to be. I don't like that the Democratic Party makes it a central part of their platform. There are certain types of things that I think I'd be okay with, like possibly more expensive background checks. I think closing private sale loopholes I think is good. Part of I think what Biden's already done in terms of the private sale loophole stuff, or at least I think the boyfriend gun loophole or whatever. But guns are it's not a huge issue for me, and I think it's a big political loser when the party deals with it. It's like abortion for Republicans. I just think it's a really divisive topic. That being said, again, something I said earlier, I think it's funny, when you talk about an authoritarianism is the most centralized power in themselves, especially in the executive. There's a reason why we have 3 branches of government. For people that actually give a fuck about this country, I recommend Federalist Paper number 51. It's a really good explanation.
Biden did pass the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which I always forget what it did. It was a gun control act, but I forget what exactly it did.
A breakdown of why we have checks and balances, why we have 3 different branches of government, and why you wouldn't want somebody like Donald Trump running the entire thing.
Enhanced background checks for firearm purchases under the age of 21.
And I think it's also strange in terms of how Republicans approach gun violence, or at least how John's laid it out, that we're simultaneously saying things like the FBI was
criminal
incompetent,
offenses for unlawfully
they couldn't seem to do the job right,
firearms.
but we also want to increase the power of the FBI and then give them the ability to follow.
Boyfriend loophole by prohibiting those who are convicted misdemeanor crimes of domestic violence from possessing firearms when those crimes occurred in the context of a dating relationship.
Everybody and do their job better. It's always like both sides of the mouth. Like the GOP is destroying Trump at every step of the way, but Trump is also in control of the GOP and he can do whatever he wants. The swamp is destroying Donald Trump all the time, but next time he's going to hire the right people. The Democrats are, opposed
Good
to
one.
can't do anything, but on these issues they would actually be fundamentally aligned. Like nothing actually makes sense. There's a reason why at the end of the day there's no policies listed. There's nothing that's actually talked about in concrete terms. It's all just like fantastic delusion.
We can take one more pithy question, and then we got to go into the closing statements from our speakers.
Yep. This question's solely for Mr. Doyle. Sorry, this is not a very topical question. Good evening, Mr. Doyle. Somewhat recently, RFK Jr., who has been very vocal about the problems with American health, has thrown his weight behind Trump and may end up getting a cabinet position. How else do you believe that Donald Trump can benefit the health of Americans, especially young Americans like myself?
I think that a lot of what RFK is very positive. I think that the 2 biggest issues that we're going to face are immigration and health, because both of those are controlling for who is in the country and the quality of the people. I mean, I think that fundamentally, body, soul, and mind are very intertwined. And I don't want to cast stones here, but there's a reason that you look at the people who are the most fanatically left-wing, the Antifa mugshots. They sort of have a look about them. I think there's a reason for that. They're hormonally maladjusted. It's for a lot of different reasons. You've got pesticides, you've got fertilizers, poisons in our clothing, which is why you need to go to Undertack and buy their underwear, by the way. It's the best stuff ever. They don't use that stuff.
Okay.
But you can ban the use of those things, which would make people less sick. And if you have people that are less sick, they're going to be just better adjusted in general. And I think that you will see those effects manifest throughout throughout society. I mean, there's a reason why you look at old footage of Americans in the 70s, 80s, or whatever. They look happier. They don't look so dreary. Now you have people who are drugged up on prescription medication. They can't get through the day without taking their I don't know, Adderall or Xanax.
We did, by the way, just see, but by taking their Adderall?
Whatever these people are into.
I thought he was gonna like mention fucking fentanyl, but okay, Adderall. We have issues with Adderall now.
Sick. Everyone seems to understand that it's going in the wrong direction, but no
we
one
did, by the way, just see like one of the first dip in overdose deaths in quite a while. But
for RFK, and thank God Trump for bringing him on board, are actually addressing that issue, the health of Americans. You had Michelle Obama who got in and she was like, okay, we're going to ban fat kids, no more Mountain Dew, and it's like, well, that obviously didn't do anything. So there has to be a fundamental conversation about what we are putting into the food, how it's packaged, how it's processed, and only RFK has been willing to meaningfully address that. So God bless him for that.
Rebuttal. Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. We want to go into the closing statement, so we are not done yet, folks. We're going to kick it over to John for his closing statement. These are only 3 minutes. John, thank you very much. The floor is all yours for your closing.
Yeah, I would just say that the president, as the executive, is presiding over the sort of archipelago of bureaucracies. When we talk about the deep state or the swamp, these are very romantic terms. What that means is all
growing up on meth might actually lead to repercussions. I don't think have there been any like big negative long-term effects of Adderall observed? I don't think there really have been.
The thousands of unelected bureaucrats who do not leave their position depending upon who is in charge of being the enforcer of those laws. Under Trump, he's not as able to command them. Under Biden, under Kamala, they're more easily able to mobilize these people because they are more in alignment with how the establishment functions. And so a Trump FBI is going to function differently in 2016.
Increased heart rate, elevated blood pressure, insomnia, and even addiction.
And a Biden FBI.
This is Adderall abuse, but I don't know. Maybe taking it young can make Adderall abuse more likely.
In 2020, simply because the bureaucrats who are occupying those positions, who are appointed by certain presidents, they understand how the game is played. And so when Trump is talking about Schedule F, constitutional, firing those bureaucrats and bringing in loyalists so that he can have a mechanically functional administration like every other president has before him, that is something that is good, and that is something that will have better results for him in his second administration. So yes, it is different. That is precisely why. In terms of policy success, again, I'm less interested in policy than I am in what is actually going on in the country.
But it said prolonged abuse, didn't it? Prolonged use or misuse. Okay, there
Republican, like 101, is we want less government. We don't want to pass policy. We want government to get out of the way. That is something that can happen under a Trump
administration. Well, not if they go after people he doesn't like. Then it's fine.
So I don't think that passing policy necessarily...
He like literally said in this debate, like, oh, I don't think authoritarian is a bad word.
Measures
like
a successful presidential administration so much as how happy and how provided for the people are by the incumbent administration. Again, every election is a referendum on that incumbent administration. People right now
sexual function is limited.
With Kamala Harris, and I think that you're seeing Trump's popularity go down. People are expressing more sentiment positively for him. Because of that, they're understanding that TDS is not necessarily a death sentence, and that they can eventually support Donald Trump, which is sort of what's happening. And so, yeah, you notice as we continued our discussion this evening, a lot of it was about Republican conspiracy theories, delusions.
What's the other guy, Destiny?
Et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. It hasn't been accounted for why, under the Biden administration, so many of these horrible things have been happening. It's been about what Trump did, what Trump may do, what he may not do, but there's simply no answer for what has gone on under the Biden administration, which if you support Kamala Harris, you are voting for an extension of that. You are looking at what happened under Donald Trump, and you are looking at what happened under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and you are saying a continuation of this is a closer approximation of what I want the world to look like than a continuation of what Donald Trump was able to do. And I think that is just simply delusional.
Yes, I would like to continue seeing wages increase and inflation decrease.
And I don't support that at all, and I don't understand how you can be an American patriot and support that. American patriots are down bad. We are less wealthy. We are in a more dangerous situation. We were talking about mass...
Again, Americans saw their first increase in real income in 2020. I think it was in 2024.
We were talking about billions and billions of dollars to all these other countries. We have problems here. We can solve those problems, but you simply need somebody who's willing to do it. Donald Trump has been the only political figure in any of our lifetime who has been willing to actually challenge those orthodoxies, and he's done so successfully to a certain extent. And I look forward to seeing how he's able to complete the job in a second administration, given that he will have loyalists staffing his administration, which do exist, and which are going to make big, beautiful things happen. So I think we should all support Donald Trump.
Thank you very much for that closing. We'll kick it over to Stephen for his closing as well. Stephen, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
You ever feel like your head is spinning after listening to a conservative talk? Sometimes it's good to just take a deep breath, take a step back, and do a reality check. Why would somebody say people are hormonally maladjusted under all sorts of drugs when they're conservative? Go onto Tinder, walk out on the streets, go to any large blue city, and then go to any rural area. When you go to the rural areas, what do you see? A whole bunch of fat fucks on insulin because they're obese and they have type 2 diabetes. If you want to talk about people that are unhealthy, that are on drugs, that are reliant on big pharma to survive, it's conservatives. The idea that somehow it's some college girl who cut her wrist and now she's all over Xanax is destroying the country, but not these people that are getting older, that are fatter, that are destroying our entire economy because of how much it costs to keep them alive for every single year. Another toe falls off, another increase in their prescription happens for whatever more insulin medication they need. It's just the idea that conservative would attack our medications and say that this is somehow the fault of liberals when conservative old people are some of the largest consumers of everything in the country. There's a reason why there's an transfer from successful blue states.
Because it's against people I don't like, taking my advice from John Doyle.
They're powered by blue industry over to the less successful red states that are powered by God knows what these days. It's just delusion. I think that the entire conservative apparatus, honestly, I think John said it really well earlier when he said, we're not happy about things right now, therefore Trump. I think that a lot of the Republican support for Trump right now just comes from a lack of understanding about anything. So for instance, when Doyle says, all these people are allowed to appoint people, but they can't get rid of people when they come in as a new administrator. That's not true. If you appoint somebody, you can fire that person. That's part of the appointment power of the president. These bureaucrats, the reason why they stay there is because every time you swap the government, you're not going to hire and fire, 10,000, 100,000, however many people you need to restaff the entire executive branch of the government. It's delusional.
true.
The main reason why people don't like the bureaucrats on the Trump side is because these people do have an institutional bias, and that bias is towards the existence of and the perseverance of the United States. Just look at Donald Trump trying to circumvent the results of the last election. Who were the people that stood in front of him? It was largely bureaucrats. It was people like Pat Cipollone, or it was people in the DOJ like Rosen or like Donahue, or it was White House lawyers like Eric Hirschman and Steve Engel. It was the bureaucrats. It was people who have the institutional knowledge, that have the appreciation for the United States. As Doyle said, they don't get paid a ton of money, and they're generally just there because they appreciate the country. Even when you look at people like William Barr, who historically was known for wanting to see the executive branch expanded in power, with the president specifically, Barr quit because he was so disgusted at Donald Trump trying to weaponize his department with just a couple weeks to go before the election, or not even before the election, I'm sorry, before the certification of the vote. So when you hear conservatives say things like, I don't like bureaucrats, I don't like the way the government's working, all of that is a smokescreen for, I want Donald Trump to be an authoritarian dictator. That's it. Even when they say things like, we just want government to get out of the way. That's not true. What did we hear all the arguments made for in favor of tonight? We like the fact that government is going to ban trans stuff. We like the fact that the government is going to ban abortion. We like the fact that they're going to crack down harder on BLM riots, that the FBI is going to expand their power, they're going to go after people that might be school shooters, we're going to get pesticides and additives out of food, and we're going to do all these things to prosecute political. This is all expansions of power of government. Republicans stand for nothing. I hate Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. I'm going to keep it very pithy, and then I'm going to give it over to Sean for his final thank yous. But I want to say thank you very much, folks. It's been a true pleasure to be with you tonight. And if you're watching,
all right, we don't need to watch the final thank yous or whatever. Absolute common Destiny W. At least when he's debating conservatives, because conservatives stand for basically nothing. And John Doyle basically admitted that he's fine with being authoritarian as long as it's against people he doesn't like. I like multiple points here in the debate. And that he basically misleads people to his position on immigration, which is wild. Okay. Anyway. Thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. If you're new here, hit that like and sub and follow button. Also, if you're following Twitch already, you should go to the YouTube channel. Sub to the YouTube channel. Because I need my 1,000 subs on YouTube. I'm like 148 subs away or whatever. Yeah. So, subbing on YouTube would really help right now. But following on Twitch helps as well. I appreciate you guys just watching. Oh, we didn't even fucking read today. Okay, well, we'll read eventually. Yeah, I appreciate you guys watching. I love streaming. Love you guys watching stream. I will stream again tomorrow. Who can I even raid? Unless nobody's fucking streaming right now. I can't really, there's not really. Huh. Okay, well, I guess unelectable airways maybe. All right, go over to fucking this dude. I don't even think he's. I think he's like on a fucking. Yeah, you just okay. Well, whatever. Well, follow. You guys should follow so you can watch the stream again tomorrow. I appreciate you all being here. We'll see you guys tomorrow. If you're on YouTube, sub. If you're on Twitch, follow or go to the YouTube channel, then sub. Yeah, thanks. You guys tomorrow. Thank you. Goodbye.